I had planned to say, I know we're all sleep deprived, but bring more energy, but I think we're good. So my name is Cyril Mani, and I'm formerly part of the McGill rocket team, which I hope is already sitting. If not, okay, good. And I'm now a fervent disciple of Launch Canada for now 3 years, where I've been the outreach lead and the master of ceremonies. So unfortunately, you'll hear even more of my voice this weekend. I want to congratulate all of you for making it from across the country to the beautiful city of Timmins for the conference and Metagami to launch some Canadian rockets. Emphasis on the Canadian, as you may have noticed. Today, we have teams from almost every province of this country, driving from as far as British Columbia. Definitely not flying, maybe. So we're talking 4,000 kilometers. We even have folks from Newfoundland. Can I get a... And all the other provinces, the Maritimes, even Tennessee. So that's a lot of gas. I think Alberta Oil is thankful. But on a serious note, thank you for making it all the way to our very own Canadian rocket competition. And allow me to officially welcome you to Launch Canada 2025. You know, I say it every year, but this year feels a little bit different, hence the subtle flag on the wall, if you haven't noticed. It's made in Canada too, and I actually did call my parents last night, and I'm proud to say that I am made in Canada as well, so shout out. But you know, I really believe that the future of this country resides in its students, you guys. And I also believe there is nothing more deserving to this flag than to have all of you students come together to talk aerospace in an arena in the middle of the boreal forest. So thank you for that and cheers. And on that note, it is now Launch Canada's third year in Timmins and on Metagami First Nations land. And we're very lucky to be welcomed again to this beautiful community. Thank you. So, you know, yesterday I was actually in Metagami and I got a chance to talk to a high school teacher there called Ian, so shout out Ian, who explained to me that Metagami actually means the meeting of the waters, if you didn't know. And that is because Metagami is exactly between the watershed of the Arctic Ocean and the watershed of the Great Lakes. And so if you take a rubber ducky and you put it just north of Metagami, it'll actually go all the way to the Arctic Ocean, which to me is crazy. And I think that's really representative of this moment in time. And I'm about to get really philosophical. But you know, we're all here today. We're a bunch of rubber duckies quacking around about rockets. But this week you will learn and you will experience moments that will bring you anywhere in your career and in life. Whether you end up in the Arctic Ocean or Lake Ontario through an internship at one of our amazing sponsors, or discover a passion for inertial guidance systems. What is important is that today is an important tipping point between the watersheds of life. So for future you, thank you for being here today in Timmins, and thank you, Timmins, for having us. And I say this because we absolutely do love it here. And Launch Canada wishes to properly lead this collaboration with the City of Timmins and Metagami First Nation in the utmost vision and respect for the past and the future. Essentially, almost every day this year, we have been working towards making this place something we like to sustainably call our home for the decades to come. So allow me to make the following land acknowledgement. I, would like to respectfully acknowledge that this week we will be gathering on the traditional lands of Metagami First Nation within Treaty 9 territory. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the community and people of Metagami First Nation for allowing us to come together and host the 2025 Launch Canada competition within your traditional territory. Thank you for your generosity and hospitality. Thank you for welcoming us on your land. And thank you for showing us the ropes of your heritage while we build the future of Canadian aerospace together. And talking about the future of aerospace, of Canadian aerospace, I make this joke every year, I'd like to welcome a very young and handsome fella to the stage. One of the only reasons we are here today, please give a warm welcome to our very own president, Adam Trumport.
All right, thank you, Cyril. I feel like that gets less and less accurate every year, but I appreciate the gesture nonetheless. So welcome everybody to Ontario, welcome to Timmins, and welcome to Launch Canada 2025. It is awesome to be back here in Northern Ontario for, I think, the most unique engineering competition in Canada. And once again, this is our biggest one ever. I remember in 2023 when we were really impressed that we got to about 20 rocket launches. Then last year we had 70. And now this year, between competition launches, personal projects, and certification flights, we are on track for over 100. So I know I've said it before, and I will definitely say it again, but the growth of this community has been just incredible. And it is our amazing hosts at the City of Timmins and at the Matagami First Nation and at the communities that they represent as a whole who welcome us so warmly every year and are truly the launch pad for this event. So thank you so much to our hosts for making everything that we do possible. It's been a particular pleasure expanding our partnership with the Matagami Nation this year. Several of us had the pleasure of coming up in May for a rocket science workshop and rocket building session at Matagami that was so masterfully coordinated by Cyril. And it also gave us the opportunity to learn more about Matagami and their community and traditions. Beaver Fest was definitely a highlight of the year, and I think we're all excited for next year. So on behalf of all of us at Launch Canada, our deepest thanks for welcoming us into your community. And Peter, your incredible dedication to seeing me in a beaver onesie was truly inspiring as well. So, of course, this week is really all about you, the students. You are the reason why we do this, and your dedication and enthusiasm to push yourselves and take on some of the most challenging aerospace projects possible is what drives us all. You've spent the year designing and building your rockets and your technologies. This week is where it gets real. This is where theory meets reality. We deliberately gave you a lot of freedom in how you chose to approach your projects, and that's by design. The Launch Canada Challenge is all about real engineering, and real engineering means the freedom to make choices, but also the responsibility of the consequences of those choices. The week ahead is going to be intense. It always is, but doing big new things that are really, really difficult requires people with the practical knowledge of how to approach it and a belief that it's actually possible. And we know that by having these real world experiences, you will all emerge as better engineers and problem solvers, better equipped to tackle really hard problems. And those skills have never been more important. The world has changed a lot since the last time we were gathered here. And I think it's fair to say that the urgent need to build Canada's economy and its technological capabilities has become pretty obvious. But challenges can present opportunities. And Canada's student rocketry community is making it clear that we have what it takes to seize those opportunities. As many of you might have seen, just the other day, the students from Space Concordia launched the largest amateur liquid propellant rocket in the world ever, powered and that was powered by the largest student-built liquid rocket engine ever, which some of you got to see in person. And all of that didn't just happen. It took a massive amount of work over about 7 years to get there. And it took some pretty next level determination to push through challenges and do something that many people considered to be almost impossible for students, and that had previously seemed out of reach here in Canada. And now it isn't anymore. The reality is that things change because people choose to change them. Things get better because people decide to make them better. That's what Concordia did. That's what the founders of all of your student rocket teams did. And that's why this Canadian rocketry movement that we are all a part of exists. And that's what you can do too. At a time when Canada needs bold people willing to make big things happen and prepared to do the work to build the skills necessary to do it, that's maybe the most important thing I hope you'll take away this week. Launch Canada is here to support you in doing that. And we are lucky to have an incredible group of sponsors who make that possible. I want to especially thank MDA Space, our Reach for the Stars sponsor this year. They are Canada's leading space company. They've been a major supporter of Launch Canada from the very beginning, and this year they've really stepped up and are Launch Canada's presenting sponsor. Their support has also allowed us to waive the registration fees for not just this year, but for the next 2 years as well, as a way to directly help all of our Canadian teams. So can I ask our friends from MDA Space to stand up and wave? All right, next we have our escape velocity sponsors, starting with Pratt & Whitney Canada, my own employer, who has been incredibly supportive of my Launch Canada extracurricular activities. Also, a huge thanks to Mark Pathy and Soften Way, who really go a long way to helping us do the things that we do and take on the kind of projects that we do. For our second stage sponsors, I'd like to thank MacFab, who was actually our very first sponsor on day one, and they've been with us all along on this journey. We've got Daishan, we've got EOS, and one of our original founding sponsors, Telegistics. We are also thrilled to have Discovery Porcupine, one of the world's leading gold mining operations, back and again sponsoring our awards dinner at the end of the week. So just a quick reminder to all Launch Canada participants who have not yet registered for the awards ceremony. Registration is going to be closing tomorrow, so this is your last call to sign up if you are planning on attending. We posted the sign-up link on the announcements channel on Discord. Next, at the first stage level, huge thanks to Northspace, Randing Research, Murata, National Instruments, AGF Machining, Delcom Aerospace, and Fusia. And our ground control sponsors, Protospace Manufacturing, Reflect Orbital, Reaction Dynamics, the City of Brampton, Agnico Eagle, VT SCADA, who makes some pretty cool high-precision software for controlling complex mission-critical things. You'll be able to see their booth and learn more about them. SimScale, Onshape, Space Structures, Max Amps, Coolite, TrueGear, Blaxis, REM, Massfin Aerospace, and Quintus Technologies. We are also once again fortunate to have a couple major prize sponsors back with us this year. Cesaroni Technology, who makes pretty much all of the motors that you use, will be sponsoring a Pro 98 reload for the winner of the basic launch category. And we again have the Canadian Space Society back supporting the prize for our payload challenge. So we also have 4 very special in-kind sponsors that I would like to acknowledge. Northern College, who has very generously given us the space for our motor builds, as well as discounted rooms at their residence. ICOM, who have gone once again above and beyond to provide us with all the communications infrastructure we need to turn a forest into Cape Canaveral. Jocans, who have very generously provided us our shipping container mission control centers. Last year we had 1, this year we're up to 2. And finally, Astos Solutions, who have provided us with some really cutting-edge tools for rocket trajectory simulation so that we can make sure everything we do is done safely. I also want to give a big shout out to the Canadian Association of Rocketry. We have a shared goal of advancing rocketry in Canada. We are fortunate that many CAR members are among our volunteers, and we're delighted to have CAR joining us officially this year. So make sure to stop by their booth. And that brings me to our incredible team of volunteers. They put in countless hours of work, not just this week, but year-round to make Launch Canada happen. You, our volunteers, are the people who do all of the heavy lifting that lets us put on an event of this size and complexity, and whatever sanity I have left is thanks to all of you. So thank you, volunteers. We actually have our biggest ever team of volunteers this year, and you can recognize them by their gold shirts. We also have several volunteers who I want to introduce who take on leading roles in planning and running the event. And I'll just very quickly go through a couple of them, starting with my vice president and our static test area manager, Zach Harrison. Of course, you've already met our Master of Ceremonies and Outreach Director, and one of the most dedicated and endlessly adaptable people I have ever met, Cyril Manny. In the front row, we've got Ariana Kresniak, our conference director. So this weekend is all hers. We have our logistics and volunteer coordinators, Madalena Patron and Alex Keats, who do so much of the heavy lifting behind the scenes to make sure the entire event runs smoothly. Of course, this is a rocket launch, so I've got to acknowledge our amazing launch operations team who really make this all possible, including our range safety officers, Shane Wetherill and Peter Tarley. Shane is once again our head RSO, so when we are on the launch range, his word is law. We then have Dave Lefrancois, our launch ops director and solids pad lead. Chris Hobbs, our launch control officer. Our site communications team, Winta Gebreyesus and Rose LeBlanc. Our recovery lead, Zachary Tepper. Our drone operations lead, Alec Pack. Of course, we've got our live stream team there in the back, ably led by Brendan Griffin and Simon Gala. Our communications team, Jordan Burley, Steve Perpich, and Robin Metcalf. Our lead judges, Robert Bernard and Mitchell Passarelli. And also a huge shout out to Tim Harvey from Metagami Aki, who always goes above and beyond to make sure that we have a usable launch site every year. And finally, huge thanks to Don the Bulldozer Guy. So we're also really fortunate to have friends who have come from other countries to be here this year and to help us hold this event. So we've got Mark Hassenflug from Rocket Factory Augsburg in Germany back with us again this year. Thank you, Mark, for coming all this way. And we've also fortunately got several American friends who are joining us as well, including Peter Tarley back as our advanced RSO. And making his first appearance at Launch Canada as part of the judging team and his first appearance in Canada period, all the way from Huntsville, Alabama, we've got Adam Lackman from Aerojet Rocketdyne. And I am going to keep calling it Aerojet Rocketdyne and not L3 Harris. So especially now at a time when it can feel like the distance between us is growing, I'm really proud that Launch Canada remains a place where we can all come together. And I'd like to bring it back to MDA Space for just one final moment here. It's probably not surprising that as Canada's leading space company, MDA Space were the first ones I reached out to for support when I was starting up Launch Canada. And, you know, they had some hesitation at first because they don't actually build launch vehicles. But they had the foresight to see past that and didn't let that stop them. They took a chance, and I think it's fair to say they came to understand pretty quickly what Launch Canada is really about. Because sure, this is a rocket competition. You're learning rocket science, or maybe I should say rocket engineering, and rocket engineering is hard. But it isn't just some specialized little corner of technology, because to be successful at rocket engineering, what you really have to learn is how to work together to solve really hard multidisciplinary problems. I had a professor once who liked to say that engineering is not a profession for shy, neurotic geniuses. It's really all about teamwork and good communications. And that belief that when we all come together and learn to work together to do really hard things, we can accomplish anything we put our minds to. That's what Launch Canada is all about. And that's what I hope everybody will, in their own ways, take away from this week as we once again launch the North. And on that final note, it is a real honor to have today Chief Jennifer Constant of the Metagami Nation here with us. Chief Jen, care to join me on stage?
I might be squinting because I did forget to bring my readers. So anin boju makwashkish gon indijna kaz nindogi makwe matagmiaki ni dojaba. Good morning, everyone. It is both an honor and a privilege to be here with you today for this exciting Launch Canada event, a celebration of innovation, talent, and the limitless potential of youth, researchers, and our future leaders. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome you all to the traditional territory of Matagami First Nation that has been cared for generations of ancestors long before today's technology and institutions ever existed. As an elected chief, I carry that knowledge with me in every space, that we are part of a long continuum of stewards, thinkers, and builders. What we see here at Launch Canada, the creativity, the passion, the drive to reach higher, is something that resonates deeply with First Nations worldviews. Our stories and teachings tell us that we are descendants of the stars. Our ancestors have always looked to the skies for guidance, for stories, for understanding our place in the universe. Today, we do the same, not just spiritually, but scientifically and technologically. It inspires me to see students, engineers, mentors, and leaders coming together with a purpose, testing rockets, building dreams, and pushing boundaries, both literally and figuratively. You are shaping not just the future of aerospace, but the future of Canada itself. Let us remember that innovation does not happen in isolation. It thrives through collaboration, respect, and the sharing of knowledge, values that have always been central in First Nations people and communities. I encourage you all to continue building with intention, to lead with both mind and heart, and to make space for diverse value or voices in all aspects of innovation. Congratulations to everyone participating in Launch Canada. May your work here today lift not just your rockets, but your hopes, your communities, and our shared futures. Chimigwich, thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. Launch Canada is very lucky, and we're even more lucky because we get to partner with many organizations that make our mission possible. Another of which is the city of Timmins, which has been more than supportive for today's event. On that note, I would like to welcome to the stage Deputy Mayor Steve Black.
Good morning, everyone. I don't have written notes, and that was a pretty dynamic, welcoming message to follow. But on behalf of Mayor Willow and the City of Timmins, I do want to thank all of you for being here. I'll just let you know there's not too many events that can get me up on a Saturday morning. I am not a morning person, so 25 years ago when I went to Queen's University, shout out to the Queen's team, I chose afternoon courses. And that continues today. So when the mayor's office called me and said, Steve, can you do the Launch Canada opening ceremonies? I said, when is it? She said, Saturday. One of the last Saturdays of summer, and summers are short here in Timmins. And I said, what time? She said, 8:30. I said, oh. I said, it's such a fantastic event. I want to be part of it. And it really is. It's one of the most exciting events that we have here in the city of Timmins. So I want to thank Launch Canada and all the volunteers and organizers and sponsors for making this happen. I want to thank our City of Timmins staff for being part of it and helping make it work as well. But most importantly, I want to thank all the students because you are really what this is about and building the teams and, as mentioned, Canada's future. So when I was in university, just as another kind of parallel here, I applied to Carleton University for aerospace engineering and I applied to Queen's University. I chose Queen's University and ended up 10,000 feet underground in mining instead of 10,000 feet up in the air in aerospace engineering. But it really impresses me what your teams are able to do. It's really dynamic. And, we struggle as people in engineering and sciences to attract people to the industry. And there's been a lot of focus on that over the years. And events like this go a long way to that. So thank you for choosing Timmins and Matagami First Nation, our partners, and making this event happen. It truly is one of the best events we host all year round. And I'm proud to have you here in the city of Timmins.
Thank you. Thank you for our wonderful host. Coming here really starts after 4 years to feel like home. From the all-you-can-eat ribs at Montana's, which I missed last night. I'm so angry because I was working on this. And the all-you-can-eat blueberries in Matagami. I always feel both happy and well-fed around here, so thank you for having us. Talking about well-fed, it takes a whole lot to run this Launch Canada machine. And a big part of this are our sponsors, like Adam mentioned. And right now, we have one of our largest sponsors with us on stage, the City of Timmins. So I'd like to welcome Adam to the stage, as well as Steve Vikiji and Noala Ronaldo, the Director of Community Economic Development at the City of Timmins. And cue the music.
It happens all year, and we want to thank you all for coming to Timmins. When it's January and it's 40 below and we're under 10, 20 feet of snow, Adam and Cyril are always so passionate about this event, and they talk about it like it's happening tomorrow. And they know what it looks like under that snow. And then in the spring, they say, we're going to go out there and we're going to take a look at the site. And I'm going, it's April. I don't know if the snow is gone, but they are determined, and they're always so passionate about this event. The City of Timmins, the team with Timmins Tourism, with Lacey, Amanda from the city, we join these meetings throughout the year, and we hear the passion and the voices of the people that run this event. And I think Deputy Mayor Stephen Black said it right. We thank you, the students, for coming all this way, and we appreciate you coming. And we want to welcome you to the City of Timmins with a check from the Municipal Accommodations Tax for $80,000. And this, Stephen, is from the Municipal Accommodations Tax, and the team sits around the table every year and says, do we give them more? And so you have to keep working at this, and we will look at that, because we really appreciate you coming here. Thank you.
I'm going to give one last shout out because I was born in Oshawa, so shout out to the Ontario Tech team as well.
Thank you again. So, I'm not biased at all, but Launch Canada is doing a pretty good job, eh? We've got some municipal love, we got some provincial love. Something's missing though. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit too far in my speech. We don't have provincial love yet, but we're working on that because we have the funds to achieve what we want to do this week, but that is not enough. We need people that believe in us. We need people that have a vision for us, and that is our role in the province of Ontario. And the person for that is with us today, provincial representation. Please welcome the Minister of Northern Economic Development and Growth, Minister Peary. And if you want to have a close-up, he also sponsors the arena.
Well, it truly is an honor and a privilege to be here this morning with such a large group of young, passionate people about what they do. And what they do is critical to the future of Canada, the province of Ontario, the city of Timmins, and most importantly, to you as citizens. Look at that flag. That says it all. Canada. I'm old enough to remember when the Avro got canceled. That was in the late 50s. That was the best aircraft ever produced in the world with the Iroquois engine. And we gave that away. Canada led at that time. They also led with the CANDU reactor. And they led with passion and brilliance and confidence. Confidence with the scientists that developed those projects. Like you people right here today. You are the future. You truly are the future. Somehow, in the ensuing years, can't slipped into our language. Canada can't do that. We can't build that engine. We can't build that fighter jet. It slipped into our language somehow. Somehow it was accepted that we can't. You folks in this room speak to the idea and the truth that it's can do. Canada can do anything they choose to. So get can't out of your language, out of your vocabulary. Get can't out of it. You kids can do anything you want. Canada can do anything it wants to achieve. All it needs is the will. Don't ever lose that will. Don't ever lose that passion and drive and belief in yourself. Never. Never, never, never. I know this is a labor of love for you people. It's a labor of love for me as well. Because actually, the program started in Cochrane. Way too small. No momentum. I heard about it. I actually was in Cochrane when we had one of the last, I guess maybe the last launch they had. And that was north of Lake Abitibi. Obviously not the right place. So quickly, and actually when that happened, I was the mayor. So we quickly got together, a couple of people together, said we've got to find a location. Gay Tim Millette was part of that. He was board of directors with Matawpy First Nations at that time. And we found the perfect partner with Matawpy First Nations. Remember the words of wisdom that the chief spoke about working together. The brightest people in the world are able to work together to help the universe. There's a little bit of a shortage of that right now. If you remember, you probably don't remember, Steve would remember just a bit because he's a lot younger than I am. But even during the height of the Cold War, scientists were always able to work together to achieve a higher goal. And remember, that's your goal as well. Working together to achieve a better place for the world. But it starts right here in this arena floor in Timmins, Ontario. Never forget your roots. Never forget your roots. So with that, have a great time this week. The competition will be phenomenal. It was a sense of sadness and joy when I learned about that launch yesterday. from Canada University in northern Quebec in a Cree community. And I thought, wow, great, it's a Cree community, but it's the wrong Cree community. But I understand why. A great explanation of it as why that it happened there. We love the fact that you folks are here, right here in Timmins, Ontario. You'll always be welcome here in Timmins. And remember, the future is yours. You only have to do one thing: seize it.
So I kind of gave the spiel a little bit already, but provincial love, municipal love, and I feel like there's something missing. I don't know what it is exactly. I don't know if you have an idea. There's something I feel that we're missing, but it looks like they're not on Zoom yet. So I'm just gonna hide this for a minute, and we're gonna continue with the safety. I think is the next step, and then we're gonna go back to the next stage of love. Actually, let me first introduce Ariana, who is our conference director, and she's going to give us a few words about the conference and what to expect, and then we'll come back to our invited guest in a minute. So Ariana, everybody, please a warm round of welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm extremely happy to welcome you to the conference. We have a lot of talks planned for today and tomorrow. These talks include showcasing your technical developments, because every single one of you needs a stage. We're talking about career development from Pratt & Whitney. We have software. When you need it to be reliable and you can't let it fail, we want to teach you those practices with VT SCADA. We have the entire leading Canadian launch sector with Northspace and RDX here to talk to you. You personally get to have Q&A live sessions with Scott Manley. So please, please prep your burning questions and get them in this afternoon, because now is your chance. Then tomorrow, we're going back to technical development, more student talks. We're hitting you with the new developments in space, because now is the time for Canada to be swinging big. So we're talking about cutting edge engines. We're talking about giant mirrors in space from Reflect Orbital. And then we're bringing it back to rocket facts with a man who has more experience than I can even imagine to have. And finally, bringing it back with Transport Canada and our own Launch Canada turbo pump presentation. So the point is that we understand that technical development is what we're all here for. But what we believe in is your development, because you are a part of the system in systems engineering. So thank you very much for being here, and we are so happy to bring you these talks. Now I would like to welcome Shane Weatherall for safety.
We're just going to take a little break before Shane. No worries at all. I haven't had coffee this morning, and I think after the speech of Mr. Peary, I don't need one. And after this speech, I got my double shot of espresso, because coming on the stage is someone that's very important to this industry. It takes a whole lot to run this Launch Canada machine, and a big part of it is having the vision and the support from people across the country and representing the country. And when we talk about this country, we talk about Canada, aerospace, and rockets. Those words rhyme with one person in particular. Someone that is not scared by a little bit of combustion and high altitude. Someone with a goal to do exactly what we are here to do today. Ensure that Canada stays in space. So on that note, please, everybody, a warm welcome to the commander of the 3 Canadian Space Division, Brigadier General Horner. Can you hear us? Great, thank you.
All right, so can I kick off?
The floor is yours. The arena is yours.
The arena is mine. Very cool about the land and the arena you're defining. 18, good morning in sunny Timmins. It is a whole sunny Timmins. That's not exactly what the arena is. It's great to be able to connect this morning. And before I jump into it, it's really great that Adam gave an First, I'm fairly certain this is the largest Launch Canada event thus far, that there's somewhere in the order of magnitude of 100 plus rockets that will be tested and launched this week. That is incredible. That is incredible from the communities that you come from the universities and schools and programs that have allowed you to get this far and bring your knowledge and expertise quite literally to the launch site. We are at an incredible time in this country. As you've even seen this week with Space Concordia and their successful launch. I'm still waiting to see some of the data to see just how awesome that really went. But I mean, this is huge milestone stuff for this country. And all of you are moving in that direction. It is an incredible time because I am watching companies like Northspace and Reaction Dynamics, who are Canadian-born companies, working towards the successful launch of their capabilities in the coming weeks, months, and years, and making Canada truly a spacefaring nation. But let me be clear, none of this is possible without the work you are doing, the knowledge you are gaining, and this experiential work that you are currently endeavored on to build, test, fly, and recover the systems that you have spent at least a year working on. The academic underpinnings of a launch industry in this country are going to rely on you. The industry is going to continue to grow and expand over the next decades as we figure out how to do sovereign launch from this country, as we quite literally figure out how to take the expertise in the space industry and the space ecosystem that we have in this country and throw it into space from our own backyard. I have wanted to see this my entire life. It is an incredible honor to be part of the ecosystem and be part of the community and to be the commander of the space division within the Department of National Defense and the Canadian Armed Forces. But we are underpinned and underwritten by the work that you have to do. Canada cannot succeed in space and for space without you. And so part of my message today is about success and failure. Yes, the success of the future of the space economy for this country will rest on your shoulders. That sounds pretty darn daunting. But there's failures along that pathway. And you can either take that as a kick in the teeth that they sometimes are, or you can very quickly translate that failure into how does that propel us forward and what does that teach us? Because I am convinced that this week you will learn something. Maybe the launch is going to be perfectly successful. But even in a perfectly successful scenario, there's opportunities to learn. There are opportunities in a complete and disastrous failure to learn and understand what needs to be changed or tweaked or adjusted for the next round to make things better. So don't be disheartened. Don't be disheartened by the journey. Don't be disheartened by the fact that things might not go as planned. And don't be disheartened by the last several decades of not having the expertise or industry to fall into in this country. Because I see all of those things changing. I see government truly shifting towards the understanding of sovereignty and security and how space and access, assured access and sovereign access to space make us a strong, secure, financially independent and defendable country. And so as you walk out the door to the various locations you're going to work on this week, as you prepare your teams, as you work together to learn and to grow the future of space launch capability in this country, I want you to remember a couple things. One, you're not alone in doing that. When I tell you, hey, the future of this country rests on your shoulders, I mean, I fundamentally believe that. But I also want you to look around the arena at the incredible people that you're there with. None of you are there alone. Even if it's a different team you can learn from, even if it's a different system you can learn from,
there's an opportunity to build a network now that will be with you for the rest of your careers. It may take you in strange and interesting orbits. I am fairly certain in talking to Adam of Launch Canada that he did not, leave university with the intent of standing up this organization and propelling this forward, but it's something he became passionate about. It's a network he built, and it's an opportunity space for hundreds of people. I look at the First Nations groups and communities that you are working with actively across the country as you test and build things, but more importantly, where you are today, and acknowledge the fact that their teachings and their learnings are helping you not be alone. It is with them and through them that we are capable of achieving incredible things as a country. And so as you begin your journey, the first point is you're not alone and there's always someone to turn to. The second point, I am super envious that I can't be in Timmins and the North with you this weekend and through this week. The excitement that comes along with actually launching rockets is fairly incredible. I've told a story many times about my first attempt, and I talk about how I created a rocket when I was 12 and then accidentally, very purposefully filled that with fireworks from my dad's basement, and then thought that would be a really great way to get the fireworks higher. And so I just kind of poured them all out and put them in the rocket and launched it. And it was a successful launch, and that it went about 50 feet in the air and tumbled over the fence and then lit my neighbor's house on fire. And the police and the fire department showed up, and it was a spectacular display of failure. But that passion has been there with me since that moment. Not because I enjoy lighting buildings on fire, although I think I joined the right organization, but really and truly, there's an exhilaration that comes with propelling ourselves as a people, as a nation, as organizations towards the stars. And so embrace that. Embrace that with each other. Embrace that with the communities that have granted you access to their lands, that are helping propel this forward. They and you are helping build the next generation of spacefaring capability for this country. And then point number 3, please be safe out there. This isn't a safety brief, but man, things can go sideways fast. So make sure you're taking care of each other, even when you're tired, even when you're frustrated, and that you're following the things you need to follow and the procedures you need to follow to make sure nothing goes terribly sideways and someone gets hurt. That is a setback we can avoid. Rockets exploding, that happens all the time. Being too close to that when that occurs, that's a whole other avoidable thing. So I just ask, put my dad hat on at this moment and say, everything you're doing is awesome. Please don't light yourselves on fire. And with that, hey, Adam, thanks for the time. Teams, get out there, prove your stuff, learn from that, look after each other because you're not alone, and have an incredible week. I can't wait to see the feedback and hopefully connect in for some of the closing ceremonies here in a week. The best of luck to all of you. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Brigadier General Horner. That's a perfect segue talking about safety because, it's one thing to have elbows up and it's another thing to not hurt each other while doing it. So on that note, to be safe, not light each other on fire or the forest on fire, we'll have the safety lead come up, Shane Weatherhill.
What a great accidental segue. So I'm lead safety this year. If you don't know me, I'm Shane. I'll be around the static pad, or not the static, the solid pads most of the time. Peter, who, if you're over advanced, I'm sure you already know who he is. I don't know where he is in here, but he should be, there he is, way at the back hiding. So Peter will be your advanced RSO. And then if you're doing any sport flights, William will be helping out as safety for those pads. All rockets that are flying have to go through inspections. The inspections are intended to work out whether or not the safety team thinks the rocket is ready to fly. If it's a competition rocket, safety inspections have to be done here this weekend. If it's a sport flight, your inspection will be done on site. If you're using solid propellant, your safety inspection will be done downstairs in the front room. If you are using hybrid or liquid motors, Peter will come around to you, or somebody else from the advanced team will come around to you, and inspections will be done in place. If you pass your inspection, you'll get an indicator of some sort. We'll work that out exactly what it is, or you'll find out what it is when you come through, and you'll be prepared to fly. If you don't fully pass safety inspection here this weekend, you'll be given a chance to mitigate whatever we find, and then progress to final safety on site. So the way final safety on site will work is you'll get your rocket ready. We'll come and check it out, make sure that everything's good. We'll go through a few final steps. Once you pass that, you're ready to fly, and you'll be able to go out to the pads. If you're doing a sport flight, the only step will be on site. We'll get the inspection done there. There are a number of people here that are qualified to inspect the rockets. So you may get myself or Peter or William inspecting your rockets, but you may get one of the other inspectors. If you disagree with anything that the inspectors say, that's fine. They'll bring it to one of the three of us. If you disagree with what we say, tough. Our word is the way it is. The goal of safety is to make sure that you don't get hurt and we don't do anything dangerous to the land. There are places out in the forest where there are structures. There could be people out on the range. We've got a very large range. And of course, there's all of us. So we're trying to prevent that anything goes wrong. In that light, when your inspection is being done, be as forthcoming with your inspectors as possible. I know it's a competition and I know everyone wants to fly, but if you have any concerns or you're not sure about something about your rocket, voice it to us and let us talk to you about it. If we get wind that people are trying to conceal stuff to get one past us, that's not going to end well for you, and you're not going to sneak things past us. I also understand that when you're on site, you're going to be excited, you're going to want to go. And if you've been here before, you know what I'm about to say next. Slow is steady, steady is fast. The fastest way to get your rocket to the pad is to take your time and do it right. Follow your checklists, be methodical. When you rush, that's when things go wrong. So otherwise, have a safe flight, have an awesome flight. Come see us, we'll get your rockets inspected, and yeah, have a great launch.
So it is the Launch Canada Challenge, which makes it a competition, which means that there are awards, which means that there are points, conclusion, judges. So I'd like to welcome to the stage our lead judges, Mitchell and Robert, for their presentation.
Okay, let's make this nice and simple. Thank you everyone for coming. I guess as a little bit of a starting introduction, I'm Robert and I are your head judges, but I want to thank all of these student teams that sent their feedback in for the scoring from last year, all of the work from our past year's judges and returning judges, and our new judges this year. One of the things we like to do at Launch Canada is always improve the challenge. It's not something that stays static and rigorous and can't be changed and improved upon. We know that there are ways that we can make this competition better at each and every year. That said, there was something that we needed to do with the competition. We decided that, well, the tech dev category, as it was called last year, had a little bit of an identity crisis. We needed to refine it, improve it. And as we added on to that challenge to give it its own unique identity, it kind of bled out and became its own challenge in its own right. So now this year, instead of just having the launch challenge and the tech dev challenge in one thing and the payload challenge in another, we now have 3 separate challenges: payload, launch, and tech dev as their own separate categories. As part of that, we've made some refinements and adjustments to how the scoring works. And I'd actually like to invite our president, Adam Trimpura, up on stage for one of the things that goes along with becoming its own challenge is the fact that, well, we need to have its very own grand prize trophy. Adam? So now, the sort of overall best prize winner in the Tech Dev Challenge will get to take home this nice LR101 attached to a nice wood stand that was assembled by our very own president himself. So now we have a grand prize trophy to go with the challenge and make it a proper challenge in its own right. Now, as I mentioned, there have been some changes to the judging procedures and improvements to the scoring. In the launch category, or in the launch challenge, there were some scoring refinements to help differentiate SRAD and COTS, to help the advanced teams that are undertaking these more challenging projects get recognized for the efforts that they put in. But the procedures will be the same as last year, so we've sent out the schedule. You will have judging, if you're in the launch challenge, you will have judging interviews scheduled with your judges. Robert will be introducing the judges after me, but when it's your time slot, either find your judges or the judges will come to you, and you'll do your interviews here during the conference days. Then afterwards, the judges will observe you while you're in the field. For the Tech Dev Challenge, we've added the stakeholders meeting as a part of the judging interview process. So you have your slated interviews. The judges will score you a la Dragon's Den. And then afterwards, they'll touch base to fill out the rest of the scoring sheet with you. For the payload challenge, that's going to be a little bit more ad hoc. Your judges will come to you when they're ready. So please be ready for your kind of judging interview whenever the payload judges come to you. If you don't get contacted for the payload challenge or if your judges don't contact you for the payload challenge during the conference days, don't worry. There's a lot of you guys, and we don't have that many payload judges, so they'll try and touch base with you during the competition as fast as they can. Now, some general notes. All teams will do their safety reviews when the safety inspector is ready for your team. You will not wait for a judging interview. You do your safety inspection when it's time, and we'll do the judging interview independently, okay? We don't want to hear that teams were trying to delay their safety inspection for judging. There was a little bit of that last year. Second one, all teams must have a representative at their booth for both conference days. Teams that violate this will be penalized. So you have been warned. It's part of outreach activities here at Launch Canada. We want you guys to interact with and interface with the public and show off the wonderful things that you guys are doing. And you can't do that if a bunch of you disappear to go to the launch site or decide that you need to do stuff in the hotel room. Then during launch days for launch teams and tech dev teams, please notify your judges when you are ready for your launch or your demonstration, and when you return from your recovery for post-flight inspection. Okay, these are two kind of critical components that the judges need to be aware of. There's a lot of teams. There's not too many of us judges. So it helps us when you let us know when, hey, we're going to the pad. Hey, we've come back from recovery. We need you to inspect the rocket. And last of all, Shane already said it. don't hide things from us. We're here to judge your engineering work, and part of that is the maturity in understanding where the flaws in your design are. Just because you have a flaw in a design, just because there's an issue with it, being able to own up with it is an important part of being an engineer. You don't get dock marks for having, at this point, you don't get dock marks for having a bad design. You get dock marks for trying to sweep things under the rug and having bad operations. And with that, I'll hand it over to Robert to introduce our judges.
May I get all the judges to actually come up right now and stand right in front here? If you are a judge, please make your way to the front of the stage. We've got pretty much everyone. I know there's a few that are still traveling. Will be in the next few days. So new for Launch Canada, actually, us as judges, we are donning a new hat. So if you see someone walking around and it says judge on it, chances are they're a judge, including us as judges. So yes, the navy blue and red hats will be wearing for easy identification. And we also have badges as well. So hopefully all these judges got the badges. But if they don't have the badges, we also have judges as well. They're not wearing their hats. So this year we had an unprecedented number of teams this summer. And I should note that our judging team consisted of over 40 report evaluators that actually virtually evaluate the final design reports for the competing teams prior to this week. So just a quick applause maybe for the report evaluators. They're not here, but they are a technical part of our judging team. Now, as for the judges that are standing in front of you, these are, of course, who will be conducting your evaluations and scores for throughout the next week. So now I'll introduce, and each judge just at least wave and show yourself and say hi. Adam Lackman is one of our judges. Adrian Camiso. Akif Ahmed. Andrew Castro. George Platanitis. I might pronounce that wrong, but also from MBA. Jasleen Carr. Jeff Dever. Hosea Taruli. Maddie Gatcher. Oh, Mavessa Rojan. I said that wrong. Michelle Wander. Mithil Shah. Muhammad Ghali. Niall Bannikin. Nishay Dawadi. Noah Gaffron. Ali Yee. Sai Dadi. Steve Perpick. And Yuhan Liu. Yeah. Thank you for the applauses. And with that, judges, you can now go back down. One more last round of applause for the judges. And last but not least, at this point, I'd like to call up the University of Alberta to put on your plaque on the Grand Launch trophy there.
So each year, the winning team obviously gets to take home the trophy for the year. And then when they bring it back, we give them a little plaque with their name on it to add to the list of the ever-growing list of teams that have won the trophy in the past. For reference, this trophy will now go out to the team in the launch category that is most deserving of this. This is not just for highest score out of the basic and advanced category. It also includes the improvements that the team has, the sportsmanship and the spirit of the competition. It also requires you to have an absolutely nominal launch. That's not just up, that includes down. So make sure your parachutes work, please, if you want to win that guy. All right, that's everything that we have from us. Good luck, you guys, and have fun this week.
You know, I see myself as someone that works a lot. These guys can outwork me by a margin. So one more round of applause, please. Because they make it a competition. All right, so bad news, the opening ceremony is finishing. Good news, the opening ceremony is also finishing. And on that note, I have a few housekeeping items. We do have Wi-Fi. You've seen it's public, it's open, but it is limited. So please don't FaceTime your grandma on it. We do need to do live streaming. FaceTime your grandma, but just not on it. All teams have been allocated 1 table, 2 chairs. If you need an extra table, please talk to a volunteer at the registration booth. There is a live stream link on our social media. Shout out to the live stream guys at the back. It's beautiful. I've been watching it on my phone. Like, they've been dabbing a lot. And there is a mandatory info session for everyone, a safety info session, sorry, at 4:30 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. tonight, followed by a group picture. Be there or be squared. We will be under the flag, as you might expect. There is outreach activities for visitors during so shameless plug, for visitors during the conference. If you see kids that don't have a rocket passport, it's a little pamphlet, please ask them to come to the registration booth to take one, and they'll come to each of your stands to do a little outreach activity as we hope that you brought one, and please stamp their passport to signify they went through. And at the end of the day, we'll have a mini launch event at the field at 5:30, where we're gonna launch top rockets, which you can also, if you want, build at the outreach booth, but prioritize the children, please. And now to conclude the ceremony, allow me one more round of thank yous. Organizing an event like this requires tremendous work, dozens of people, and thousands of volunteer hours. I say it every year, and it feels like a yearly family reunion because it is, and that's a big part of why personally I come back every year. So if you don't mind, please, one more round of applause for all the volunteers and the team at Launch Canada. Thank you. Thank you for your devotion to this true grassroots movement of student rocketry. And now we have, I was going to say 8-minute break before 10 a.m. before we start with our invited speakers for the day, which are technology development teams. And let's go launch some rockets. All right. Woo! See you back at 10 a.m. Good? Okay.
That would be live stream. Let's talk to them. Do you have a self-driver license? Do we announce where the date here on the other side?
I will speak loudly. I'll invite you upstage. Okay, so welcome to the start of the Launch Canada conference. This year we've had a few changes to the schedule, so it's very dynamic, as you'll see. So right now we will have the new challenges. So this year you will notice like Launch Canada has a new challenge. Well, you know, space has always been a challenge, but Launch Canada has a new category, which is the Technology Development Challenge. And we will have 3 teams that will come to the stage to present their work for 20 minutes each. And we will start with McGill University, which will speak for 30 minutes. And then we'll have the other tech dev teams with a 20-minute presentation each. So if I can invite the McGill team to come to the conference center, we will have their presentation. And so for the next speaker, it's a little bit awkward because not only have I worked on their team, but I've also worked on this specific project and specifically worked on this specific part of the rocket that we discussed in this talk. And of course, we're talking about the McGill rocket team. The McGill rocket team, MRT, was founded in 2014 by a group of McGill students passionate about rocketry and aerospace. The team competed at SAC for several years with COD solid rockets, culminating in winning first place at SAC 2018. Following that monumental achievement, the MRT kickstarted its hybrid program, working diligently to develop an SRAD hybrid engine and associated ground infrastructure, build an engine test facility, and further improve aerostructures, recovery system, and avionics. 2 years ago, after a summer filled with unexpected challenges, the MRT had its first hybrid rocket launch at Launch Canada 2023. 2 years ago, with Project Portos. And in 2025, the team will be attempting another rocket launch. And today, discussing hybrid rocket injectors, development, testing, and characterization, we have Michael Lee. Michael Lee is the project injector lead for the McGill rocket team and a second-year mechanical engineering student at McGill University. An avid dragon boat paddler and bass guitar player, Michael focuses on refining oxidizer injector designs for the team's hybrid rocket engines to maximize safety and efficiency. Remember what General Horner said, safety. His work also includes developing and testing an experimental injector design for future launches. So everybody, please welcome my alma mater, both in person and on this live stream, Michael Lee from the McGill rocket team.
good. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, LC. Very glad to kick off the first round of presentations. And okay, if everyone's here and ready, we can get started. So, let me set some things up. Okay, great. Hello. So, my name is Michael Lee. I am with the McGill Rocket Team, and specifically within the McGill Rocket Team, I am the project lead for the injector. And today, I will be presenting basically an entire, the entire injector development, testing, and characterization campaign that I've led over the past year. So, if that works. Okay. The Q machine does not seem to work. Oh, there we are. Okay, great. So, a bit of background about myself personally. There, okay. So myself, I'm a second-year mechanical engineering undergraduate student at McGill University, and my history with the McGill Rocket Team specifically is I joined in around 2023, which in the global timeline of the McGill Rocket Team is around when we have gotten comfortable with developing hybrid rockets and are looking into more refining and optimizing our designs rather than building something completely new. Oh. Okay, so our rocket this year is Thoronder Mark II. As I mentioned a while ago, it's a hybrid rocket, meaning that it stores its propellants, paraffin wax as a solid fuel and nitrous oxide as a liquid propellant, both physically separate. That is to say that the fuel is in the engine and the oxidizer is held in a separate tank upstream, but also in different phases. The fuel is solid and the oxidizer is liquid, which presents a challenge for combustion because both of these propellants need to be in vapor form in order to properly mix and combust. And so one of the big questions I've had to answer in terms of working on injectors is, one, how to get the nitrous oxide that is liquid to vaporize so that it can combust, and two, how to deliver the right quantities of nitrous oxide to the engine so that we have the most efficient, stoichiometric combustion. And the component that is in charge of controlling all this is the injector. Its entire job is to regulate the delivery of oxidizer into the combustion chamber in a way that facilitates combustion, but also ensures a safe pressure drop so that, under no circumstances will the pressure in the combustion chamber exceed that of the tank. Because if that happens, then you open up the possibility for your combustion products to flow back into the tank. That triggers like large-scale nitrous decomposition and the rocket blows up. So the injector prevents all that from happening. And the way that it does this, the slides can go forward. There, okay. And the way that it does this is the injector is, to put it really simply, an orifice plate. How it works is that you have oxidizer that's coming upstream. It gets constricted the flow gets constricted as it flows through a bunch of tiny holes in the injector. And in doing so, you trade the velocity of your flow for, you trade an increase in velocity of the flow for reduced pressure, which has the, which you can sort of like see if in terms of Bernoulli's equation, where if the speed of the flow increases with the decrease in cross-sectional area, then the pressure of the nitrous oxide decreases, which has another benefit of providing this vaporization that we want. Because our nitrous oxide arrives as a saturated liquid, any drop in pressure will cause some of it to vaporize. So that's good to ensure that like the nitrous oxide we deliver into the combustion chamber is in a vapor form, which is appropriate for combustion. And so, well, to go into a little bit more detail into how this works, I'm going to now present sort of the model that we're using to estimate mass flow rates going through the injector, because it's really important that we deliver the right quantity of oxidizer. So the actual derivation of how it works, it starts quite simply with just the continuity equation. That is to say that the mass flow rate coming into the injector is the same, before as is going through the injector. If we make some notable assumptions that the flow is liquid the entire way throughout and thus is incompressible, we can say that the rho, the density before and after the injectors are the same, giving us this simplified version of the continuity equation, which if we rearrange to isolate for the initial velocity, gives us this form. Now, the second and final equation that we'll bring, that we'll consider, is Bernoulli's equation, which you've seen, which I've shown already before. It's got quite a few terms, but if we consider that there is a negligible height difference, before and into the injector, the third terms on both sides of the equation can be eliminated, giving us, this simplified form, and then it's a simple substitution of V1 into the modified Bernoulli's equation, which gives us this form. If we now isolate for the velocity of the fluid into the injector, we get this this fraction, the square root, and if we plug it back into the continuity equation, then the mass flow rate through the injector can be given by this expression. And well, in an ideal world, this would be true, but unfortunately, there's one effect that we did not consider that's really important in terms of injector design, which is flow separation. Basically, because going into the injector, the cross-sectional area in which the nitrous oxide flows decreases by such a sudden amount, we get what are called vena contracta that appear, which effectively reduce the effective cross-sectional diameter of the holes within the injector, which is quite troublesome for calculations because it means that whatever you design your injector to, you're probably going to get, in reality, a lower mass flow rate than that. So to account for this in terms of design, this expression that we have is usually going to be augmented with something called the discharge coefficient. This is an experimental parameter which can only be determined empirically, which is just meant to quantify, how much our vena contracta, how much is it messing up our estimate. It ranges from 0 to 1. 1 meaning that you have perfect ideal flow, there is no vena contracta, and 0 meaning that your injector is so quote unquote inefficient that the flow is entirely blocked. Okay, to simplify this equation just a little bit more into something that's more usable for us, if we consider that the ratio of the injector holes to the pipe that comes before it is really small, then the entire denominator of the square root simplifies to 1, and we end up with this form for the mass flow rate through the injector, which is the single-phase incompressible model that the MRT uses. So in terms of injector design, really what's the most important thing to try to get right through testing is to get accurate values for this discharge coefficient, because it's really dependent on physically how your injector looks. A lot of testing is required to make sure that we really narrow down a good value for the discharge coefficient, because this informs the mass flow rate that we're calculating through the injector, which thus affects how efficient combustion is and how much thrust is generated by a rocket, whether it's close to what we're estimating or not. And so typical values for the types of injectors that we in the rocket team use, which are just straight-edged, straight-hole showerhead injectors. Typical values given in literature are in the range of 0.6 to 0.9, but specifically 0.65 is given as a reasonable estimate. Yeah, so before I get into showing how we test these injectors, I want to quickly go over some caveats of the single-phase incompressible model that we use. Specifically, the assumptions that we made a while ago that the flow is both incompressible and single-phase. It turns out whether this is true or not is dependent on the pressure conditions before and after the injector. And indeed, in our case, usually what happens is that because the pressure drop through the injector causes flash vaporization, rather than ending up with just liquid the entire way throughout, we actually have vaporization, and so we have a two-phase mixture, which is compressible. Our single-phase incompressible model cannot account for these effects, but there is a different model called the homogeneous equilibrium one that we're working to get to work that can. And if we did have the homogeneous equilibrium model, our testing equipment to work with it, what we could do is we could reconcile both of them when we consider that, since whether the flow behaves according to the single-phase incompressible model or the homogeneous equilibrium model is dependent on the pressure conditions before and after the injector, there exists a point in which the behavior of your flow transitions from one to the other. And experiments done in literature using the Dyer model, which is what combines both these models together, has shown like a really noticeable, like really good accuracy in terms of predicting how your injector will behave across a range of pressure differentials. But yeah, so in our case, with the single-phase incompressible model, how has the McGill rocket team been testing for discharge coefficients? Here's a diagram of our engine in the typical like cold flow or hot fire configuration. Essentially, we have a tank of oxidizer, which is hanging from a load cell. The load cell measures the mass of the tank. And so as the tank discharges during a run, if we take the data and differentiate it with respect to time, we are able to obtain the mass flow rate of oxidizer leaving the tank, and thus the mass flow rate going through the injector. To obtain the pressure differential, which is the last thing we need to calculate discharge coefficients, there are two pressure transducers, one located before the injector and one located after, both of which combined give us the pressure drop across the injector, and we can calculate the discharge coefficients, just plot them as a function of time. So what has that looked like for us in the past? Well, here is a plot from a typical cold flow that we've had. Notice how the average value of the discharge coefficient is around 0.23. That is quite noticeably like less than typical values in literature, and so something is going on with like our testing. It could be that maybe some of the data that's measuring by the load cell is being biased by like plumbing or like other components that would like mess with the force experienced by the load cell. But it's also quite possible that just the engine setup itself is causing the behavior of the flow to diverge from the single-phase incompressible like model that we have set up. And if we take a closer look physically at what's going on, it's quite likely that this is the case, because especially compared to our rocket configuration, our engine setup contains a couple of like sharp elbows, which if you think of what that does on the flow as it passes through, it drops the pressure, which means that whereas initially coming from the tank, we would be having saturated liquid nitrous oxide, the drop in pressure causes a partial vaporization of this nitrous oxide, meaning that our injector is actually receiving a mixture of vapor and gas, which means it is two-phase compressible flow not accounted for by our model. So to get around it, over the past year, we've been building a separate standalone testing rig, which is designed to work with water, which fits the assumptions of our model much better. And just to show how it works really quickly, essentially, there is a flow meter that measures the mass flow rate of water going through and into the injector, and a pressure transducer before the injector, which gives the pre-injector pressure. Post-injector pressure is simply assumed to be atmospheric, and this gives us everything that we need to calculate discharge coefficients. As for how the system itself works, we have a water tank, which is pressurized with nitrogen gas. So after filling a tank with water, we open a valve, the water pressurizes, and then there's just a second valve to open, which when we do, this happens. Oh, the video didn't play. Oh no. Okay, well, there's a lot of water that shoots through. It's quite loud. It's quite impressive. I personally was very happy to see it working the first time. But looking at the data that we obtain from this testing rig, if we take a look at like the average discharge coefficients that we obtain, we'll see the value is 0.67, which is almost exactly like it corresponds very closely with like the recommended values, which is really reassuring, especially because we've since performed more, and this is a consistent value that we're hitting. So it's really good to have this more complete picture of how our injectors behave, and it opens up the path for further testing into injectors. So far, all the actual testing that we've done on injectors is being able to properly calculate the mass flow rates that we're designing for. But there's another component there's another role that injectors play in hybrid rockets, in that because it is in charge of delivering oxidizer to the combustion chamber, it it follows that changing the way that this oxidizer is delivered can affect the dynamics of combustion, which then also affects engine efficiency. So just to go over a couple of designs that we're looking into, we've been researching a lot of ways to optimize injector designs, whether this is just making slight tweaks to existing shower head designs, or just looking into new injector types altogether. So to go over them really quickly, the first category that we've been looking into are what I like to call straight hole injectors. These include the shower head, which is the flight injector that we have right now. But if we look at the morphological chart in the bottom of the slide, there's a lot that we can play with respect to angling the holes of the injector. For example, if we angle the holes of the injector such that the flow twists on itself, we enter a category which are called vortex injectors, in which the tangential sort of components, the tangential momentum of the oxidizer, so it has been shown to increase combustion stability, but also promote more aggressive combustion because the oxidizer is being directed towards the fuel more directly than just being injected straight down the combustion chamber. If instead of angling the holes such that they twist, you angle them so that they point directly towards the fuel, you have what are called hollow cone injectors, which compared to vortex might not be as stable, but they offer extremely aggressive combustion. So also really interesting to look into. But there's one more thing that we can do with angling the holes, and that is rather than instead of angling them twisting or directs or towards the fuel, you angle them such that your two streams end up smashing into each other. You enter the realm of impinging injectors, which in particular are really promising because the action of smashing the streams of oxidizer together allows you to mist your oxidizer more finely, which means that you have a higher rate of vaporization of your oxidizer, which means that you have better mixing, which means that you have more efficient combustion. And so if you think about all of these different angular components you can add to injector holes, they're not mutually exclusive in the sense that it's possible to imagine sort of an impinging injector that also shoots streams in a vortex pattern, or a hollow, or a non-impinging injector that's some combination of vortex and hollow cone. And since all these angular hole components have varying effects on how your injector behaves, we're really interested in seeing if there's a way to optimize what these components are for specific engines that we want to develop in the future. But with that being said, there's also an entirely separate class of injectors that we're looking into this year, and that we actually started developing, which are swirl injectors. These are more commonly used in hybrid rockets, and the way they work, I actually have a model here if you'd like to see at our table, or come see me after the presentation. You have these swirl elements, or these swirl chambers, in which from the top, oxidizer enters through tangential inlets, swirls to the bottom of the tube, and then exits in a cone, which provides, you can sort of see this as providing both the benefits of vortex and impinging injectors, in that you have much finer atomization, but also more aggressive combustion. In literature, opinions are divided in terms of testing on whether this helps or hinders combustion. It seems to be really dependent on how specific engines are set up. But as an experimental injector to look into, it shows very high promise for potential. And so if I want to take a moment to go over the injector designs that we have developed at the moment on the next slide. This works. There. Okay, so the injectors that we have machined so far, here's a quick showcase of what we have. In the top picture, the middle two injectors are shower heads, and on the right, that is the swirl injector that we've been working on this year. I think it's really pretty. I think it's really cool. And what's even nicer is that we've tested it lightly with some water, and I have a video that we'll be playing. But it's really cool to see it's one thing to like read in papers to like see like, oh, this a cone is produced, but just actually looking at the cone of like water shoot out and twist on itself, I think is really, really fun. I don't think it's quite working. Oh. Okay. Can we move to the next slide? Oh, okay. PowerPoint has crashed. Okay. Well, yeah. That was about the end of my presentation, anyways. But if you want to see like videos of these injectors in action, or just like get a look on them yourselves, come see me at the McGill Rocket Team table. We're Team 32. And thank you. Any questions? At the vena contracta? Cavitation. Okay. Am I concerned about cavitation at the vena contracta? Personally, I don't quite think so. Like, if flash vaporization happens, and then that's quite. We have through testing, we have evidence to suggest that that's kind of been happening anyways, and our injectors have our showerhead injectors have not suffered for it. So whatever effect it has on the mass flow rate, I think it just gets absorbed by the discharge coefficient, and we can just deal with it empirically that way. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I can't hear you really well. Yeah. So another really interesting question about fuel grain geometries, specifically if we've been looking into different kinds. It's like the injector as it relates to the fuel. Well, they're quite close because the injector regulates the delivery of oxidizer to the fuel, and you kind of need both to ensure combustion. Currently, our fuel port geometry is it's just a single circular fuel port. Another point of research for our team next year is looking into whether changing the number of fuel ports or adding webbings can alter our thrust profile and thus optimize how when during flight we're producing thrust. But yeah, currently all of our injectors are designed for a single circular fuel port.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah.
Do you know how your injectors are affected by having the inlet to the injector countersunk?
Okay, so yeah, when I mentioned having two-phase flow before the injector being sort of a problem, that's sort of the question. That's the problem that the countersunk or the diffuser before the injector is meant to answer. If say during the rocket there were to be any drops in pressure, any head loss as the nitrous oxide goes through the valves and into the injector, having a diffuser right before the injector is meant to increase the pressure so that hopefully we're back to being a saturated liquid.
Thank you, Michael. Please, a round of applause for McGill Rocket Team.
Thank you very much.
Great presentation. Awesome. Okay. Maybe one day we'll put that bench kill hybrid to work, huh? It's been forever used as a decoration. All right, so for the next presenters, actually, I don't need to use this. I can use this directly. We have Ontario Tech and Space. Ontario Tech and Space Rocketry is a student design team based out of the Design Studio and Machine Shop at Ontario Tech University in Oshawa, Ontario. This is their third year in existence and third year participating in the last Launch Canada competition. OTSR will be presenting their work on an advanced control unit using a thrust vectoring control system. Everybody, please, a warm welcome for OTSR. Are you presenting? So this, the clicker,
pointed toward the computer.
Hey everyone, welcome to our presentation. I'm waiting for the slides to get up on the break. Sorry. Let's see. Perfect. Thank you very much. Hey everyone, my name's Israel, and here's Dorshid, and we have Dave, and there's a few people online with us as well. We're Ontario Tech Space and Rocketry, and we're based out of Oshawa, and our project is to display a controller that is versatile for multiple different vehicles. And so, right over here, doesn't really work. Sorry, technical difficulties. Okay, thank you. So, like I mentioned, the purpose of our tech dev project is the advanced control unit. And it's a very modular, high performance controller that's designed to be very adaptable. And it can be used in different applications, rocket, cars, drones. And we're trying to push it to the market because obviously behind every crazy cool control system, there's the actual computer that's responsible for it. And so our vision is to be able to see this in the industry being used as a development tool to help companies speed run the process of coming up with these rocket and vehicle technologies. And so it's really important because it really solves an industry need, especially in the ever-growing space industry. And it can also be applied to a bunch of other industries that are also pushing the limits of technology. So it helps push innovation a lot faster. And so our team is made up of a few undergrads from the university. Aryan Das, who is virtually with us here. He's a nuclear engineering student. And we have Ashi, Carl, Daniel, Dave, Dev, Dorshi, Ethan, me, and Ryan, William, and Yash. So here's a brief technical overview of the controllers we have. We've developed a few other boards for a particular one that's meant to be sort of off the shelf. The first one we've developed is called Nerve. Nerve is based on an STM controller, and it's integrated with a whole bunch of sensors. It can capture 9 degrees of freedom, which is IMU, and we also have CAN communication protocol. And it was the first ever iteration of our advanced control unit. You can see in the flow chart, it's a little difficult to see, but it has GPS sensors, pressure sensors, and it's actually a stack of 3 different PCBs, right? So they all communicate with one another. And here in my pocket, we actually have the very first waffle that we created, the very first disc. And this was a first iteration. It's not populated. You have to come over to the booth to see that. But our very first iteration was circular, and the other iterations, we changed the geometry to fit a much more wider scope of vehicles. And next we have Gemini, which Dorshi.
So adding on to that, the Gemini board acts as a redundant flight controller in tandem with the Nerve flight controller within the ACU. So basically, we are using a TC 4.1 microcontroller and a 4.0 microcontroller in the second iteration of the Gemini board, mainly because it's pretty fast, has pretty fast data processing, and is rather compact and easy to program. So in our first and second iteration, we had a couple of peripherals connected to the microcontroller, which include sensors, pyrotechnics, indicators, and so on and so forth, which can communicate with the nerve system and provide feedback and provide feedback over a CAN bus and compare the sensor data between the 2 flight controllers to see if there's any mismatch or offsetting, so that can correct itself during flight. At least that's the idea. So that's currently in development, but we have both the boards done, and connect them, communicate between two boards, and have them work in tandem as our in part of our ACU unit. Oh, also, sorry, I forgot. So this is this is the second iteration of the Gemini board. This is a blank board, but usually when it's assembled, we have a 4.0 TNC microcontroller on top of it, and some sensor peripherals and CAN bus, which we can connect with the rest of the NERV's flight controller system. So yeah, that's the idea of it.
And so through all this development, we've been able to come up with a complete board, and it's actually a startup company within like our team. Actually, someone from our team has decided to embark on a journey of creating a full-on computer that's capable to meet industry needs. And as it stands, the name we have is called Scalpel Space. It's a little hard to read, but if you come by our booth, we have the full controller with us, and we can give you a rundown of how it operates. And so in pushing to market, we explored different business cases. Most of these controllers are used in space and military defense. And so we were planning to push these controllers to help military startup companies develop a lot more of these technologies a lot faster. We're also looking into the idea of helping companies who are also exploring thrust vector control technology, which is actually one of the proof of concepts we came up with for this controller. And then we're also looking at the drone industry. As we've seen in the recent times, drones have become a really big topic of war and just mission planning. And so exploring these avenues really help us to sort of push it to a market that's very, very alive, right? So, and finally, we also have the STEM and education aspect, right? You're a new startup company. It takes a lot to develop and learn all these skills to design a controller, right? So we can use these tools to help people get into the field of trying to develop algorithms and methods of controlling different vehicles autonomously. And here's a chart going over some of the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats of this product. Now, obviously, it's a very complicated field. Like the nature of controller and vehicles, it's very difficult on its own. And some of the strengths we have is, like, for example, it's very scalable. So being able to have a module that can stack on top of each other and communicate using CAN allows for potential to connect to different vehicles at different scales. And then we also have a versatile ground station control system. So not just being able to have a controller on the rocket, but also being able to receive information on the ground is one of the strengths we can provide with the board, since they have integrated GPSs with radio communications on them. And proof of concept, like I mentioned, is vector control. Some opportunities we have is expanding into the aerospace market and also customization potential, so helping clients and customers meet their needs with specific targets and also specific control sensors that we may integrate. And then obviously like the industry partnerships that we get, like through all the vast industries. And threats that are explored or we explored within this project is obviously there's a lot of regulation and safety that has to be involved, and actually we'll be having to set a lot of these standards for ourselves. And there's also budget constraints with development costs, and it's a very competitive landscape because it's a really big problem that we're trying to solve in industry, right? And some of the weaknesses, it's very early stage in development, right? There's a competitive landscape, but everyone's still trying to push a product that is versatile for industry. It's research intensive, and the nature of it is very technical. And so we've also done a little bit of our financial analysis. The cost of one of our nerve boards that was developed is around $400 for a single unit. And once we get up to production, to reach that level, it'll cost around $2,500, right? So for us, it's a little expensive, but we've been able to sort of design the boards to be marketable at this stage. And so we looked in the long term, and we'll be hoping to have an operating cost of around $2,500 each year, and hopefully which will return us at the fifth year, $25,000. And so I think this is one of the online aspects for our presentation for Yeah. Sorry, is the audio for the online speakers working? Yeah. Hey, sorry. Is the audio? Oh, I think they're working on it. Some technical difficulties. Sorry. I think we're having some technical difficulties. Sorry.
Hey, y'all, if you want to talk, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry for the inconvenience. We'll maybe give them a few minutes to fix it.
Audio's not working?
Let me try and fix it. So they're a little.
You have something online? Yeah, they're like 20% of that.
Okay. Sorry, there's some issues with the audio, but I will continue for them. So the TechDev Mach-1 vehicle is the demonstration rocket that we have for this project, and as a dedicated testbed, evaluating our jet vane thrust control system. So right here, I actually have a piece of our proof of concept. So this is a jet vane control system. It has vanes that point in the exhaust of the rocket, and we're able to attach this very modularly to different diameters if we choose to. And we've chosen different materials, or we've done a lot of thermal analysis for it. And it's a lightweight design that allows for the integration of any particular model rockets. And the purpose of this is to display the complexity of what we can achieve with our controller, right? And so definitely with the given control authority we have with this, it's difficult inherently to be able to control a rocket with the vanes that we have here, but in a vacuum, it works ideally, and we're able to maneuver with the controller as best as we can. Next slide. And so here's an overview of what the mechanical system looks like. We have 4 different servos, and there's a few engineering requirements up there, and we've explored different materials: copper, Inconel, aluminum, and it features adapters between the servos, which would locate the servos from the center of the exhaust. Here's an exploded view of the module. And we also have our drone.
So we created a second test vehicle to show the capabilities of the board. So this is a monocopter thrust vectoring drone. It features an electric ducted fan for propulsion, or EDF, and 4 internal jet vane systems, similar in practice to how this works on the original Mark I rocket. So the entire rocket shell is 3D printed from PLA, which makes it cheap, cost-effective, and easy to produce. So for all of its applications, it's easy to adjust it to be able to fit anything that you need it to do. And despite its lightweight construction, the fan produces over 3 kilograms of force, which puts it comparable to other market standard drones configurations. So this is about on par with everything else in the market currently. And yeah, by housing the propulsion and control systems near the central part of the rocket or of the drone, this allows for greater flexibility for mounting payloads, rather than traditional drone designs which have propellers on the outskirts, which have difficulties when you're trying to mount near the side or the bottom because you have those propellers in the way. And yeah, so this display of capability further justifies the importance of having a versatile control unit able to adapt and change it to fit a company's needs in the ever-growing market, and its ability to adapt to multiple different test vehicles and all of its different ways of control.
Let's see if the audio on mine works this time.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay, I don't think the Zoom works. So I'll speak on this. So to test such projects, a stable, safe, and secure testing apparatus is a must. As a team, we applied a series of design processes to ensure accuracy and reliability within the design and its scope in the market. To begin, the design process consists of detailed research and a series of engineering, design, and manufacturing and assembly, and a series of tests to ensure that the flight stand design is viable for the project scope and the company's future scope. So the test stand was designed to test various designs and incorporate jet vane controls, allowing opening doors to various jet vane controls applications used in the industry. And so to manufacture the vanes, materials are the most critical aspect that must be analyzed thoroughly. This was done by using knowledge of heat transfer, which helped establish a thermal distribution analysis of various materials. 3 materials were considered for manufacturing: copper, Inconel, a specialty material, and aluminum. All of them are considered industry standard materials in the aerospace sector, allowing textbooks and research. Many initial conditions or parameters were discovered and noted down using Excel math, such as the F-15 motor thrust duration, measurements of the vanes, and other crucial information, where information and the data were compiled into a table and a chart for better visualization and analysis. Following extensive testing and iterative analysis, copper and Inconel emerged as the most suitable material choices. Both demonstrate an average temperature distribution of around 2900 Kelvin under a convective heat transfer coefficient of 250 watt per meters per Kelvin, indicating their strong capability to withstand the thermal demands of the project. The temperature remained consistent distributed along the length of the vanes from the end face to the tip, ensuring sufficient thermal reduction across multiple launches and tests. This uniformly minimizes the risk of material deformation, making them reliable candidates for repeated use without compromising structural integrity. To conclude with examples, the exact results confirmed a consistent temperature drop with increasing distance, validating the accuracy of the distribution trend line. Copper showed superior thermal performance with a steeper slope compared to Inconel, thus indicating more effective heat dissipation. Beyond thermal efficiency, copper was favored for its low machining cost compatibility with heat-in systems. Additionally, a sensitivity analysis was applied to visualize the trend of various heat coefficients when changed, like H equals to 235 or 175, for example. It is concluded that the trend line was changed in its placement, and initial end temperatures increased when the heat coefficient was chosen less than 250. But the scope was shaped similarly to H is equals to 250, but a little steeper because heat transfer occurs less efficiently between two mediums when H is less than 250. In short, establishing the appropriate heat coefficient is crucial in these stages of analysis. And we also did an ANSYS simulation, a very simplified model. One minute.
Hey, everyone. Are you guys able to hear me?
Here's a picture of some of the little testing we did. In the picture, you can actually see the vanes we made out of aluminum just for testing the manufacturing of it. And obviously they burnt because aluminum has a melting point of around 600 degrees Celsius, and the motor burns around 3000, right? And so the very first picture shows the instant that the rocket ignited, and you can actually see the angle that the vane produces. And then right after that, it melted, but it continued as expected. And so we actually have Inconel pieces at our desk. You come say hi and take a look at it, and also copper pieces to explore as well, which are yet to be tested.
So our plan moving forward as we continue doing development for the ACU project, number one, continue technology readiness and proof of concept. So we're going to be continuing the process of making sure the proof of concept it still works and everything's still fine. Number two, validation in niche applications. Number three, the productization and certification. So we make sure we're meeting like regulatory standards and all of that. Number four, market entry and scaling. So like the purpose of all this is we're trying to break into the market. Right. So the purpose of all of this, is so we can break into the market with this product that we'll be developing. So we're still doing a lot of like market research and trying to see what sectors or places or companies we can like help out with this product. And lastly, expansion and differentiation. So that'll be the end of the presentation. And any questions?
Thank you. We have time for one question. I do have one. So you guys are combining software or electrical hardware redesign with thrust vectoring control and like that control of a rocket's guidance, which is in the milliseconds. How are you designing your software to reduce latency to communicate with hardware efficiently?
That's a good question, and that's part of the challenge, right? Trying to be able to get data as fast as possible for controls, or else we get out of phase of the whole system. So we do have a ground station software called Gopher, and it's still in development, hasn't been fully tested, but it all comes down into the development of the actual control itself. Our Gopher receives the data through radio communications, and our ACU, the scalp SOP, we actually call it Momentum. It actually has the integrated means with the SCM controller to try and achieve those speeds, right? So it definitely is one of the challenges and part of the limitations, and it's something we're still exploring forward. So.
Thank you very much. One more round of applause with OTSR.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now going on to our next and final tech dev presentation for the day from University of Ottawa. So, University of Ottawa, UO Rocketry, am I saying it right? UO Rocketry? UO Rocketry is presenting today and is the University of Ottawa's multidisciplinary student rocketry team developing innovative aerospace technologies from hybrid rocket engines and custom avionics to novel parachute systems, precision air braking, and research payloads. The team has achieved top international rankings at the Spaceport America Cup, collaborates with academic and industry partners, and pursues ambitious goals such as joining the student rocketry space race to 100 kilometers and conducting microgravity experiments through the CAN RGX program. UO Rocketry will be presenting their work on beam forming, and I have no idea what that is, so I'm excited to learn today. Everybody please, University of Ottawa. Good afternoon. So I just want to clarify something. The beamforming project has been postponed to next year. You communicated it was like a miscommunication along the process. What we're going to be presenting today is the Argus sensor suite, which is, we're going to get to what it is and all this in a bit. But can we get the presentation slides going? The slides are not there. Awesome. So a little bit of history about us. We were founded in 2016. We've been a part of Spaceport and all of the Launch Canada competitions as of date. The main thing that we just we need to know about is that last year we were aiming for a minimum diameter rocket with an O3400 motor, aiming at 50,000 feet altitude. And what happened was we faced some issues, and there was an aerodynamic heating and some other issues that led to this project this year, this technical demo that we're going to be presenting. So our mission is to essentially create a series of sensor suites to measure the pressure, the temperature profile of the body of the rocket, and the strain that you face along, the flutter that you face along the fins using strain gauges. And these are going to be
developed using a series of dedicated sensor boards, which we're going to showcase in a bit.
Okay, so we're planning to fly the final iteration of this sensor suite on our full-scale rocket. But this year we have a scale version, which we're using just to validate the sensor system itself before it is then going to be used to validate our CFD results and other simulations. So in this little rocket named October Size, we're flying 4 of our sensor data logging boards at the top. We've got 2 pressure boards, and at the bottom, a strain board that measures strain in the fins and body tube, and a temperature sensor board measuring temperatures along the motor and at the fins. So here's our pressure board. So 2 of these, one on either side, run by a small LiPo battery in the center. These are modular boards, each designed to log data to their own SD card and connected over a CAN network just for timing synchronization. So in this pressure board, we have 8 pressure sensors. These are Wheatstone bridge sensors that are fed into 2 separate ADCs with multiplexers. We have all of this mounted inside an aluminum manifold. This is not only to distribute the pressure, but also hold all these sensors at a constant temperature. So we basically heat this up to a certain temperature above ambient, right now 30 degrees, and we calibrate all the sensors at this temperature because the pressure readings on the sensors are nonlinear with the temperature. So this is a simpler way to do it than calibrate across different temperature and pressure profiles. And this accommodates for all the changes in temperature that we'll see in a high altitude flight. And on the bottom, we have some of these pressure ports piped down through different sized tubes at different lengths, and we're going to be analyzing the effects of the tube diameter and validating our calculations on that to determine our final tube size. And at the top, we're porting them into the nose cone at various static ports, as well as a pitot tube at the top. And on the bottom half, we've got the strain and thermocouple boards. So we've got strain gauges on the fins. We're measuring bending stress. These are just cheap strain gauges, so decent linearity, but so we're going to calibrate them, and instead of measuring strain directly, we're going to be measuring the equivalent load on the fins and seeing if that matches our expected results. We've also got temperature sensors. Those are just measuring ambient temperature. On our full-scale rocket, they'll be used to measure the temperature at critical points due to aerodynamic heating. Here, we're just going to be measuring ambient temperature and temperatures of the motor and parachute bay during ejection, just to validate our sensor system. So our plan with this is to use this data mostly to validate CFD results when we fly our full-scale rocket. Here you can see a CFD we've run, just a custom envisaged simulation for our full-scale flight.
And then so let's just get into a little bit more into the boards themselves and what it actually entails. So there's 3 boards: Argus pressure, Argus strain, and Argus temperature. The first one being the Argus pressure. This is a standalone independent board for measuring pressure. It comes with 8 Amphenol pressure sensors, which are just like your typical piezoelectric Wheatstone bridge pressure sensor. Again, so we already talked about how it's completely isolated and thermally stabilized using a cartridge heater as well. And we do have a dedicated SD card to write to. So all the information is going to be stashed into the SD card as well. And then we also provide a CAN bus in which we're going to be using to relay that data to our main flight computer, and then down the line send that down as a part of the telemetry partially as well at a lower rate. But we also use the CAN interface to sync up all of these boards, because like in this demo flight, we only have like 4 boards, but in the main one, we're going to be having roughly about 20 boards of like replicas that are used across different parts of the body of the rocket. So all of these datas that are being synced, they need to be synced along the same timestamp. So you know that if there's a spike at which point it happened, and it's universally synced across every single board itself. And then if you go over, we already saw the manifold itself, the hose barbs and the tubing and everything else that comes into the pressure board itself. And then this is the Argus strain, which is, again, in a similar fashion. You got your typical Wheatstone bridge, but we have it configurable, so you can configure it based on whatever sort of a strain gauge configuration you have, that being half bridge, full bridge, or quarter bridge. You have your SD card, your typical CAN bus synchronization suite, and data transfer. And we can house up to 10 strain gauges per board. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention was that we're using a ADC that can sample up to 38 kilo samples a second, multiplexed over however many channels that you kind of have. So it kind of gets split up between those channels. And then over here we have the Argus temperature, which interfaces with a bunch of, up to I think 8 thermocouples. We also have local cold junction temperature compensation using RTDs. And in a similar fashion, you have your typical data recording and data relaying as well. And yeah, just a quick little breakdown of the budget. We're looking at roughly like 200 to 300 per board. And the main cost driver is usually just the initial, if you buy it in bulk, it's going to be cheaper. So the main one was the actual Amphenol sensors themselves for the pressure board specifically. Those are really expensive. But it does get cheap once you buy in bulk. And in terms of like mechanical components that you kind of need, like instead of stock metal and tubing, nothing too significant. But this is going to go down as we ramp up our production and buy in higher volume as well. And just to summarize, so this year we're going to be doing our little October Skies rocket, which you saw earlier. Just 4 boards, just to test out the functionality, see if it actually works. And then next year, we're going to be scaling this up to 21 boards across a much larger rocket, which will also provide us much needed information about the conditions that the rocket experiences during flight, and then also just how we can design better in the future as well. Thank you so much. We'll take any questions if there's any.
We have time for one question. No. 2 questions.
I'm making it 2 because I want to follow on. What did you use for your CFD? And then the follow-on question is, can you tell me about your mesh? How refined was it? Did you do a finer mesh near the tip? What kind of processing time, like core hours? Tell me about the CFD.
I'll redirect that to our CFD specialist, Eloise, right there. She's going to come over in a second, and then she can help you out in that part.
Hello. So the CFDs we ran are using a code that's written from a professor and his research group at our university. So it's all written in the university. The solver we used is solving the Euler's equations. So it's InVisid, but we'll be using those for our supersonic flight next year. So we're hoping that'll be a good approximation. And the mesh resolution was just over 1 million cells in 2D. So 1,000 in both directions. I think on 4 cores, it took about 5 hours for that specific one that we showed, yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, University of Ottawa. Beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
You know, when we think of supersonic rockets, we think of the airframe, we think about the propulsion, but all the avionics and the sensor suite also has to be adjusted for it. So very nice insight. Thank you so much. Okay. We are going on to the second part of the before noon part of the presentation of the conference, of the Launch Canada 2025 conference. And I would like to share a few points of information, and I'll invite Ariana to come up stage to present them. This is not okay. All right, thank you. We're back. All right, so welcome everybody for this second part of the morning of the first day of Launch Canada Conference 2025. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit biased for the next presentation, considering I spent a year of my life there. I also think the next speaker doesn't really need an introduction, considering he used to run this event. But like I said, I have a bias, so allow me to introduce our dear friend Zachary Harrison. Zach Harrison has been part of Launch Canada since its inception. After graduating from Toronto Metropolitan University in 2018 with a BEng in aerospace engineering, he founded the Ryerson Propulsion Group, now known as MACH. I kept saying Mac, but apparently that caused confusion, so MACH, while starting a career at Pratt & Whitney Canada and pursuing a master's degree. In 2022, he made the great decision to move to Quebec to join Reaction Dynamics, where he has been working on ground support equipment and flight fluid systems for the upcoming Aurora suborbital launch. So you know that I mean it when I say that we are blessed to have him speak today on responsive launch. Everyone, please welcome Zachary Harrison. And he is just setting up his PowerPoint and he'll be with us in a second. So I'm inviting everybody that wants to hear about reaction dynamics, and the next two presentations will be about Canadian rocket companies. If you want to learn about the ways that you can get involved in rocketry professionally in this country, this is the time. So I think I have a few minutes. I'll share my experience with reaction dynamics. I might as well. So I wanted to intern there so bad because back then it was the only Quebec aerospace company or rocketry company. I actually did my motorcycle license a year before my internship because they were based in Saint-Jean-sur-le-Richelieu, which is like a 50-minute drive from downtown Montreal where I live. And I told the interviewer a year in advance that I was going to apply, and I was doing my motorcycle license to work there in a year. And so I let him know, hey, what should I do to work there? He said, you need a vehicle. So I was like, okay, and you need these skills. So I spent the following year getting the skills, getting the motorcycle license, and I do want kids, so I stopped driving my motorcycle, but it was a great time. I actually haven't had the chance to work with Zach, however. I don't think our time overlapped. So, but as you can see, he is very resourceful in the back, figuring out his PowerPoint and more. As I'm here, I do have some announcements that I kept for later, but I'll pass them now. So the first announcement, this is important for all the teams that want to provide live stream material. So during the competition, as you know, we'll be able to project some of your media on the live stream. If you want to do that, we will require that you come a day in advance with a USB stick if you want it to be shown before your launch, for example. If you have a special request regarding timing. If you don't have a special request regarding timing, you can come at any time. We also have just mentioned that high altitude teams over 30,000 feet, we require your team captain and your simulation or flight trajectory lead to come downstairs for a conversation at 1:45 with the judges. So any high altitude teams at 1:45, we need your captain downstairs to have a conversation. And Monday morning, we will have a meeting at the launch site for the drone operators. Okay, so we're exploring the entire path of hardware failure from PowerPoint, the software stopped working, PowerPoint failed, the USB now is not working. We're going into the firmware next. The OS has to crash. After that, we need to lose power and maybe a tornado like at SAC. Well, I'm gonna touch wood before I say anything else. There are some things that I love to see, and 2 thumbs up is part of them. Everybody, please welcome our very own Zachary Harrison from Reaction Dynamics for his presentation. And thank you for everybody on the live stream that is attending this virtually. We're excited to have you as well.
All right, thanks, Cyril. I'll get it started here. Thanks, everybody, for joining me. I'm Zach Harrison. I'm here today to talk about reaction dynamics. That's where I work. I'm a launch systems and fluid systems designer. So just like a lot of you, I'm working on rockets as well, out in Montreal. We are Canada's dedicated and sovereign orbital launch company. We're headquartered in Longueuil, Quebec. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the projects that we've got on the go and introduce you to our company. I'm looking forward to your questions and chatting with you. We've got a booth in the back, so you can come talk to me afterwards. I'd love to chat about what we're doing and what you're doing. Just a little disclaimer, we do have some proprietary engine technology that unfortunately can't get too deep into the weeds about, but I don't want to discourage you from asking questions, though I apologize in advance if my answer isn't very satisfying, but I'll do my best. Alrighty, so who are we? We are Reaction Dynamics. We're developing breakthrough hybrid rocket technology to deliver responsive, dedicated, and cost-effective satellite launches. Our patented engine architecture enables us to have a safer, simpler, and a more reliable mission design. The key to that is by reducing the complexity of our engine down to just a few. That allows us to offer a stockpile-ready, responsive access to space for both commercial and government customers. And this is what the team looks like right now. So on the right, you've got our leadership team. Bashar, Maxime are veterans of the Oranos Polytechnique rocket team from many years ago. And in the photo, you can see all of us happy team members. We had just found out that the Quebec government had awarded us a $10 million grant and funding support. So we're very happy to get that. And actually, Francois Legault was just off screen to the side there. One thing I love about this photo is more than half of the people you see there were once a member of a Canadian student rocket team. So we come from here, basically. And what are we doing here? Why did we come? Oh. First of all, we want to let everybody know what we're doing. We're here to support Canada's biggest rocket competition, as we always do. We're also scouting for exceptional rocketeers that are looking to potentially join our team in the future. And we've got some big news recently that we'd love to share with you. Reaction Dynamics has been a proud sponsor of Launch Canada from the very outset. I'm very glad that I could be here this year and share with you a little bit, and that we actually have a booth with some hardware to show off. So it's really great to see developing our sponsorship for this event and getting more and more involved. You may have seen the company truck. Yesterday I was running some generators down to the site, so we're happy to help. Okay, going into the news. So just this past week, we had a news release actually issued by Maritime Launch. Canada secures sovereign path to orbit. Wonderful tagline. So we have committed equity investments in maritime launch services. And as part of that agreement, we've committed to launch our first orbital rocket from their site. They are going to be giving us a dedicated launch pad, and that's going to allow us to offer orbital launch out of Canso, Nova Scotia. And to quote Bashar, this exciting partnership allows us to focus on our strengths, building and launching rockets. And this is personally very relevant to me. As I mentioned, I'm a launch systems designer for Reaction Dynamics. So this means a lot more work put on my plate, and I'm happy to see it. This is what I've been looking forward to. Again, touching a little bit on our history with Launch Canada. So we need exceptional talent to accomplish our goal of launching orbital rockets from Canada. And we come to Launch Canada to find that talent. This is a photo from last year's awards ceremony. I'm hoping to make this a tradition every year to showcase all of the wonderful talent that is coming through the rocket teams here. So who here has applied to an internship at Reaction Dynamics before? Who has worked at Reaction Dynamics before? We've got a couple over here, and Cyril actually, one of the few interns who didn't make it into this photo, unfortunately. And a lot of these people are here today, so look out for them. We depend on our interns. Every term we have lots of work, too much work for our engineers, so we are always looking for support from eager students who are looking to fill some work terms and get some experience on real rocket hardware. Okay, now I'm gonna start talking about our ongoing projects at Reaction Dynamics. It's been a long time coming. We've been somewhat stealthy in the past, so we'd love to share a little bit about what's going on under the hood. First, I'm going to talk about our upcoming suborbital demonstration launch. We're chasing a early 2026 launch date for this rocket. It's going to be our first spaceflight mission, and this is a development platform that we're using to increase TRL basically on the systems that will enable orbital launch. So the primary goal of our mission is to test our propulsion system in real flight environment. So it's powered by our RE102 engine, hybrid rocket engine, and that should be sending our upper stage past the Kármán line. And we're gonna take all the lessons learned from that campaign and transfer it over to orbital. Then we've got our in-space propulsion project, Triumph. So we're partnered up with the Canadian Space Agency and Galaxia Mission Systems. So this is gonna be the first commercial contract to fly Canadian satellites aboard Canadian launch vehicles. So we're really happy to sign that agreement a few months ago with Galaxia, and we're working very closely with them to develop this mission. And those two projects basically are leading us towards our ultimate goal, which is orbital launch. So we're developing Aurora 8. It is intended to launch for a dedicated satellite launch for 50 to 200 kilo payloads. This is going to be Canada's first orbital launch, assuming nobody beats us to it. And we're going to be doing that from MLS, as I mentioned. Talking about our partners, like I said, Launch Canada has been very closely involved with us for many years. We look to Adam for advisory, just like all of the rocket teams do. Of course, we've got Maritime Launch, now our orbital site partner. We have 5 different active projects going on with the Canadian Space Agency, including the in-space propulsion and some projects related to our orbital and suborbital launches. We've, of course, got Galaxia Mission Systems, as I mentioned. So they're going to be basically our first customer, and we're working to develop our propulsion systems for their satellites going forward. We were also awarded a NATO contract through the, I may gotta get this right, Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, Diana Accelerator Program. So we've been working through that to explore ways that we can offer our technology to other interested parties, not just in Canada, but beyond. And finally, I want to mention Maya HTT. They're a simulation and modeling software partner. They help us develop the tools that we need to validate our designs through simulation. So we work closely with them on developing simulation tools. Okay, next I'm going to talk a little bit more about Aurora 1, the suborbital. If the clicker works. Can I get the next slide? Well, it wouldn't be a Launch Canada live stream without some technical difficulties, I guess, would it? Oh, PowerPoint crashed. I think I have an idea why. It just couldn't handle how awesome the next slide is. I'll give live stream a moment to get that going about.
Test. If one person can tolerate hardware difficulties at the conference, it is our ex-conference director. So I appreciate your flexibility.
Thank you, Cyril. Okay, we're back to clicking. Or it's just going to crash again. There's a video, that's probably why. It's a really cool one too. Oh, it crashed again. Okay, well, in this, if it doesn't disappear, you can kind of see our engine there in the top left. And I wanted to show you guys a hot fire video of that engine running. That's the RE102. It is the first ever regeneratively cooled hybrid rocket engine. And we can do that because we use high test peroxide as our oxidizer. So hybrids with cooling nozzles have been done before, but we were the first to achieve a successful test with a fully integrated regen nozzle for our hybrid. And we do have a development unit over at our booth if you want to come check it out. Some of our previously tested hardware to show off. I'll give them a second. You might be coming back. Oh, that's me. All right, I'm just gonna keep going, I guess. So talking a little bit about the launch itself. So it's a 2-stage rocket. The second stage is entirely designed and built in-house by Reaction Dynamics. And the whole point, as I said, is to get our engine running at a high altitude and into space. I've been working closely with the team at Southern Launch in Southern Australia. I was actually down there about a month ago, scouting out the launch site and basically planning out where all my fluid lines and things will go. That experience brought me back to going down to New Mexico for Spaceport America, and it's getting me really excited for another big launch. So we're just like you guys. We're chasing our next flight, bigger and better than ever. What this mission is letting us do, in addition to validating our engine technology, is we get to tackle some other big challenges that you need to conquer on the way to orbital flight. A big one of those is staging. So you're not going to see a lot of single stage to orbit rockets, I don't think, anytime soon. So we'll be using multiple stages to get to orbit. And the process of splitting your rocket at high velocity is something that's very difficult to test and validate on the ground. So having a flight test lets us really tackle that challenge and build a robust system so that we know how to do that going into building it bigger. The other big thing is launch operations. So getting the rocket into the air is a big challenge on its own. There's a lot of moving parts just in terms of logistics, moving around hardware, assembly. You got to fill your rocket, all that stuff. Some of those might seem trivial, but when your flight vehicle needs to be minimum weight as possible, that pushes you into some tricky design spaces. So there's a lot of moving parts you have to deal with, moving people and stuff around, and going through those paces will guide us on developing our orbital launch operations as well. So it's another thing that I've been working on heavily, which is writing procedures, testing them out, making sure the hardware all performs as planned. I don't know if we're going to get the slides back up there. You guys are working on that. We can just skip past the one that it doesn't like, but I do have some other cool photos I want to share. Hot off the presses, we just got a render of the suborbital vehicle, so I wanted to show you all what it looks like. It's a rocket that would be right at home here in the conference center. I wish we could have it here to show it off to you, but oh, we've got slides. Okay. Oh, and we even have the video. That's the render. Let's see if we can play here. Okay, I guess not. Anyway, this is Aurora 1, Aurora suborbital. As I said, a two-stage rocket. Some of you who have worked with us know what you're looking at, and you're seeing some of your work there. So you should be proud of what you've accomplished and your contribution to this rocket, because it takes a village, of course. So yeah. That second stage is powered by the RE102 hybrid engine. You can see the fins mounted to it there at the bottom of the stage. And then we've got our inner stage, very important system for separation. All right, so that's Aurora suborbital. Next, I'm going to talk a little bit about Triumph, our in-space propulsion project. So this is our 4U 5 kilonewton system, 5 kilonewton seconds propulsion system. We planned our first flight in 2027 with Galaxia. And ultimately, this system will be supporting Galaxia's Mission 1 satellite launch service. And this will be our first product in space. Our requirements are driven by our customer and a launch provider, which if anybody's actually tried to send anything to space, you know there's a lot of requirements, especially when you are trying to launch a custom pressure vessel full of hazardous propellants on board somebody else's rocket. They really want to know that it's going to be okay. So fundamentally, you know, it's a propulsion system, and we can put it on any satellite. So we're looking for other opportunities to commercialize our thrusters. We can design, you know, whatever size and shape and propellant you need. One of the big benefits of this system is it's very storable in space. So we've got 5 years of thrust ready to go for your satellite for whatever comes up in terms of avoidance maneuvers or whatnot along the way. Another big thing about Triumph is it's forced us to develop our quality management system quite a bit so that we can meet those requirements. So that's helping bring us up to the level of what you would expect from any other aerospace company in terms of hardware quality and reliability. All right, and next I'm going to go into la pièce de résistance. Oh, did we skip? There it is. Aurora 8. This is our orbital rocket. So we're basically taking the RE102 that we've developed our technology with and scaling it up to a bigger engine called the RE202. So we can iterate quickly on our engine designs using additive manufacturing. We're actively doing that. You may have seen a hot fire video of this engine recently posted on our LinkedIn page, and engine development is ongoing, of course. We are looking to assemble, build, manufacture as much of this rocket as possible in Canada to maximize the benefit here locally, and in the current environment that often helps with supply chain issues. The other big thing is we want to minimize complexity in our rocket compared to the typical launch vehicles, and our engine technology is really what allows us to do that. MLS is offering us the place to launch this rocket, but that doesn't mean we only have to launch from MLS. Part of the design philosophy is that we could ship ready to launch boosters basically anywhere in the world to launch into whatever orbit you need, basically whenever you need. So that's where the responsiveness comes in. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we differentiate ourselves from the others in that sense. So looking at the current launch ecosystem. So basically, if you want to launch a satellite these days, you've got a couple options, and we've got two big examples to compare with. So of course you've got rideshare. So you can put your satellite on a rocket with a bunch of other satellites. This is generally somewhat affordable in comparison to dedicated launch. And you know that the rocket you're flying on has a lot of flight heritage. So reliability is good. The problems though, you don't have any control over the flight schedule. So you're going to get slotted into launch somewhere in the future, and if that launch slips while your payload is waiting, like all the rest, so you don't have the flexibility to launch when you want, basically. The other big thing is rideshare can only put you into a certain orbit where basically everything is deployed, and if you want to go to any other orbit, you're going to have to maneuver from there. So that means you need more propellant or delta V. That generally pushes your satellite to get heavier, or you have to remove mass so you have more space for propellant. So conversely, with dedicated launch, you're sending your payload directly into the orbit you want. You have control over when you launch and where you're launching to. This is really important for time-sensitive payloads, of course. If your mission needs to happen now, then it has to happen. This is going to be, of course, much more expensive, and there's not a lot of rockets that you can launch on because you're only launching one payload per rocket, so you're limited by the number of rockets that you can launch. And so what's the RDX advantage in all this? We'll go to the next slide. So this is where our technology comes in. So when we look at the engines that typical launchers use with the RE101, 102 and 202, the value proposition is pretty clear. Historically, the reason liquids have been selected for launch is performance. Of course, the tyranny of the rocket equation, as we all know, pushes us to maximize efficiency and ISP above all else. And liquids are very good at doing this historically. But that doesn't mean a hybrid can't do the same job. And that's where our tech comes in. We've managed to find a balance between performance and simplicity that allows us to drive the overall system cost down dramatically. So what we lack in ISP, we can make up for it just by reducing our dry mass, adding more propellant. Going through some of the advantages here, also we use a room temperature liquid oxidizer that's high test peroxide, and our solid fuel blends are non-toxic and inert, so that can all be stored for relatively long periods of time before you have to worry about things like boil off or keeping your cryogens cold. Because we don't have the risk of basically the rocket exploding in the case of a failure, that allows us to simplify our ground operations and requirements quite a bit. So there's a lot of knock-on effects that reduce the cost of your overall launch when you put simplicity into the engine itself. Lastly, when you go to scale up a liquid rocket engine, you're not going to see the same performance just straight scaling up. That system level complexity introduces more constraints. So to scale up, you have to make changes. And making changes means you need to validate entirely new systems. By using additive manufacturing and working everything into a minimal number of parts, we can iterate very quickly. We can scale up our designs and test them rapidly and validate that quickly. All right, and that brings us to the path to launch, which is my last slide. So first of all, we need a world-class team, one I'm very proud to be a part of and look forward to welcoming you into. We've been hot firing our engines for about 6 years now, developing that engine technology first at the subscale, then with full-scale testing, development of the RE201, which led to the RE202. We closed the 101 engine development program and moved on to the 102. Right now, our personal best is about 8 hot fires in a single day on the same engine, basically just swapping in a new fuel grain every time. That basically brings us to where we are now. So we've been tackling some of the somewhat less technical obstacles. So we've secured backing from the government of Quebec, key investors like Tim Draper, among others, signing launch contracts, signing payload contracts, and ultimately closing our Series A financing this year. So we are well positioned to make it down the rest of this path. So looking at the upcoming milestones, our suborbital launch will be early next year. That comes along with the end of 202 validation testing. So our engine will be ready for the orbital launch by then. We've got our in-space propulsion launches in 2027 and onwards, and then planned for 2028 we are scaling up a rocket factory to build our orbital rockets. And ultimately, that takes us to our first launch attempt in 2028. All right. So looking forward to your questions. That's it for me. Thank you.
Beautiful presentation. And I think we have a surprise for you, Zach. I think we got the video playing on LinkedIn. Can we get the video playing?
Sure.
For the engine test. We won't do that right now, but we'll see if we have a few questions and maybe try again in a minute.
Yeah,
any questions from the audience? I'll come to you.
So the Triumph, which is an in-space propulsion system.
Yeah. Entirely, so we have a few minutes.
Hey there, rock fans, this is your propulsion
He's announcing for this.
penalty box. We just want to let you know that Northspace is going to be starting their talk now. They're presenting on their upcoming launch this August.
So, you know, it's always nice to have Canadian rocket companies come here because we see all these amazing student projects and they talk about, you know, the thrust vectoring control that they're developing, the beam controllers, the avionics. But at the end of the day, all of that is a grassroots movement, is energy that is being deployed towards developing something that is commercial, right? The objective is to be able to bring that flag into space and do it sustainably. So it's always nice to see the evolution of these projects and the evolution of these people into something that can contribute to our economy. So thank you for Reaction Dynamics and our next speaker for being here today. I have a small introduction, but like I said, you know, talking about people that don't really need an introduction, I think our next speaker is quite fitting. Rogo. By now, you probably have seen their logo, whether because they sponsor your team, you've interned there, or you've attended Canada's first space launch conference in Ottawa this year. And here, of course, we're talking about Northspace, specifically the founder and CEO, Rahul Goel. Rahul is a proud Canadian entrepreneur and aerospace engineer with a passion for economic development and helping engineers commercialize their research. Proof is he founded Northspace. He's a founder and chief executive of the company, a Canadian company developing an end-to-end orbital launch system. Rahul earned his bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of Toronto's Engineering Science program, where he founded, once again, he sounds like he likes to found a lot of things, the Robotics for Space Exploration team, and is currently pursuing a PhD in space robotics at the University of Toronto Institute for Aerospace Studies. Talking about founding teams, he is CEO of Feedloop, Northspace, Genepica, and Events 101 while doing his PhD part-time. Part-time or full-time? I don't think it would be feasible full-time, but I would not be surprised. On his free time, he also serves on the board of Launch Canada and actively mentors student engineering teams. So everyone, please welcome not only a friend, but a big part of our community, Rahul Goel.
Thank you for the introduction, Cyril. Really appreciate it. Always a privilege to be here. I'm sad this year we couldn't have more of our team. They're just working literally around the clock for the last several weeks preparing for our launch. We're headed out in 2 days and our launch window opens on the 25th. So I'll tell you a little bit about our launch and everything, but I want to start by just saying I still have goosebumps from that Concordia launch. I thought that was just one of the most amazing things that's happened in recent memory in space in Canada. That was so awesome. One of the reasons, in fact, I started Northspace a couple of years ago was when I heard Oleg, the director of the Star Sailor program. I was just like walking down the frozen aisle section of like Superstore, and I heard a podcast with him. And if you've met him and you know him, he's like so enthusiastic, and he spoke so enthusiastically about the work that they're doing. And I've always had this dream to start a company in space in Canada, and that was kind of one of the moments, one of maybe 2 or 3 moments where I'm like, all right, I think I got to do this. This is the right time. And then one thing leads to another. So it's amazing what students do. They inspire people older than students. I was a student not too long ago, but not anymore. I guess I am actually part-time. But real thanks to Concordia and congratulations to them. So if we can get the slides, I can get started. I figured what I'd do is last year I talked a little bit about kind of building a launch company in Canada, and I talked about some of the lessons that I've learned. And what I'm thinking is if I have the honor to do this again every year, maybe I'll just give you an update on some of the things that I've learned, some of the big mistakes we've made, so that when you all start your own launch companies as well in Canada, you don't have to do the same things make the same mistakes that we did. But I'll give you a couple updates on Northspace, and then I'll tell you about some of the lessons, and hopefully it's helpful. So, oops, back one. There we go. This is the only like doom and gloom, just the first. We're pretty far behind as Canadians. We just are. There's countries all over the world, and this is kind of, we all know this, right? We know you all graduate, you end up going to other places in the world to work on rockets. That's great. We really need to keep everyone here at home. And we're just so far behind. We're one of the only G7 nations really that doesn't have this capability, behind almost 20 others by our latest count. This is honestly unacceptable. And I'll tell you about how I sort of perceive this by the end of this presentation, because in my experience, it's you students who've been shouldering the burden of really bringing Canadian launch, folks like Adam, Launch Canada and everything. And I don't think it's fair. I think this is something that companies should be doing in our government. And you all benefit from the ecosystem that's created. You can work here and all of that. So I'm pretty upset about this, and we're going to change it for sure. I talked about this last year. I always do. I think we're facing an Avro Aero moment. Another big moment for me in my life was when I saw that full-scale model of the Avro Aero that's now at the Edenvale Aerodrome. And I couldn't believe that something like that existed, and then I couldn't believe that it didn't exist. And that really like broke my heart when I was a kid. And I committed myself kind of emotionally at that point that I wanted to be a part of aerospace and space flight. So I'm going to jump into some Northspace updates and tell you a little bit about this. It's really an honor to be following Reaction Dynamics. They've really set a strong precedent for launch in Canada, and we've learned a lot from them. But we are fundamentally a very different company. We describe Northspace as an end-to-end space missions company. That's very specifically why we've taken on this immense challenge of not just building rockets, but building everything that's under them and everything that goes on top of them as well. In our definition, in personally, sovereign launch for Canada means launching Canadian rockets from Canadian soil with Canadian payloads on top of them. And there is no way that if we miss even one of those things, it's not a true sovereign launch capability. And we remained unconvinced that that capability exists in Canada on the other two sides, so we could just focus on rockets. And we had to make sure that we actually develop a sovereign capability. So we took on the challenge to do all three, and it's been pretty hard. I'll tell you a little bit about it, but we've made great progress. So we're doing launch, we're building our own spaceport, we're building our own satellites, and we're also layering on all kinds of defense applications as well. We have 3 launch vehicles that are in our roadmap. We have Taiga, which is launching in 10 days. And this is like it's going to be so much fun to see this thing finally fly. It's been 6 months in the making, and we've just moved as fast as we possibly could to get this flight up and running. I'll tell you a little bit about our engine development and everything else. Tundra is going to be our first orbital vehicle that will run for a couple years as we ladder up to Titan, which would be 5 tons to low Earth orbit. And we're really investing in heavier lift. So at minimum 500 kilograms, which is why we're doing Tundra, but really we don't even think that's enough, and given the direction that the market is going, larger capabilities, constellations, and all of that. So we need to get, as Canadians in the early 2030s, to a medium lift launch vehicle, and there's just no way around that. So I'll tell you a little bit about Tundra. It's still a really exciting vehicle. It's powered in the first stage by 7 of our Hadfield engines. We're lucky to be endorsed by Chris Hadfield on this. I don't think he was incredibly happy when he first heard about it, but we really, I think we won him over. Our second stage is powered by one of our Garneau engines, very similar to the Hadfield, but vacuum optimized. Very fortunate that we were able to actually show Marc Garneau before his passing footage of his own engine development and hot firing as well. So the rocket itself, about 26 meters tall, 1.5 meters in diameter, and able to carry 500 kilograms to LEO, 300 to SSO. And I think this is one of the most important things. We do a lot of market research, and it's not enough. You know, a lot of companies around the world, they talk about X kilograms to LEO. You really have to be specific. How many kilograms are you taking to what inclination, to what orbit, to what altitude? And SSO is where the money is. So that's kind of like a minimum for us in order to get there. And we think we can eke out through like incredibly inefficient TLIs a lunar orbit as well. So, you know, that's kind of just my fantasy. So the Hadfield engine, so Northspace, we're going to turn 3 years old in October. We've come a really long way. We're going to be, by the end of this year, about 23 or so people on our team. We do almost all our own manufacturing. We've invested heavily in test facilities and everything else. But our Hadfield engine, completely designed from scratch, also 3D printed, truly a marvel of modern rocket science and development. And it's designed to scale. One of the things and the reasons we chose liquids is like, despite them being challenging, as Zach talked about, once you crack them, they can scale pretty effectively. And it really comes down to like larger tanks at the end of the day. But here's a little video showing what an engine looks like when it's coming out of the printer. We did pretty it up a little bit. But so this is all in our facility, made in Canada, 100% from the design to the manufacturing. It takes us about 60 hours to produce a single one of these engines, 30 hours to post-process it, and it hits our test cell. We're able to do anywhere between 5 to 10 hot fires in a single day and run this thing constantly. Obviously regeneratively cooled and all of that as well. So it's mesmerizing to see these things being produced right behind, you know, in our shop. Okay, just get the next slide. I'm having a little trouble here. Oh, there we go. Quick stats on the Hadfield engine, 35 kilonewtons of thrust. This is kind of where we're at right now. We may be actually a little bit over that, go a little bit over that. All the interesting numbers. You know, if you're curious, you can chat with me a little bit more about it, or even ping our engineers. We're super transparent. We love talking about what we do. So here's a video of what it looks like at our engine test facility, and I'll tell you a little bit about that. But this is what some of our hot fires look like. So we went through hell and back really trying to set up an engine test facility. We overstayed our welcome testing engines at Markham, and we moved super fast. So we had to find a way to like continue our testing. We ended up acquiring a large 50-acre property that used to be like a aggregate mine, and set ourselves up there within a matter of weeks. Completely built this new test cell. This is able to not just test our suborbital rocket engines, but also scale up to our orbital engines, but specifically to mate our turbopump systems that are in development right now. But anyway, we test our engines here. One of our big limitations that we're still trying to solve is just like being able to have enough propellant for longer and longer duration burns, several minutes at a time. That's just a perennial challenge, and we're working on things like on-site generation of liquid oxygen and all kinds of other solutions as well. That'll all actually scale up and support our spaceport also. So talking about the spaceport, we're working on our own launch site. Initially, this is really something that we didn't want to do, but it became apparent to us how important it is to do this in order to maintain the pace that we believe we need to maintain, not as a company, but as a country as well. So we call the Atlantic Spaceport Complex. It's on the southeast shore of Newfoundland and Labrador. Excitingly and very proudly, you know, with endless months of around-the-clock work, flying back and forth between Newfoundland, meeting politicians and everything, we were able to really push through and blast through walls, get the necessary approvals to actually start construction a couple of weeks ago. So there's two aspects to the Atlantic Spaceport Complex, Slick 1 and Slick 2. I'll tell you a little bit about that, but here's a quick video. So that's the area for Slick 2. This is where we're going to have mostly ground support equipment like radar tracking for range, SATCOM, and also a smaller launch pad. That's what we're going to be launching from in the next couple of days. But it'll also be able to support, you know, larger rockets, but not orbital rockets. So we are working pretty aggressively right now on a pretty exciting partnership with an American company that's going to be looking to launch from here. All of this is being used to test what our development is going to look like in the next couple of months at Slick 1. We're going to be building a much longer road there. And we're going to be building pads and all kinds of structures and propellant systems and all that. Lots of stuff. But obviously, gorgeous location. I think we're going to give Rocket Lab a run for their money. I think we might have the most beautiful launch site in the world. Let's make that happen. But it's a gorgeous place, and I really wish and hope some of you all can make it out there sometime. In terms of what we're doing there, like I said, Slick 1, orbital launch pad, we're going to have 2 pads there, one for us, one for partners. And at Slick 2, we're going to have all kinds of capabilities for communication, radar, mission control type stuff as well. On our timeline, we're tracking pretty well, but it is super aggressive. 2024 was identifying the location, 2025, getting all the initial approvals we require, and getting to start for construction going. 2026, making all those approvals permanent, and also continuing on with our construction. 2027, operational readiness for launch, all the way up to 29, where we're fully functional. Yeah, there isn't a lot of time to breathe, definitely, but we're making it happen. Finally, with the location itself, so if you're looking at it on a map, great location, 46-degree latitude. One of the things even Canadians often think, they're like, oh, can you launch from Canada? Like, isn't it too far north? We're the same latitude as Seattle. The Russians launched from exactly the same latitude since like the beginning of the space age. And we're launching like clear over the Atlantic Ocean. So 45, 46 to 100 degrees launch inclinations. There's nothing in between us and the Atlantic Ocean. It's actually really ideal, especially compared to some of the European launch sites. I think they really drew the short straw. But this is something that we're very encouraged by. I'll tell you a little bit about our satellite program and why this is just so important. For us, it's not just about building launch, but actually building the infrastructure so that at least 50% of our launch demand can come from Northspace internally. This is why we think companies like SpaceX or Rocket Lab are so successful, especially SpaceX. They're able to dog food their own capability. I mean, if you think about it, almost 70% of SpaceX launches are Starlink. So are they a rocket company or are they a satellite communications company? Hard to tell. And same with Rocket Lab, with Neutron, they're really investing heavily on their own buses and being able to launch their own capabilities on their own rockets. So anyway, we're working on our own satellite bus, we're working on in-space propulsion, and we're working on AI capabilities on the edge. That's all culminating with our first satellite that's launching next June. So we haven't made this public yet, but we just signed a contract to launch with Transporter 17, hopefully the first and last time on a non-Canadian rocket. Doesn't matter whose, just let's make sure it's Canadian. It's going to feature our main satellite bus that's able to scale up to about 16U and larger if we need to. It's going to have our electric propulsion thruster and our Chronos camera that's primarily, coincidentally, going to be working on wildfire prediction and management. So good timing on that part as well. So launch milestones, we have ours coming up in the next couple of days. That launch is going to just under, about 10 kilometers. And then we may or may not do another launch between then and orbital. It sort of really depends on our mission objectives. But I'll talk a little bit about mission objectives. This is one of the things that really kind of became apparent to me over the last year since I talked to you all last time, just how important mission objectives are. We have this thing, the Canadian Space Research Range is what we call the area that we're testing our engines, the one that you saw in that video. So like I said, it's a 50-acre property, and our intent behind that is to actually add more capabilities there so students can use it, but also other researchers. We have 2 propulsion test cells there right now, and we're going to be building another one over the next couple of months. But we wanted to be able to support robotics, astronomy, all kinds of other things as well. We're doing what we can to build infrastructure in the community. I think one of our biggest challenges in Canada is the fact that unlike the United States, we just don't have public infrastructure. We don't have launch sites, we don't have test facilities, and like a whole host of other things. And I don't think it should be on a private company necessarily to build that stuff, but somebody has to do it. So we're doing what we can with what we have. So our timeline, like how did we get here? We're almost about to turn 3. Like what's been the story so far? The story of Northspace is still largely intertwined with my own, but hopefully over time less and less so. I like to include this because, like you all, I've been in student design teams my whole life, starting in grade 5 at the bottom right with Lego Robotics. I don't like sharing that photo. It looks I look pretty pudgy, although I'm not looking too different now. But you know, worked on satellites, worked on rovers, worked on rockets, drones, you name it. So students are like, this is my world, and it not only is an honor for me to be here, but I absolutely believe students are our future, uniquely so in Canada. There's something in the water or the air that makes us so passionate, and we just punch way above our weight everywhere where we go. I won't go through every detail, but you know, born in '92, so I'm 33 years old, and like I took a pretty zigzag path to get here. I wanted to start Northspace back when I graduated in 2016 from undergrad. Very hard to raise a couple $1 million as a kid, kind of out of undergrad. Maybe it's easier these days. It wasn't for me. So I decided to take a detour and start other companies and try to make them successful so that by the time I turned 30, which was almost 3 years ago, I can take the first step and invest all my own capital into this company and de-risk it for the Canadian ecosystem, for the Canadian government from a technical and financial perspective, so that it's not a pipe dream, but it's like, look, we have something on the pad, we can scale this up, we can make it work, let's work together. So, you know, 2022, between Oleg and a bunch of other things, started Northspace, also met my wife, a lot of changes in my life, very positive ones, but certainly some challenges before that. So it started on my porch basically in 2023. So it was me and our chief propulsion engineer, Lakshmanan. We didn't have really a facility exactly then. So we're just blowing stuff up on my porch. I still have stains, I can't get them out. But you know, less than a year later, we set up a facility. We hired a bunch of people on our team. We did our own in-house manufacturing, fired our first engine. Less than a year later, we assembled our first vehicle, test fired that in a fully vertically integrated way back in January. All went great, and then started building our second vehicle. April 2024, rewinding up, you know, last year is when we identified our launch site for the ASX. May 2025, so just a couple months ago, we completed our month-long campaign with our new Dark Horse engine test cell, the video that you saw, and qualified our engine for flight. And you know, a bunch of other things along the way. So we have mostly our team, we have half our team working on this flight that's coming up, and the other half is working on things like space systems and orbital. So we've been working on things like orbital tank manufacturing, turbo pumps, and everything else. And I think one of the things I'm most excited about for this flight is being able to dedicate all the resources that we have right now on this mission and move them over to orbital, because we really need to get going on that ASAP. So yeah, July, you know, we had our vehicle ready, launch rail and everything ready, launch rail and everything good to go. Just final checks. Again, our team hasn't really slept in weeks, just making sure that we get all of this going. They're really like, this couldn't happen without our team, and many of them are, of course, were in your shoes just a couple of years ago. So it's going to be pretty great. August, like I said, construction started. So lots of big milestones we've been crossing. Our first satellite's going to be ready for integration by January, and yeah, lots on the horizon. So like I mentioned, the reason we've been able to move pretty fast is private capital, and one of the reasons, of course, number one definitely is our team, but you know, significant personal commitment, but also the commitment of everyone on our team as well, just tremendous personal sacrifice. But we're able to really make our own decisions, and I think that's what's allowed us to move really fast, and given me confidence as an investor in our own company that I can keep investing more. And we're really trying to do something hard here, which is trying to have the lowest program cost and not dilute our cap table at all before we perform our first orbital flight. We think that's going to really get our unit economics down so much to a point where when we're managing our own spaceport, managing our own bus, managing our own rocket, and managing our own cap table entirely, we can have a very compelling rocket program here in Canada. Launches within reach for Canada as well from like a finance perspective. One of the other misconceptions when we talk to people, again, you all know this, but outside people who know launch, it's like, it's going to cost Canada like billions of dollars to build a launch vehicle. It's not. I mean, and there's no reason. I mean, you can spend billions of dollars, and people have, but also the most successful companies haven't. SpaceX did Falcon 1 for about 80 million, almost 20 years ago. Rocket Lab, 95, and these are brilliant companies. I mean, it's bold of us to even compare ourselves to companies like these, but I think we have the right ethos, and I think we have the benefit of modern technology, and I think we can do that for even cheaper. So anyway, we're working right now in our phase B through a lot of different means. Again, we're really trying to avoid private capital, but that's going to get us to our first orbital flight, and phase C will allow us to fully scale this thing up. So we're aiming to do this for about 100 million CAD. I wanted to mention, because I think it's just the coolest thing ever, and that we have 2 rocket companies here in Canada. I think one of the cooler things also is that the approaches are just so different. I think this is really important for Canadians broadly who are not necessarily building the rockets, but to know that one of these approaches has got to work. On one end, you have us doing end-to-end, doing all this other stuff to really make sure that we have the entire ecosystem around us to make launch successful. And then you have reaction dynamics, brilliant engineers like Zach, really focused on making launch happen. And I think that's just the difference is really great. Completely different propulsion methodologies and philosophies behind it as well. And also, we're really trying to aim for the larger payload class, which is obviously comes with a lot of challenges. And one of these has to work. And for Canadians' sake, as long as one of them works, I think it's great. But it's really awesome to have two bets. And it's an honor to be in this healthy race with reaction dynamics. So what I've learned so far, I think this is pretty important. It's kind of an opportunity for me to reflect as well a little bit. There's certainly some things over the last year that I've completely changed direction on, and I'll tell you a little bit about those, and some that have been really reinforced. And hopefully some of these are interesting to you. And this is really from the lens of a commercial company, not as students. I think one of the biggest challenges for us, even for me, was to unlearn the student mindset and move into a professional mindset where it's honestly business decisions that drive so much of what we do and not the engineering challenge of it. One of the things I loved about being a student is we could just do things because they were hard. That's not a luxury we necessarily have as a commercial company. I'll tell you a little bit about that. But number one, and this hasn't changed for me, is time is everything. I have some benefit of being an entrepreneur before this in another context as well, and it's just dawned on me so many times that when somebody doesn't appreciate just the value of time, it becomes really hard, at least for me, to personally work with them. So a lot of people ask, what do you look for when you're hiring at Northspace? And I put this photo up. I'm guessing most of you watch Interstellar. It's one of my favorite scenes because if you listen to the soundtrack, they have this metronome with the every tick, every second. And for better or for worse, that's inside me every second of my life. I can't stop this thing. I have this metronome going, and it's setting the pace for my life. It's usually a great thing. Sometimes it drives me bananas, but that's what I look for personally when I'm hiring, among other things. And what I look for when we look at partners to work with us, whether they're partners on the ground or partners for people who are going to supply things for us on a rocket or launch with us, do they have that same sense of urgency? Do they have the same appreciation for time? And if they don't, we don't work with them. Straight up, we don't work with them. But if they do, or if they're even close and we know we can sort of sync up with them, then we do. So time is everything for us, and that guides so many of our decisions. You'll see some of that as I go on. The other thing I've really cemented, I kind of had this inkling last year, but it became really apparent to me that building something small is just about as hard as building something big. So go big every single time. It's going to be a little painful in the beginning. There's a bit of a mental barrier there. But at the end of the day, especially with rockets, things are so complex, space in general, that aim higher. There's the marginal difference is actually very minimal, at least so far in our experience, and I've heard this advice from many others as well. So that's why we're aiming for larger rockets and larger capabilities. That's why we're aiming for this end-to-end capability. And it's kind of really starting to settle in now. The whole shock factor around that, can we actually do all of this, has gone away, and now it's very tactical, very operational. We're actually figuring out how to make all these pieces come together. But it's definitely scary to start. But if I can, I want to see the next Concordia. I want to see Canada be the ones to even attempt the first student orbital flight. I think we can do this. Something I totally didn't appreciate last year that I do now is being honest about mission objectives. I kind of completely glossed over mission objectives. I knew about requirements, and really understood them. And I talk about like deleting requirements constantly and making things as simple as possible. But I think mission objectives really become your North Star for everything that you do in a company like this one, because this is where I think unlearning the student mindset has been most apparent. Because when we started a rocket company, we're like, we want to build our suborbital. We want to build a rocket that like for a really good example is actually our flight that's coming up. We had this decision to make. Do we want this to be like a space shot, or do we want to just look, what are we trying to achieve with this rocket, and what is the consequence for time? So one of the biggest things was how high do we want this thing to go, and what is the marginal gain with doing that? And it became apparent that it would take us an extra 6 months, roughly, maybe a year, to actually get to that point by adjusting a rocket to get there. But the value was so minimal. Within the first, call it 10 to 30 seconds of flight, we're able to actually learn everything that we needed to, that we wanted to. Again, there is marginal gain. So our mission objective was clear the launch rail, let this thing burn for about 10 seconds or whatever we need to, and move on to orbital. And that's exactly what we're doing, because as an orbital launch company, that's our priority. But if we were, in the mindset where we just wanted to do really amazing things because they're challenging, we might not have made that decision. So this doesn't apply necessarily to every company, but certainly does to us. This is something also that I've been really reflecting over. I think it's very important for a company, especially one like ours or launch companies in general, to really understand their why. Whether you like SpaceX or not, and my feelings about SpaceX have changed a little bit over time, I think they've been pretty consistent. Civilization on Mars, all that stuff. Great. I think that's cool. That sort of like drives you forward as a company. I don't think for a launch company it's enough to just be like, we want to build rockets because it's like important, and even like the sovereignty aspect is like it's pretty big, but it's still not enough. And currently for us, it's about, we have this vision that every country around the world, at least friendly country, we want to make them a spacefaring nation. And we want to be able to develop the formula end to end here in Canada by making Canada a true spacefaring nation first, and then copy and paste that capability all around the world so that every nation on Earth has the ability to reach space on their own and build their own space programs. So that's what we're really focused on over the next decade, and that's what's driving a lot of our why. But I think if you're going to start a rocket company, it's really important to have a why beyond just we want to build rockets because they're awesome. And they are. Little controversial, but I've always maintained that I think Canada has a serious innovation problem. We really over-index on innovation. I don't want this to sound like I'm discouraging innovation. I think actually the best place for innovation is where you guys are right now as students. The consequence isn't nearly as high, and why are you doing this? At least why I was doing it as a student was to learn as much as I possibly can, get as many hands-on skills as possible. And I think the innovation should come from universities, should come from students. But when it comes to building a capability, which is what we need here in Canada, not a technology, we need to depart a little bit from trying to find innovative differentiators with every single thing we do and just build something that works. We need to build, the Ford pickup truck that gets us to orbit, and that buys us the luxury to then start investing in other innovative projects. So let the business case guide you. I know that doesn't sound cool. I know we want the engineering side quest to be the be all and end all, and that's the fun stuff. We're all engineers here. But at the end of the day, if you're building an honest business, you have to let the business case guide you and focus on first principles. The last couple of things, I really find that we've tended to overestimate what we can do in a day and really underestimate what we can do in a month or a year. And this is something that we're just constantly, especially me, trying to like calibrate and like force myself out of. And this is especially true, I think, for very complex projects. So by constantly like talking about this as a team and talking about it with your peers, it really helps you kind of reframe things and make sure that you're actually trying to be realistic about what you can do in a single day, but not underestimating actually what you can do in the longer term. So this is one thing, again, from the student side, I had to unlearn, and it was a pretty painful one. It actually cost us probably a whole year on our program timeline. We could have been where we're at now, like last year. So first, it's really expensive, rocket hardware, as you all know. And second, it's just like fun to like build stuff. So, one of my earliest examples of this was trying to cut costs and all of that, right? Like for our first engine test cell, we needed a DAC. And we're like, man, like we don't want to drop 30 grand on like an NI system, and then another 30 on cards and all of that. We're gonna go with like LabJack, which, no offense, I'm sure many of you are using that. Oh, that was a really bad idea. And that we lost a lot of time, and time is money. So that was a major mistake, and that really reprogrammed my mind. It's like, look, if we're serious about building a rocket company, there are certain things we have to invest in, and we have to do it right, and focus not on kind of the enablement side. Let people who've already figured that out do that thing, and we focus on the engineering of the rockets and do that. Another really good example is this was a top-down thing for me. I'm like, we have to build all our PCBs in-house because that's the way we vertically integrate everything, and that's the way to do it. And we were building like PCBs to control like servos and stuff, and it was just a total nightmare because it adds months to your timeline. And you don't need to do it. You just like go online and you buy this thing, even from like in some cases like from Amazon. These are like acceptable devices. I'm not saying that that's where we get all our like high performance gear from, but a lot of stuff is out there. Why build stuff when you can buy it? But again, on the student side, I think it makes total sense. Seeing custom PCBs, seeing you guys make a lot from a little. I think that's what the student experience is all about. But we really had to unlearn that. I had to unlearn that over the last year, especially after some very, very painful and very expensive and costly mistakes on that front. Oh yeah, valves, they really suck. So if there's one reason to build solids, it's like less valves for sure. And it kind of comes down to the same thing, like hacking away with like Toys R Us valves versus like calling it Northspace versus like just getting the good quality stuff, or at least like medium quality stuff. Like it makes a big difference. So yeah, but this is not the end of our terrible experience with valves. We're proud to be sponsoring a bunch of teams here today. We also sponsor robotics, satellites, and all kinds of other things as well. Our team's really in our DNA. I wish more of our team could be here today, but they're just so busy. But we're trying to do more things, including create other competitive environments for students. The last thing, Apollo, the average age to get people to the moon. Like, I mean, if they could do this, like what, I don't know, like well over 60 years ago, I guess now. Like, come on, we can do this. 28 years. I think, like I said, students are going to pave the way for Canadian spaceflight, for opening everything space. You heard Zach said it as well. How many of their team members at Reaction Dynamics are from our students from Launch Canada and rocket teams? Same deal in our case. We can't do what we do without Launch Canada and without you all. And I think one of the coolest things is that they come in to a company like ours and they still believe the impossible is possible. And we try to maintain that. I try to maintain that personally as long as I possibly can. And there are some realities of working, in the professional world, but the impossible can be made possible. And I believe this. I ask this every single time. That's my last slide. Do we choose? This is a choice I think we consciously can make as Canadians. Are we going to be leaders? Are we going to be participants? I'm tired of being participants. I think we can lead. I know we can lead. We have a huge economy. We have amazing talent. You all go everywhere else and build other people's space programs. We can do that here. So let's lead, guys. Thank you for your time today. And congratulations and good luck with your launches.
Beautiful presentation, really. And I've had a chance to see Rahul speak a few times by now and assist him, and every time I end up being more excited than the previous one. I gotta say, congratulations and thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? I do have one to start the ball, if that's okay. I do have one to start, if that's okay. Like I said, every time you speak, I'm flabbergasted at your speed and how you achieve things in so efficient little time and big milestones. Any recommendations to entrepreneurs out there, students that want to start engineering in hard projects in Canada, on how they can achieve hard technical milestones in so short amount of time in the regulatory environment that we have in aerospace?
Yeah, I mean, it's really mostly a cultural thing. I mean, you need somebody on the team who has that like metronome, that drum beat I was talking about. That's why it was my first lesson learned, but just the importance of time. And often it comes down to like the first person on that team, and they set the pace. And you see that in sports, you see that everywhere. You have you have people that set the pace, and I think it's really important to recruit leaders as well on your team. One of the things that's often done in companies is you hire CEOs, right? And not every founder is necessarily ideal to be a CEO. I don't know if I am, but I'm in this role right now. So, but one of the qualities I would look for if I was in a student team is maybe you find somebody that's not necessarily an engineer, but has a great management style, and they are able to set that pace for you and help you with project management. One of the things that helped us tremendously was a year ago we had Derek join us on the operations side. And he's also an aerospace engineer, but doesn't do any technical work. But without his input on project management and like actually taking the sheer chaos that I'm constantly funneling towards him and like distilling that down into project management plans, speaking about it in a calm way, and like that just makes a world of a difference. So it's not enough to just be able to like talk about doing things fast and like cracking a whip or something. You really need to have a plan around that. We're still learning how to do that effectively. I think we can move 10 times faster. It's just trying to avoid the mistakes, some of the ones that I talked about as well.
So find the right people. Thank you.
People are everything. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Julian.
Hello, thank you. I just have a few questions about your printed engine. In particular, what kind of heat treatment process do you guys do on your engine? And I also want to ask about the envelope of the size print that you guys have.
You talk about heat treatment?
Yes.
Okay. I can't tell you the exact profile, but we have a furnace in our facility. We run it for about 36 hours. So that thing comes out looking pretty, not pretty, but I can maybe tell you a little bit more about that offline. But we've done a bunch of structural tests. We started with like 3D printing and then ran coupons inside there, done tensile tests and all kinds of other tests, figured out what the ideal situation was. So yeah, we baked the thing. And for the printer, so right now we have our first printer and currently our only printer. It's roughly about like 50 centimeters by 50 by 50. Just a little bit smaller than that. But we're looking now to get 2 new capabilities, one on a laser DED side and another which might be at the meter scale for powder bed fusion. So we haven't announced it yet, but we have something big coming on the additive manufacturing side.
Wow, thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Rahul. I just wanted to ask what your plans are for scaling up manufacturing capabilities so you can have that high launch cadence.
Scaling launch capabilities? Is that what you asked?
Scaling manufacturing.
Yeah, I mean, we try to use, other than 3D printing, which arguably can be called conventional in some circles now, we really try to like stick to conventional everything. So that's why conventional propellants, conventional manufacturing processes as best we can. So that just lends itself to us being able to use almost any machine shop and produce what we need in high quantities. Now our goal is definitely to do that in-house as much as we can. But if we're not using highly specialized equipment, then that means that we can leverage third parties. If we get demand for like somebody needs 100 launch vehicles like tomorrow, we can find a path to make that happen because we're not necessarily like creating our own machines and creating our own processes around that. But I think as much as we think about scaled manufacturing, it's not something that necessarily keeps us up at night. Right now, we call what we have like kind of a manufacturing lab. We're looking in the next year to quadruple the size of our facility, and that's going to be where we're actually going to be doing some more like production scale.
Awesome, thanks.
Sure.
Hi, Rahul. Just real checking in. You left off at valves suck, and that's so very true. In your experience, can you share with us valves that you'd say don't touch, don't even bother, you're wasting your time, we've learned the hard way?
Tell you about valves that don't suck?
No, the valves that made you really say valves suck, the ones that you're saying don't waste your time on.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's just it's us using valves. So there's certain places in our fluid control systems where we actually can use valves that aren't like purpose built for like rockets or very advanced aerospace, and we get away with them. I think really it's a lot of the cryo valves that give us some of the challenges, and um, it's us trying to cut corners. Like a year and a half ago, and not even cut corners, like cut expense. I mean, a single high quality valve can cost over $10,000 easily, like a single valve. So if we can get one that's 500 or 1,000 and like retrofit it for our systems, so I don't want to like necessarily dunk on valves that we use because we're kind of using them in a way that they weren't necessarily meant for, and they actually do work. Like I mean, we can make them work. There's certain areas where we're now like we've invested in higher quality valves and regulators. It's mostly our fault, I would say so far that we've mostly my fault, I would say, for why I have that impression.
Hi, Rahul. So you had a pretty good part on making a business case for an aerospace company like this, and I kind of had two questions about that. So what do you think is going to give you a competitive edge over like these small budget rocket companies like Rocket Labs in the States? And what challenges do you see yourself overcoming towards a road of profitability?
Couldn't exactly hear that question. I think business case and Rocket Lab.
Yeah, so what do you think is going to give yourself a competitive edge over budget aerospace companies like Rocket Labs? And then what challenges do you see yourself overcoming towards the road to profitability?
I mean, honestly, I think it's going to be really hard to compete against a company like Rocket Lab, especially out of the gate. Like, they're a fantastic company. A lot of what we do is model after them. Our market research indicates that there's going to be quite a lot of demand for access to space, for getting assets to space. It's only increasing. So our initial target market would be serving Canadian needs. We think we could probably do anywhere from like 5 to 10 dedicated launches just to serve the Canadian market first, and then scale that up depending on which direction we need to head to, whether it's building launch capabilities like I aspired to in my presentation for other countries, or just offering another solution. I mean, other than SpaceX and Rocket Lab, there really aren't that many, I guess, friendly nations that are regularly launching right now. So whether it's on the spaceport side, launch vehicle side, or anything else there, it's a bottleneck. I think there's a couple of really good companies that are up and coming, way further ahead than us. The last couple of years have kind of filtered through some of the other companies that weren't going to make it, which I think it's nice. It's left like kind of a new field for us to operate in. But it's going to be tough. Like, I don't think we're ever going to plan to go head to head with Rocket Lab and that be our business case right out of the gate. They're a fantastic company.
Thank you, Raul. As the original investor in your company that you put your own money into, what discipline, if there's one, would you say that when you wake up every day about putting your own money, your family on the line to do this, what's one discipline that you could share with the audience when it comes to an entrepreneurial mindset? Like, what's that one discipline that's a guiding principle for you that lets you be the leader that stands up here and say, we can do it, have a can-do attitude? So the question is, what's your most important principle as an entrepreneur when you put your own capital in?
Well, I mean, in my case, it's something I sort of committed myself to so long ago. And I'm the kind of guy, like, when I make a promise, I do everything I possibly can to keep it, especially if I make a promise to myself. So I think that fundamentally is really important. Initially, it was, I talk about finding your why. Like, for most of my life, it's like I wanted to build a space company because it's just so cool. And then it became apparent to me, after undergrad and after building another company, becoming a taxpayer and all of this, that like this is really more there's so much more to it. National security is definitely one thing that's topical today, but I hate seeing our jobs like disappear. I hate seeing our tax dollars disappear. I hate seeing our IP disappear. And I want to raise the standard even for aerospace engineers in Canada in terms of their compensation, in terms of everything else. So that drives me a lot these days. Space is like maybe 25% of it, and that's a really critical part of it. but I'm so committed to seeing Canada industrialize, and I think we have this unique positioning in the space side that we can focus on and make happen. But hey, it's definitely a pretty scary situation. But I came from nothing, so you know, I almost feel like I don't have anything to lose. I have a house and I have a car. That I'm not going to put those on the line, but everything else I'm ready to dedicate to Canada.
What a great way to finish this question period. Talking about, can you hear me well? Yes. So one thing personally that affects me is seeing some of my smartest colleagues finish their degree. They were raised in Canada. They got educated in Canada. Then they go to the US to work. And everybody makes their choices. But thank you for providing the opportunity to keep our students here. So everybody, one more round of applause for Northspace and Rahul Gold. Okay, so now we have 7 minutes to wait. I'm actually going to have lunch now because in 7 minutes we will have Scott Manley joining us live for questions from you guys. So he's going to be on the screens. We're going to have a mic stand and you're going to be able to come up and just ask him your questions. So have some water, have some snacks. I'm going to have my first meal of the day and then we'll be able to get started with Scott Manley. Thank you. patents covering gas turbines. I lost my track with 20 patents. It's crazy. Components, so compressors, combustors, and exhaust mixers, as well as aircraft interfaces such as oil and cooling systems. He has presented research at CASI, SAE, and the Berlin Beamforming Conference, and is passionate about emerging propulsion technologies, additive manufacturing, and fostering innovation within Canada's aerospace sector, which is very fitting for this year at Launch Canada. So everybody, in person and on the live stream, please welcome Ninad Joshi.
That was a flattering introduction, so thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Nice to see you all. So this is my third year here, so it feels as if I'm at home now. Yeah. So, what's my screen? Okay. All right. So I'm here to talk about Pratt & Whitney as your future career destination. You guys are doing state-of-the-art work here, including Concordia's recent achievements yesterday. So, guys, want to give them a round of applause before we progress? So taking a step back, what am I going to talk about? Okay, so, oops. Okay, so we'll briefly about who we are at Pratt & Whitney, what do we do, things we know and what we don't know about the Pratt & Whitney engines, what does the future look like, okay, and then why we need you, okay, and your ways to get in, okay. So now I'm going to dwell a bit more on why we need you, but I'm going to let this be a audience-driven forum, okay. So you would have to go through kind of couple of boring slides to a very exciting slides, but remaining is all yours, okay. All right, going forward, Pratt & Whitney is part of the Raytheon Technologies Group. So we are a $80 billion company. So that's what we recorded in 2024. We are a group of 185,000 employees with around 60,000 plus patents, okay? Now the 60,000 patents is a slightly diluted number because a lot of our technology is also protected using trade secret tags. So this is something that nobody comes to know. So take the 60,000 could really be 90,000 or 100,000 as well, okay? So take that, and so keep that at the back of your mind, okay? Moving on, Pratt & Whitney, as you all know, it designs, manufactures, and services most advanced aircraft engines and APUs. So all these engines are out in the field. So the first one being the Airbus, the second F-35, the helicopters, the commuter jets, and single-engine turboprops, and so on. So we are all over the aviation space, okay, and we are all over the world in terms of customer support and supplier network, okay. Zoning into Pratt & Whitney Canada, so we are into business jets, commuter jets, helicopters, smaller engine, smaller turboprops, and the APUs. So what I have in the extreme left column is two of the newest of our fleet, the Gulfstream 600 and the Falcon 6X airplanes. They went just about 2 years ago or 5 years ago. Okay, and these are all the engines that power our business jet line. So starting from the JT, from the JT15 to the PW500, 600s, and so on. So here you talk about engines as low as 1,000 pound thrust, all the way to 70,000 pound thrust. Okay. Next in the column is regional aviation. So this is a market that we strongly dominate with our PW127, PW150, and the other PW100 engine family. The main airframers in this market are ATR and the Dash 8Q400, and we are happy to power both of them. So here we talk about 1,000 to 6,000 truck horsepower range, and we cover that totally. So we occupy about a 95% market share, and we are very well established in the market. Okay. Coming in the middle, we talk about helicopters. So we are working with almost everybody in the industry, like Leonardo helicopters, Bell, Bell Textron, and so on. And the engines that we supply are the PW200s, the 210s, the PT6-Bs, and the PT6C-C. So these are the 4 engines that that typically go all the way from 500-600 horsepower all the way to 2,500 horsepower, which go in the heavy lift utility helicopters. Okay. In the turboprop segment, does anybody remember the dusty crop hopper from the movie Airplane, Disney movie Airplanes? Yeah. So that's the dusty crop hopper, the air tractor, in the bottom in yellow. Okay. And then also we have the luxury turboprops, the Textron King Air. Okay. So it's more of a turboprop segment, so where we are very well established. And again, we cover all the way from 500 all the way to almost 2,000 horsepower. Okay. Last to your right is the APU segment. So APUs are the auxiliary power units that are stuck away in the tail of an engine. So here we power everything that's small from the Airbus 320s all the way to bigger jets like the 787s or the Airbus 340, 380s, and the Boeing 747 which just retired. Okay, so we have the products here. We have our PW980, APS 5000 for the Boeing 787, APS 3200 for the Airbus 320 segment, the PW901 for the Boeing 747, and the APS 2300 for the Embraer E-Jet segment, the light commuter jet segment. Okay. The recent trailblazers coming out of Pratt & Whitney, Canada. So here I'm referring to the Longueuil facility on the South Shore. How many people are from Montreal, by the way? Okay. So you know the Longueuil facility very well. Okay. So PW800, also along with that, the Mississauga facility right by Pearson Airport. Anybody aware of that facility? Perfect. So PW800, the PW127XT, and the PT6E are recent game changers that came out. So PT6E was the oldest one, which came out around 2020. The PW127XT was also during COVID, and PW800 was slightly before COVID. So these are the recent trailblazers that have established themselves very well in the market and are doing well. Okay. Moving on, what makes them? So let's do a typical usage comparison. Okay, so can we have a raise of hands? When do you all graduate? Anybody graduating this year? Okay, one. Okay, so we'll make you the poster child. Okay, so let's say you join at Pratt. Okay, are you okay with that? Okay, perfect. You live somewhere where you're 50 kilometers of work one way. Are you okay with that? You have 4 engine starts per day. You start from your home, you drive to work. Then during your lunch break, you start your engine again, go to your favorite food spot, whatever, assuming you don't like the food in our cafeteria, which no one else does anyway, but don't tell that, okay? Then you go to work 5 days a week, okay? And you don't get any vacation, so you work 50 weeks a year. Is that okay with you? All right. So this is your typical usage pattern. Okay, so the day you get your appointment letter, you buy a brand new car for yourself. You're good with that? All right. So now you're going to have a 40-year career span. So you retire. Okay. Now per quarter. Okay. So in one quarter, you would have done about 240 engine starts. Okay. You would have driven for 6,000 kilometers, and you would have driven for about 90 hours. So what happens at 6,000 kilometers? You go in for a regular oil change, right? So now, 6,000 kilometers is a typical mission for our PW300 or PW800 airplane. So let me go have a hike around the block kind of thing, okay? Now, in 1 year, okay, you have 960 engine starts, you've driven for 24,000 kilometers, and you have driven for 360 hours, okay? So now, 1 year, nothing dramatic. You go for 10 years, okay? So 10 years, you have 9,600 engine starts, 240,000 kilometers, and 3,600 flight hours, okay? So what do you do with your car at 250,000 kilometers? Just scrap it, buy a new one, okay? So now, so this is the time between overhaul for our typical small PT6s, small turbofan engines, or helicopter engines, okay? So this is where they come back home, I missed you, mommy, kind of thing, okay? Am I okay with that? End of your career. How many cars have you used till then? 4 cars now, okay? So in 40 years, you would have accumulated 38,400 engine starts, you would have driven for 960,000 kilometers just to work. Remember, you have no vacation, okay? And then you would have driven for 14,400 hours, okay? So now, this is time between overhaul for our typical 300s and typical 100s. So the heavy duty engines, they come in home for their first servicing after about this span, right? Now, imagine in 40 years and 14,000 kilometers, they still command a reasonable value, okay? So you're still commanding selling the product at 40, 50, 60% of the cost, okay? And so on. They still command reasonable. Also, right where you look at this, okay, in your 10 years, 240,000 kilometers, okay, for an aviation engine, you are allowed one failed start. Out of 9,600 engine starts, you're allowed one failed start. So that is what is called the dispatch reliability, and this is what we assure, okay? So would your car deliver that performance? Okay, so this is why when you talk about aviation engines, you talk about the next level up or the next to next level up, okay? And this is what we do on a daily basis, and this is what we need you for, okay? Okay, so this is what establishes us in the market, and we attribute that to strategic investments and motivated employees, okay? So now, as you all know, we are a leading investor in R&D, okay? So let me focus on a bit more. Many of you stopped by my booth just to know what we are doing in the recent future, okay? So we are basically taking our baseline engine as is, okay, and continue on the green path. So continue to build propulsion efficiency and fuel efficiency around the same line. Then we are also taking the existing engine as a starting point, converting that to SAF and increasing the amount of SAF that we go in. We have several engines that are 100% SAF compatible, okay? Then we are also working on a full-scale demonstrator for the hybrid electric program. Have anybody seen that in the news? So we are building a full-scale demonstrator, and then we are also working on hydrogen as well, okay? So, and then these are roughly the timelines when we plan to develop them and put them into service, okay? Also, in terms of growth opportunities for you, okay? So, as I mentioned, the first axis where you see a section of the geared fan. So geared fan is again, like a home run product from Pratt & Whitney. It's doing very well in the market. So this is one of the strategies how we go on and increase the propulsion efficiency, okay? Similarly, so for young graduates like you have opportunities to work on the propulsion front and contribute to the engine cycle development for the future. On the top right, we have P&W engine voice technology. This is more about communicating from the engine to the airplane, from the engine to the ground server, monitoring your engine on a daily basis, predicting the maintenance capacities, predicting what's happening on the fleet and building on it, so on and so forth, okay? So there are a lot of technologies that are going in terms of increasing the hardware capacity of the existing FADEC. FADEC is the full authority digital engine control. So that's the control system that we use on our engines, okay? So there are lots of initiatives on increasing the hardware capacity, building cybersecurity onto that, and then making sure it communicates well with the server. They're talking about remote sensors and so on, okay? So that's a great career opportunity. Then at the bottom left, what I have is the sustainability. So sustainability initiatives primarily falls under introduction of new eco-friendly coatings that allow the engines to run at a higher temperature, as well as cause less of an environmental footprint during the manufacturing and end of life recycling, okay? Number two, we are also working on the aviation propulsion fuel change, so going to SAF and hydrogen, as I mentioned on the previous slide. Okay, and third is also building an ecosystem around it. You know, so helping the lower tier suppliers kind of match up to our demands. Okay. Also on the bottom right, growth opportunities also lie in terms of supporting Pratt & Whitney products across the world in terms of our MROs and customer service networks. Okay. We are also investing a lot into Industry 4.0. So anybody aware of what is Industry 4.0? Nobody heard the term? So Industry 4, okay, we see a big hand there. Okay, that's nice. Industry 4.0 is something where you have machines that kind of communicate to each other, and then you say, hey, I'm machining shafts, but this shaft has a slightly higher hardness, I'm going to need more time to machine. In the meantime, the next machine, let's say that's a drill or a tapping machine, you can wait, we can do some other job for now. So it kind of communicates on a real-time basis, okay? Or let's say if within the assigned time, it could not machine something to a certain dimension, so it passes on instructions to its next machine to go and say, hey, I might have missed so and so dimensions. Can you do that as part of your manufacturing cycle? Okay, so this is a communicative factory, something that we already know about. Factories communicating with the audience that monitors the facilities and the QA inspectors and production managers and so on. But here we are talking about factories where machines communicate with each other. Okay. Then we are also working on closed door technology. So closed door technology is where you just, let's say, take a blank of metal, put it in, just lock the door in, and suddenly that is machined, that's grinded, that's heat treated, and out comes a finished part that can directly go on a revenue engine. Okay. Then we are also focusing on modernization of the process through digital twins and so on, which will help us take real-time decisions as we inspect the manufacturing process the way when it's progressing. Okay. Does that sound interesting this far? Should I continue, or are you done? Enough of fun with me? Okay. All right. So short and long-term opportunities. Okay. So first one is the internship program. Okay. So we do hire close to 100 odd interns every term. Okay. The internships are, primarily they are hired in the Longueuil or Toronto locations. Plus we also hire in Lethbridge, we also hire in Halifax, we also hire at the Poland locations. Okay. So depending on whatever makes most sense to you, please apply. Then these are typically 4 to 16-month duration internships. Okay, and then you interact directly with your hiring manager, and then that's where so the process is very streamlined. There are no signatures to go through, and one interview kind of takes it all. Okay, then the jobs are spread across engineering, operations, and customer support organizations, and basically anybody who's in the second year to final year students qualify. Okay, and then we also extend that to graduate, undergraduate, masters, or PhD students as well. Okay? Nearly all disciplines are important just because of the interfacing of the company into multiple disciplines and so on. Hiring happens 3 terms a year, which is in sync with your academic calendars. Okay, and internships are active now for the winter session, and rotation programs hiring begin in September. Also, the new grad rotation program. Many of you stopped by the booth to pick up the flyers. Okay, so that posting should go up in first week of September. Okay, that's the new date that I got yesterday. Again, this is a 3-year rotation program across multiple disciplines. So you could, so intent is to give the new entrants a blend of everything that's done so that they could choose a career of their choice. Okay, and then this is what I covered: choose a long-term career direction. Okay, and then spread across multiple locations, as I said. Okay, and then this applies to graduate students, and we typically hire in cohorts. So we have 30 new cohorts a year, and then we hire 1 to 2 cohorts per year. Okay. Why a cohort program? Because essentially it's a very good learning, mentorship, as well as growing opportunity. So that way you know what not to get into or what to get into, and what to sign up for a lifetime. Okay. And even if you choose engineering, you get to move around the engine, understand what it is all about, what the complexity is before you make up your mind. Okay. Again, these are the locations that I mentioned. In Poland, we are in Rzeszów, where we do most of our engineering activity. Beyond that, we also have a plant in Kalisz. We have 3 sites in Canada. One is the corporate headquarters in Longueuil. Then we have in Mississauga too. Beyond that, we have 2 other sites in Halifax and Lethbridge. Okay. Okay. Connect with us. You know how to get in touch with us through LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and so on. So now, open for questions. Okay.
It's almost impressive every time to see how the possibilities are limitless, from helicopters to turboprop to all the propulsion options are amazing. So we have some
Swing
questions in
machine-
the audience.
Small swing machines like the APUs, all the way to big engines. So,
So I have a question. So like once you sell a PT6 to these different, so basically like you sell PT6s to various companies, the air tractor, all of these, do you get information back from them on how these engines are failing at the end of their life cycle and use that for future development?
yes, exactly. That's when I showed the engine wise program. Remember the slide on the top right. So we do have active monitoring of these engines. Okay, and so they do provide valuable insight into what we do. So in our industry, we use the term fleet flying hours and so on. So it's very much different against what's the usage in a car, because everybody who uses the engine has a specific mission to cater to, and all that gives us active insights into what we learn from them. So all of that helps us better understand the product, put better assumptions in the subsequent product, and increase the length of the increase the wingspan, increase the time span of the existing product as well.
Thanks for the talk.
Get it closer.
Yeah. Just wondering, are there many opportunities for people who are not Canadian?
People who are not Canadian, I mean, are you talking about like immigrants
Yeah.
here, or are you talking about people on work visas?
Immigrants.
Okay, let me
Or
address
sorry,
both part of
or
it for the benefit of audience. Okay. So once you have the right paperwork in place, nothing really prevents you from applying. Okay. What really happens if you are on a work visa as against as the the clearance process is a bit different. Okay, so that kind of that extends the time on which the clearance would be required. But in terms of applying for the positions and so on, there's really no limitation. I would encourage you to apply for whatever interests your career or whatever fits in your career direction.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that that's what makes the force of Canada and this competition, is that we bring minds from all over the world, the best minds here at Pratt & Whitney and at Launch Canada. Any other questions? I do have one selfishly myself. You mentioned the hydrogen lineup coming on in the 2030s. I think it was getting from blue to green around the 2030s. Could you give us a little bit more insight into that? What is it? What are the vehicles you're looking to power with hydrogen? What are the big challenges that you're facing on that side?
Okay, it's not so much that we want to power, it's the market is forcing us to power. Okay, so now the US economy is not moving as rapidly towards climate change as everybody would want it to move, so that's kind of building the lethargy into the system. Okay, but European Union is moving very, very fast. Okay, so they are talking about banning flights within a certain operating envelope. So basically thinking about short flights should be banned completely, because you spend a lot of carbon fuel going up and coming down. So it's only the middle place that you kind of clean up. So all those flights are likely to change. Okay, so it's not so much that we want to do it, it's just that we are proactive. We want to be up there, so when the market changes, we want to be there with the best product that beats everybody out of the market. Okay?
So you're being proactive and you're looking forward.
Yes.
So I know Safran recently had the first commercial electric motor that was like being sold to many companies. How do you think you're going to compete with these European companies in the R&D
Okay,
sphere?
so what I heard was you mentioned that Safran recently did a hybrid electric. So your question was, how is Pratt competing with that? Okay. So now we all are exposed to the same competitive forces, whether it's Safran or GE or Rolls or Pratt & Whitney. So we can breathe the same air, we sell products in the same market. So yes, we do. We are also targeting there. We also have. That's the reason why we have a hybrid electric demonstrator program. Now, as different companies get into different programs and so on, the big leverage that we have at RTX is, RTX. What I mentioned on the first slide, we are Pratt & Whitney and Collins put together. Collins is the biggest supplier of electric motors. Okay, so that way we are better powered to be like a single person or a single company propulsion provider. So that gives us an advantage. So we are addressing things like that. We are addressing those ways. I mean, I wouldn't say we are addressing those market opportunities, and we are working on products that will address that.
Thank you.
So you had mentioned previously talking about
Get it closer.
creating a hydrogen-powered engine. So is Pratt& Whitney also looking at creating the whole supply chain of supplying hydrogen as well to airports, or how is that supposed to work? Because currently there is no supply chain. So if you're introducing a product, how does that all work? Sorry.
So what I heard is Pratt & Whitney working on building a supply chain for ourselves. Is that what was that a question?
Yeah, like what? Like currently there is no supply chain for hydrogen. So if you implement a product that uses it, now you have to figure out how does it become practical to your operators.
Okay, supply chain for hydrogen, right? Yes, I mean, we are not getting into the business of supplying hydrogen or generating hydrogen, okay? But one of the things that, so a lot of these government or a lot of these hydrogen plants are kind of cross-subsidized by various government incentives, you know? So for you have the Bill APCCA and so on and so forth, 45B credits and so on, that come through different wings of the government. So we are not getting into the business of generating, but what we are open to is signing up long-term offtake agreements, you know. So the critical part is that we would be the consumers of hydrogen, and as big volume consumer, we are willing to sign those long-term documents now. So that is a big assurance that the government wants us to give, so that their investment into the supply chain is solidified. Okay. So we are not getting into the business of electrolyzers or making photo cells or creating all the ecosystem that is involved in creating hydrogen. There are smaller players who do that, but we are looking for consumption, and we are assuring a steady offtake from those facilities, which is contributing to the financial feasibility of the project.
We have time for one more question. If students are interested in a career at Pratt & Whitney or internships for the coming months, what can they do? Can they come talk to you right after this talk?
Yeah, talk to me right after. I'm here today and tomorrow, as long as you want me here. So you're welcome to talk to me. Otherwise, RTX Careers, that's the default website where everything shows up, you know. So that's a new way of doing business. So nothing gets, so even if you don't see our company opportunities posted in your universities, it may be attributed to their own different tie-ups and so on. Don't let that not bottle you. You go to RTX Careers yourself and you'll find those opportunities for yourself, okay?
Thank you a lot, everybody. A warm round of applause for Nina Joshi. Okay. Those I'm not going to repeat that, but essentially our next speaker is coming to talk about software and how failure is not an option. So, please welcome Dave Spencer from the technical sales and marketing teams at VT SCADA by Trihedral. With a mechanical engineering background and experience on projects ranging from the Gemini telescopes to national monitoring systems, Dave brings a wealth of insight on SCADA and HMI design. Before joining VT SCADA, he designed cutting-edge rotary joints for power, signal, hydraulic, and fiber optic applications in the defense and renewable energy sectors. Outside of work, he runs a small farm, cycles and surfs, and keeps his wilderness medicine skills sharp for search and rescue. Very nice. At Launch Canada, he will share practical insight into SCADA and HMI design drawn from years of hands-on experience with this presentation, Failure is Not an Option, how to build human-machine interfaces when safety is on the line. So please, everybody in person and all the people attending virtually via the live stream, welcome David Spencer.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dave Spencer, and today we're going to be talking a little bit about SCADA systems. If you're not familiar what the term SCADA means, and SCADA systems just isn't something you know, then this is the perfect presentation for you, because we're going to run through a lot of that, and we're going to explain a little bit about why we're here and what we're hoping to talk about. So I'm just waiting for my slides to queue up here, and then we'll kick things off. Perfect. Cool. So yeah, so I entitled my presentation SCADA Systems That Don't Suck because it's really easy to do SCADA systems poorly. And I want to give you some quick insights, some things you can do, some mindsets that you can take when you're building systems to make them work well for yourselves, your end users, customers. And this is the kind of thing you're going to see all over the place. SCADA systems are absolutely everywhere. All the water you drink, the power you use, the aircraft you fly over your heads, almost everything you buy has their processes controlled through SCADA systems and the regulatory reporting and everything done through SCADA systems. So just a quick piece before we get too far through it. I did want to acknowledge that I'm super excited for what you guys do. I'm so envious of these rockets that you're doing. Every year of my life, we gather once a year at a beach in Pictou County, Nova Scotia, and we would do a rocket launch contest. So again, this is basically since the day I was born, but we're using rockets that, you know, you would order off. We used to have to go to PEI, to a place called Great Hobbies, to get these. But yeah, so these are way, way, way smaller rockets than what you're doing. And you can see from some of the images there that, you know, the kind of safety and the kind of professionalism that you guys have at this event just wasn't something that was sort of central in mind back then. So anyway, so what are we talking about? We're talking about SCADA. So what is it? It's an acronym. Yes, kind of. So SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. And actually, if you look at it, the A and the and is kind of doesn't quite meet the rules of an acronym, but it's okay. We've added it because it makes it roll off the tongue a little bit better. We've also, you'll see SCADA written this way a lot of the time. It's because they've kind of turned it more into a word. You see this actually quite a bit. Radar has 2 extra A's in it, and they've just added them to, so radar actually, the acronym goes RDR, and the 2 A's are extra, just to make it roll off the tongue a little bit better. The other thing about SCADA systems is you'll hear it pronounced SCADA a lot of the time. You'll also hear it pronounced SCADA a lot of the time. And either way is technically correct. In North America, we tend to put a strong A in the front of it. So you hear somebody in North America will often say data, whereas somebody in the UK, you might hear data. So SCADA kind of falls into the same thing. So you could do SCADA, 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 doesn't matter. We've got a company that we deal with down in Florida, and every time I see them, they just say SCADA, SCADA, SCODA, because they never know what's right when they're talking to us. So in fact, in our own branding at VT SCADA where I work, we do SCADA with the lowercase in our brand, and in our big event that we do every year, we do SCADA fully uppercase like it's an acronym. So again, if you ever come across it, just pick whatever works for you, SCADA, SCADA, SCODA. So this picture on the left is really what old SCADA systems used to look like. They were industrial control rooms where a lot of information would come together. They were often built on the side of the PLC cabinets where the controllers that create the automation to automate industrial processes existed. And then they would have printers, and the printers would actually be printing out certain data that they wanted to have historical records of. So they would have these printers just going all the time, printing out what's going on in the data, printing their plot lines, and they would have enunciators and controls on the outside of these cabinets, which is what they'd use to actually make certain changes to the automation in how the plant's running. Now in modern plants, you're going to see that all move to computer screens, And one of the things there is we're showing a lot more data now because you can have the many screens and you can have it so it rolls through different information on the screens. So we're pulling in a lot of data these days compared to what they had. What they had previously actually did have some benefits because you had to really pay attention to what you cared about back then. You would only be able to show a limited amount, and so it made a lot more sense to pay attention to what was going on. So what are the primary goals of a SCADA system? We talked about the name a little bit. We showed a little bit of what it looks like. It's basically bringing I/O points in, and you can see here that we bring that in, and the main reasons that we're doing that are for reporting. We're looking for event notification, we're looking for system control, and we're also looking at historical data collection. So that's the if data, putting it into a container so you can recall it later. So if you go through an event, if you're doing telemetry, if you want to know what's happening during cures, there's all kinds of different instances where you're going to want to look at information over a period of time. And you bring it into the SCADA system, and it's going to do all of the things necessary to sort of capture that data, show that data, and make it available later through a number of different interfaces. The other thing that we can do is with the event notification, if something in the data goes outside of the bounds, it may not happen while you're there. So instead of waiting or finding out the next day that you had a problem in your process, it can actually call you or send you a text notification to say, hey, there's a problem here. You need to go look at this now before you have a bigger problem later. The other thing is even if you don't do that, the event notification will tell you when the problem occurred. So if you had a problem in, say, one of your processes, whether it happened a minute after you left or it happened a minute before you got back, it might hugely influence how you respond to that problem or whether or not you need to scrap parts or do something else because of that problem. So the other thing is anomaly detection. A good system should show you that there's a problem before that problem gets serious enough to cause side effects because of the problem. So the final couple of things are safety and security. A big piece of this is inside a control system. You wouldn't invite just anybody to go through and start turning dials and changing things. And with modern SCADA systems running on computers, see a lot more people who want access to that data. The data has a lot of value. It's used for a lot of different things. And people want to be able to read that data, interpret that data. We're seeing a lot of systems outside of the people who are just dealing directly with the SCADA data used in businesses. So controlling what they can do with that data or who has access to certain parts of the system is really important. And that really comes down to sort of safety, security, is making sure that everything is locked down when it needs to be. So how a SCADA system really works is basically on the left there, we've got different kinds of sensors. We may have little microprocessors, different controllers. You could have, motor controllers, temperature sensors, wind speed sensors, all kinds of different things that are off on the side. And they will typically talk back to another system. And that would be like a PLC, which is a programmable logic controller. It's a piece of industrial hardware that generally collects data and then makes the actual decisions on the plant. So that if you had a well, it's going to, as the water comes up in the well, it's going to say, hey, it's time to turn on this pump. And the water goes down, time to turn off the pump. And it's also going to do things like choose which pump has the lowest number of running hours. Well, okay, we're going to run that pump because we want to keep the pumps relatively balanced, or it's going to say, well, take this pump offline. We don't think something's right about it. And this is mostly happening inside of PLC type piece. So the RTU up top is remote telemetry. This is when you don't have direct access to the data, or you're running on a really low speed network. So the RTU typically is going to use a different communication protocol to go back to something like an HMI. And in that case, we'd like to use a protocol that's called report by exception. So it's saying instead of just getting the data all the time, we're going to wait for the data to change in a meaningful way, and then we're going to send that data. And that can be the difference in many systems between having to have a generator on site, powering the system, powering all of the communications that's going on, and having a small system measuring, say, some weather sensors that just runs off a watch battery and has communication over satellite network or some other kind of network. So when it comes to remote sensors, we say RBC or RBE, report by exception, for that communications can make a big difference, but you're not looking at high-speed data. With the PLC, typically we're talking about inside of a wired network or a relatively high-speed wireless network. In that case, say on average in SCADA systems, you're looking at a SCADA system when your data is probably around kind of 1 hertz, right? You're looking at 1 second between your data points. You can have thousands of data points, but you're not looking at, no, you can tighten that up a fair bit, but you do typically have the overhead in those systems of actually doing a query out to the device. So it's going to say, hey, what you got for data? Hey, what do you got for data? Hey, what do you got for data? Hey, what do you got for data? And that's just happening over and over and over again. So you're actually limited by the Ethernet overhead at some point of just establishing that connection. So like I say, there are ways to bundle data and then send data in bigger chunks, but for the most part, this is what we see. So when we look at that system, I think a big piece that I like to tell people when they're working with SCADA systems is to think about this system, and I think I'm partly biased to this because of the stuff I do with ground search and rescue, but we're partly biased to set up these systems and think about your brain a little bit when you do it. So in our brain, we've got our brain stem, which is the old, it's like the real like caveman, like pre-caveman portion of your brain. It's very old, it's very basic. It's responsible for core functionality. So your brain stem is really responsible for things like your breathing, keeping your heart pumping, keeping your blood pressure up. It's doing very basic control. It's a very old part of your brain. It's very basic in the functionality. And then you have some sort of mid-tier levels of your brain. This is the main part where you're looking at things like your balance and different things like kind of body systems that sit in the middle. And then you've got some of the higher parts of your brains that are more complex, right? So the complex part of your brain inside of your frontal lobe there, that's where you're doing a lot of your thinking, you're doing a lot of processing, you're carrying a lot of memories. It's complex, but that needs to sleep every night, basically, right? This complex part of your brain can disappear for a while and your heart doesn't stop, right? At least you hope it doesn't. So that mentality of taking simplicity and automation and bundling it to complexity and automation is a big piece of what we try to emphasize with SCADA systems. So, you know, you look at the brain, basically, if you're starting to get hypothermic, you're starting to get a lack of oxygen, you call it the umbles, because people start to get confused, they start to have problems. The first thing that happens isn't that your heart stops, right? That would be bad if you got a little bit cold and your heart gave out, right? So there's a thing called actually the Glasgow Coma Scale, and you can use that to actually measure how far back basically in the brain that processing is gone to help determine how sick somebody is when you may not be able to communicate with them easily and try to work at those symptoms. So there's different things that they do to stimulate the body, and then they look at those outcomes and try to figure out sort of how sick you really are when there may not be a lot of clues. So like I say, with the SCADA system, we employ something very similar. So basically, we talked about the controllers that are running the system. We talked about the SCADA system being hardware that's talking to the controllers, but there's this whole other piece of it. And if you were in the last presentation, you heard about Industry 4.0, some of the stuff that they're talking about. And it's a big piece of this sort of connected databases, bringing more information together. But a big part of that is that if the basic functionality of the process requires data that's 2 or 3 tiers away or exists in more complex systems, like if you need the interface from an AI system to do basic control, then you set up a system that's kind of set up to fail because you've got this whole layer of complexity, process, interconnection between different layers of the system. And if any of that goes down, then the core functionality of the system isn't going to work. So we always want people to develop these systems so that at the base level, you've got autonomy. And as you move through the systems, you're adding complexity, you're making it more efficient, you're able to do your reporting, you're able to meet all your requirements, but you're not actually affecting the core functionality of the process below it, right? Everything below the higher tiered process should still function well without that process there. That process should be there just to add to it, as opposed to be exclusive that they are all required. So let's talk a little bit about graphics and layout. Basically, this is actually what older SCADA systems used to look like. You'd look at a plant, you'd see something like this, and on the surface, it's telling you a lot of information, but it's too much, right? You can't tell if this plant is having the best day of its life or the worst day of its life. And that's a problem. right? So there's a whole thing in automation that's about making this better. So more modern SCADA systems, we've seen that we've got a lot better about laying out the pages. We've got access to more monitors. We've got higher resolution displays. We've got better graphics. And we've done quite a bit here. We've also gone through now where the problems used to be that we didn't have enough information and we had to make sacrifices to what we were doing. Now we've got too much information. We've got I/O on everything. We've got too much I/O. And everything has an alarm. So when alarms go off, you could hit 10, 15, 20 alarms. You get alarms because parts aren't working right, and those alarms keep recurring because those parts still aren't working. So a few years ago, they addressed this with it's called ISA 18.2, and it's a recommendation, a way to build systems that focuses on how you manage those alarms. So they call it alarm cascading. And so again, you look at an older system, you had to be very picky about how you showed those alarms because you only had so many lights that you could light up. Now in a modern system, you could have tons and tons and tons. You have thousands of alarms in one single system. It's not realistic for that operator to be clicking through them all the time. And operators would get fatigued by the nuisance of these alarms. And so IS 18.2 is brought in. There's other benefits. So it's built to help you manage your alarms, but it's also built to help you pick and understand the alarms. So think about a colorblind operator. At one time, if you were colorblind, you couldn't really work in front of the SCADA screens because you weren't able to tell between a critical alarm and an event, right? They potentially look the same to you. So ISA 18.2 said there's 3 ways to show how important or how critical an alarm is. We're going to give it a number, we're going to give it a symbol, and we're going to give it a color. So any one person with one disability or one area that they can't decipher has 2 other metrics that they could use, right? And it kind of makes sense that you can figure those out pretty quickly. Most people would infer that a diamond exists at a higher tier or a higher level than a circle. At least you would if you spent a day on a ski hill. So in a more modern alarm notification system, this is what we're kind of seeing. We can have lots of alarms going off, but we're getting color coding, we're getting more information, we're able to sort out those alarms more quickly. And we're also adding things like statistics on alarms to help people optimize those alarms. And so now we can have tons of alarms, but we're sort of able to more quickly say, this is the way those alarms are going off. If you've got too many of your alarms set up as critical, then you start to realize that you actually can't make good decisions on those alarms because they're all coming up as the worst case, right? You want to be able to triage people quickly to where they need to be, so you need to pay attention to where your alarms are. And we're doing things like alarm statistics. So if you have nuisance alarms, those come up, they're really obvious. You can pull those out and you can say, yeah, this is going off all the time. Here's the parameters that alarm has. So if we change this, that should fix the problem. Now, when it comes to actually drawing these pages on the screen, a lot of people would draw these pages from what you had seen previously. We saw the pages, lots of color, sort of realistic graphics, but the more modern impression is that that's not the best way to do it, that you should be taking those projects and turning them into something that makes them a lot more subtle. I know it doesn't look as good, it's not as attractive, but the idea is that it more quickly allows you to focus your attention to areas where there's issues. And so this is all brought in as part of ISA 101. There's parts of ISA 101, though, that I think we could really improve. So there's some bars along the bottom there. One of them, you can see the red, where the indicator is the second one in. The one before it, that's gray. So what I don't like about this is that they tell you not to have color where there isn't alarms, but you don't know what the consequence is going to be into going into that space until you're in it. So I do like having some color to give you that information. And an area, actually, the aeronautical area has done this a long time ago. They've done a really good job of it. They spent a lot of time looking at it. And so we look at an old airspeed indicator. This is what we're seeing in a lot of HMIs these days. You build a gauge, you put it on there. Well, this is from World War I, right? It's been a long time ago that this got fixed in aeronautics. We're still talking steam gauges. And so you can see the correlation between SCADA system graphics and World War I alarms. So This is a more modern piece, but this got solved basically right around World War II. They started solving this and they started implementing these things. So you see this airspeed gauge. Now it's got some colors on it. So it's showing you the green area. This is your normal flight operation. Flaps up, gear up, full stick control, fly the airplane. If you're inside there, you can just fly the airplane. If you're in the yellow, you got to pay attention, right? You're going a little fast. If you snap the stick all the way over, you might damage the aircraft. If you're in the red, you got to take the airplane in and get it inspected. That's not a place you want to be. So whereas that white bar, that's telling you actually the range with the flaps down. So don't put the flaps down below 85 knots, but it's also telling you that your stall speed is below your normal operating speed there. So there's a lot of information, there's a lot of standardization there. So getting into a specific airplane, that will be set up for that airplane, right? So like I say, it makes it very easy. You look at a more modern glass cockpit, well, that little airspeed piece is just that one little bar that's kind of on the left side of that glass cockpit. That's the whole airspeed. So you've got that same mentality in your altitude, in your airspeed, in your heading, there's all kinds of stuff there. And if you get into a really complex aircraft like a jet fighter, then a lot of that information is going to be right on your heads-up display. So you don't even have to glance away from the horizon to see that information. So you can see how they've taken those gauges and they've really optimized it, because aircraft is very repeatable. So that design mentality translated from, not just one aircraft, but translates through to almost all aircraft. So they put a lot of effort into making this make sense. And we'd like to see that more in the SCADA industry as well, where we see people put more effort into optimizing their designs to better match the operator's needs. So what you can see here, that's an engine control unit. They've got a lot there that makes a lot of sense compared to the SCADA system. That actually looks like graphics we'd see in the SCADA system, but it has too much color to really meet what ISA would recommend. However, I think we could argue that that may or may not be the right way to go. All right, so this is an example of a SCADA system taking some of those ideas. So this is actually just a standard wet well page that we would have in BT SCADA, but you can see some of the set points, some of the things. There's started to be more information there than just the plot. And this is ISA 101. So it's not just the graphics. It has a lot to do with rolling back through, doing continuous improvement in those system designs as well. So there's a whole process around that I'm not going to talk about today. But you can see in their example, they've basically got a bunch of temperature gauges on a tank there. And you can see on the left, the temperature gauges are a bunch of numbers. It takes you a few seconds to look through those numbers and see whether or not this looks good, looks bad, does it make sense. Whereas on the right there, having those numbers in the case where the actual number may not matter, but the trend through the tank is more important, makes it much easier to see. So this is a final one. This is just an example app that was used for a sales demo that I did for a company on an island. Just trying to show them how it's also not necessarily important that you plot the raw data. We see it all the time. SCADA systems, there's an IO list, and everybody plots the data from the IO. The reality is most of the time that IO is telling them something. Like, do they care about the tank level because the tank level matters? Or do they care about the tank level because it's going to be 4 weeks to get that tank refilled, and they know when that tank gets down to 25%, they better get it refilled because they're probably going to run out before they get it filled again. So you got to ask about what the problems are. So in this case, we've got a SCADA system for a simple production line, but we've got some added things in there. We're looking at when the shift ends for the day. We're looking at the winds over the bridge to get to that island. And we're sending them alerts to say, hey, the bridge is going to be closed tomorrow, so you aren't going to have any trucks moving. You need to think about what you're going to do with all of the production that you have today, or you need to start moving things into a different area because you're not going to have space for it tomorrow. So they need to make those decisions. So pulling in that extra data, they say it's not affecting what's happening on the production floor unless the operator decides it does. And then with the tanks, I already kind of talked about that. The tank level maybe doesn't matter. In this case, we're telling them when those tanks are going to run out relative to the end of the shift. So they know that whether their box hoppers or their tanks need to be filled before the shift's over, and then they can more easily schedule that rather than finding it out and having a bit more of an emergency later in the day, because they might only need to run for another 15 minutes. if you're really focused on your process, then that 15 minutes could be the difference between meeting your metrics for the day and not meeting your metrics for the day. I think that's me. So cool. That's basically all I had. I just wanted to introduce SCADA systems. Like I say, they're in absolutely everything that you'll come across through your professional career. And I hope that that gives you kind of a quick introduction. I also hope that I sparked some areas inside of your own rockets, inside of the stuff you're doing. And I do want to tell you that we do have free licenses for universities. So if you would like to use the SCADA system, the software normally costs, in the tens of thousands of dollars, but it's free for you guys. So you can reach out to us and we can help get you connected, get you hooked up, and help, show you how to get started connecting the software to your devices. Great, thank you.
Thank you. We have time for a few questions. I think we have time for 2 questions from the audience. Well, I actually do have one because I'm actually new to SCADA and I haven't had the chance to experience the software or experience something similar. Where should I start if I want to learn about the software, how to use it? Is there tutorials online? Is there a good lecture series? What do you recommend?
Sure. Yeah, if you are interested in VT SCADA especially, one thing I will say is our package is all in one, so it's really easy to learn. You can be up and running in just a few minutes, so the historian and everything is all in one installer. You can download the normal, not as good as the version we give to universities, for smaller applications version of the product for free off our website. It's called VT SCADA Lite. And we have the VT SCADA University where you can just sign in there and go through the tutorials of getting connected into a built-in simulator, so you don't need hardware. And you can get all that started for free right off our website.
Thank you. And I want to thank you also for offering this software to our students. I'm sure we'll find a lot of ground control systems which will benefit from it. We have one question before our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Reese. I was flipping through your pamphlet just over lunch, and I had worked previously at a telecommunications company, and we were servicing a lot of water plants and their technology there. So I'm assuming that's also working with a SCADA system as well?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Where I live in Atlantic Canada,
Yep.
probably about 98% of the water plants there are using VT SCADA specifically.
So now you have a lot of that infrastructure connected to the broader network. How do you manage security and the safety of those critical systems now that they're integrated with the public internet?
Right. So typically that industrial network, so it would be on the inside an OT network, and there is a whole thing. We actually, when you download the product, we have a security document that we provide that is based on securing VT SCADA. It talks about in a secure environment how to create that layered network and how you can connect VT SCADA through to other systems. So VT SCADA is the only SCADA software that has true synchronization using our own service between the different servers. So you can actually put servers in different layers of your network as well. And we have a way to pass that data or synchronize that data through a firewall up. So whether you're using a data diode or whether you're using a firewall on VT SCADA's IANA registered port. So we have our own port number, which you can use, which isn't used by other services, that you can actually open up for just between those computers and set a one-way stream to allow that data to be passed through the network. Inside the OT network, we have built-in security. We have two-factor authentication that you can use with like an authenticator app or something. So even if you're air-gapped, you don't need access to the internet to do third-party authentication on two-factor. We can do it locally. So we've got a lot there. We support TLS. Our built-in web server supports TLS. We've got a system there to use that in a DMZ. And we also have synchronization. So you can have that data replicated on any number of servers. And so if one server goes down or you're just running updates or doing something, the services handled by that machine will automatically fail over to one of the other servers and be resynchronized once that server comes back. So like I say, from that perspective, like I say, it's pretty easy, but if you want to dive more into it, I'd be happy to chat with you.
Beautiful. Thank you, David. Thank you for your presentation.
All right, thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to this surprise guest appearance. And I've got to admit, we've kind of been cooking at Launch Canada. The lineup of speakers this year is pretty amazing, and we're just getting started. This is the first day of the conference, especially with our next speaker. Talking about cooking, the next speaker is not only an inspiration to me and to many here, he has also, whether he wants it or not, been my lunch mate for the last couple of years. Indeed, around my salads and lunch chili, I've had the best possible entertainment getting my deep space updates and my visual multi-angle COPV breakdown analyses from this man. Whether you found him through his RDE video, his analyses of 1960s analog control systems, or his rants on centrifugal launchers, Scott Manley is a big part of our community. For those that don't know, Scott Manley is a Scottish YouTuber, an astrophysicist who blends space, science, gaming, and technology to make complex topics accessible. With a background in physics and astronomy, he produces videos that demystify orbital mechanics, rocket design, and space exploration. He's particularly well known for his educational Kerbal Space Program series and gameplay, where he uses in-game scenarios to explain real-world physics. His channel's engaging and approachable style has garnered a large following among students like me and space enthusiasts like all of us. Today, we have the honor to welcome him live virtually at Launch Canada to answer your questions. We have put a mic in front of the audience, so if you want, you can come to the podium, or I can also walk in the crowd with a mic to ask your live questions. But to start, hello, Scott. Do you hear us? And are you flying safe?
Hello, Scott Manley here.
Beautiful. Thank you for having us. So, everybody, if you want to come and line up to the stage and come ask your questions, we'll be quite excited to answer them. And maybe I can start off with one. Scott, you seem like a very busy person. Can you tell us, if you are so involved with your YouTube channel, it sounds like you also have a day job. How do you compile both, and how do you not continue with the YouTube channel full time?
Well, so that's a fascinating thing, because as of Friday, I quit my day job. So, but the way you combine all those things is you prioritize.
They had some feedback issues with the audio system.
Okay. Well, let me know when I can speak again. Jimi Hendrix.
Want to try again?
I try again. Are we ready? Are we ready
good.
yet? All good. Hi again. Hello again. So I thought it was fascinating. You opened with this question about combining my day job and my hobby, which is YouTube, and my other hobbies, which is flying, and my family. And as I said, it was a big surprise to everyone that I basically stopped working at Apple this week. In the last few days, I'm suddenly free from one major piece of my work, and it was definitely part of the work. But the YouTube was always a hobby. It was an amazing hobby, and it's actually a hobby that makes me some money. But you always had to prioritize that. Family always had to come first, and then the work had to come first, because you had to make sure you got that in. But you would always find more than enough space in the day to do the research, to read things, to pay attention. And you would just keep note of everything, and eventually stories would emerge that I would want to tell. It only really took a few hours a day to make a lot of the videos. And if you can't find 3 hours in your day, then you're probably a student working very hard in a postgraduate work. But most people in day jobs can find that amount of time. I really just sort of live by the philosophy of whatever you do, just make sure you're not doing nothing. Don't be idle. But YouTube is very good to me, and I'm really hoping that I can turn it into a full-time. Well, I say YouTube. I think Scott Manley, the creator, is going to be a full-time thing going forwards, and I'm looking forward to that.
Answer, and thank you for the scoop that Scott Manley is now full-time on the YouTube series that we love so much. So I will walk in the crowd with the mic, and we'll be handing it to students with questions. Okay, this is my exercise of the day.
Hi, what are the next in-depth videos of space technology do you plan to release?
So the one that is right at the front of my mind. So I do have a bunch of stuff from a visit to NASA, but the thing I'm really going to go in depth on and study is nuclear electric propulsion. And the sort of reasoning behind that was I was flying with Jared Isaacman. I don't know if you know Polaris Dawn and Inspiration 4. I was out at his hangar this weekend in Bozeman, and he just kept on bringing it up, and I kept on sort of giving answers which I knew were only partially researched. So I'm going to go deep. I'm going to start doing math. I know that most of the studies I've looked at have been really nuclear electric for outer solar system, but there's a lot of questions about, is it useful in the inner solar system, for example, ferrying stuff to and from Mars? If you don't have ISRU and the ability to make propellant at Mars, then it does begin to make some sort of sense. So yeah, nuclear electric, that's a big, deep space thing that I'm going to look at for sure. And there's some other like historic accident investigations and stuff that I'm going to do. But yeah, nuclear electric.
I'll pass you to the next student.
Hi, Scott. My name is Ethan. I'm from the University of Alberta. I just want to start by saying, love your videos. I've been watching since 2013 with the Interstellar Quest, and you're a big part of the reason why I'm interested in aerospace, so thank you for that. My question comes from space telescopes, and I'm just curious if space debris, even from the size of like little flecks of paint and stuff like that, is a concern for things like the International Space Station. How do space telescopes like the JWST and Hubble and all that, how do they avoid the debris and possibly having their mirrors damaged by little micrometeoroids flying at extreme speeds?
Well, so space debris specifically is really a much more of a problem in low Earth orbit. There's just a lot more of it there. Once you get out to the Lagrange points, the density actually starts to drop off significantly once you get away from Earth, because we've really been polluting space near the Earth. Having said that, the whole thing about telescopes is you're using the entire surface of the mirror to collect light, and damage to specific sections of the mirror do cause degradation, but they don't cause a complete loss. And I know there is a pretty famous case of a telescope mirror where some disgruntled person took a shot at, literally shot a hole in this telescope mirror, and they were able to use it even after that damage. I don't know if it still operates today, but I remember seeing a picture of it like flagged out. So yeah, we've seen the James Webb Space Telescope has had like slow degradation in the mirror, but it's going to be fine for its lifetime. Hubble obviously is more contained, so it doesn't have nearly as much problem with debris. And you'll also get other missions where the telescopes are intentionally pointed in directions that will stop like interplanetary or interstellar dust from actually getting down in through the aperture. So they'll have pointing restrictions. Basically, don't point it in any direction where you're expecting debris to come from. So there's lots of different ways to limit it. But yeah, it's really, the bigger your mirror, the less you need to worry about the mirror getting damaged.
Thank you.
Hi, Scott. My name is Vlad from the University of Waterloo. Just want to say thank you for doing what you're doing. I think one of the first things I learned about rocketry was from watching your video on how the Saturn V started its engines, an old video from back in the day. So I just wanted to ask, I don't know if you've read the most recent update from SpaceX about Flight 9 and Ship 36, but do you think that the most recent press update about sending humans to Mars or Cyrus robots to Mars by 2026 is feasible? And if not, when do you hope to see or expect to see Starship going to Mars by?
Yeah, I think that I think SpaceX getting Starship to Mars, or at least launching towards Mars by 2026, is a massive. I think it's massively unlikely at this point with the COPV failure. It just pushes things out a little further. It's not impossible. Miracles can happen. I don't think Elon and SpaceX are going to give up on the notion. But here's the thing, they're just going to continue pushing forward and fixing the problems, and eventually they are getting to a position where they can do it. But I'll be honest, given their test flights, flying to Mars and landing on Mars suddenly changes the way you have to test. Because when they launch now, the test results are coming within minutes or hours. You're going to Mars and you're going to perform entry, descent, and landing with Starship. That's something they have to know will work beforehand, because Mars is a completely different environment. You know, when they're going to decelerate through Mars, the atmosphere, they've shown that they can actually control the vehicle using the aerodynamics. But the landing is a completely different transition speed on Mars because the atmosphere is so much thinner. So they're probably going to have to do things like test a transition to a braking attitude at higher velocities or so. I don't know. That's what I would like to see. They're just going to have to change the way they test. I don't think 2026 launches or transfer is happening. 2028, 29, I think is the next one. And so that would put them towards the end of the decade. Next decade, I think, is highly likely SpaceX landing something big on Mars. And I question of whether anything walks away from it is the next thing. And thankfully, the thing walking away will be robots. Okay.
Hi, Scott. My name's Ari from also the University of Waterloo. I think Mars presents a lot of challenges and maybe not as many benefits compared to some of the other planets. Example, Mercury is always closest to all the other planets and has a deep diamond reserve. Venus has sulfur in the atmosphere, etc. What would your preferred space advancement strategy be in terms of going and making use of other planets?
I would like to see starting on the moon first. The moon is obviously nearby. If you're going to be putting humans on it, then you have a much faster return possibilities, right? So you're not stuck there for years or potentially up to a year waiting for a return window if there's a problem. But I would say the next step out from the moon, if I was to send humans anywhere, I would actually send them to an asteroid, because you can come up with a near-Earth asteroid trajectory that takes you to the asteroid, lets you rendezvous, lets you do some testing, you're in deep space for maybe a few months, and you get back to Earth. And the launch windows, there's more of those windows, so you don't have to worry about being ready at a specific time. The duration is shorter, so it's like a half step in terms of crew durations in deep space between the moon and Mars. I think asteroids contain a lot of possibilities in terms of material reserves. It's just really a question. The problem with using any material reserves is we need to figure out how to actually use those. And we've already demonstrated that you can take the Martian atmosphere and use something like MOXIE to break it down and create oxygen. But actually, say, getting water out of the moon in the very small amounts, that's a big step. That's a technology, once they figure out, could apply to other places. So I think the moon is a good step to go next. So that's sort of my sort of general feel, is that we should find a half step between the moon and Mars before really sending humans to Mars.
Questions from the audience? Okay, we have a follow. Oh,
Hey Scott, my name is Owen. I'm from the University of British Columbia, Okanagan. My question for you is, with current advancements in AI and humanoid robotic technology, do you think there'll be a point at which robotic exploration will outpace human exploration and maybe negate the need for astronauts?
Well, I think we've already had far more solar system exploration with robots as it is. It's very hard to argue, if you're just doing the science, for sending humans, unless you're specifically studying humans up there. You're almost always going to get better science for a lower budget by sending robotic probes. But I think that humans like to identify with people. And if governments are funding things, they want things that humans can identify with. So, putting humans in space is a very, very potent thing. But ultimately, in the big picture thing, you're absolutely going to have to make sure that you know how to send humans for a long period, because it's always going to be there's a lot of like incentive for humanity to make sure that we go to space. Now, the next question is, will AI improve things? I think that what we're going to see is like onboard intelligence is going to become much more powerful, and we've already seen like the evolution of the rovers. You know, they have machine learning capabilities on them. The Perseverance rover, while it uses this old computer processor from 1997 as its CPU, it actually got like an image processing subsystem that was specifically designed to do a lot of image classification based algorithms. So that is very, very powerful for person disabled to actually between human recognize the terrain, make corrections without having to stop and ask a human what to do. We're just going to see more and more of that. I think there's a lot of talk about data centers in space, and the same advantage comes from putting more processor power on a spacecraft. If your link budget is weak, you can make up for it by having more powerful processors on there that can select the best data to send back and do some of the research for you before you even have to worry about downlinking it. Yeah, AI is just going to be omnipresent going forward, but I'm hoping that it won't obviate any need for humans, because nothing's as big and more interesting problem as putting humans in space.
Hello, Scott. My name is Hamza. Back to the lunar topic. I was just wondering what your thoughts are on the possibility or feasibility of a lunar base within the next decade or 2 decades.
The question is, how long does it operate for? How is it permanently staffed? And which countries actually do it? So there's definitely like a political is first as well. And I think what you'll see is various claims about what really constitutes the first lunar base. Was the Apollo 11 capsule technically a lunar base because they operated out of it for a little time? I think not. But at some point, you're going to see longer-lived, surface excursions, and we're probably going to see, I think that really a base is defined as having resources which are used by multiple visitors. So, if multiple teams come down and use rovers, then you can begin to argue that that is part of a base that's formed. So yeah, we're absolutely seeing that in the next 10, 20 years or so. And the question is how many, how big, and how many people and how long. There's just such a range of possibilities there. So yes.
All right. Also, one more thing. With lunar bases, I've seen research that there is helium-3 that could be harvested from the surface of the moon due to radiation from the sun, and it's used for fusion reactors. Do you think that's a very useful thing, or are there other resources that are better to get from the lunar surface?
Helium-3 has generally been great to hang stories off of, but in terms of practical energy from the moon right now, it's not really that feasible, because helium-3, the whole beautiful thing about helium-3 is that if you use it in fusion sources, right, then it releases energy, and the radiation that comes out is proton radiation. That's charged particles, and charged particles you can constrain with electromagnetic fields. When you take, the easiest fusion source that we have is deuterium and tritium, and that shoots out neutrons. Now, neutrons don't respond to magnetic fields. They just shoot out into space, and it's very hard to harness that energy. The energy, on one hand, is just simply lost from your reactor. And on the other hand, neutron radiation is really nasty. It's like the worst thing. It's heavy particles, and they're very penetrating, go straight through large volumes of shield, or large thicknesses of shielding. So anyway, helium-3, the beauty is that you could, in theory, create a reactor where you're capturing all the energy coming out and stopping stopping radiation coming out. The problem is, yeah, we don't know how to do the easiest one, which is deuterium and tritium, and helium-3 is like a massive step up in terms of difficulty. The thing about fusion is you basically, the traditional thermal fusion is you're creating this hot plasma, and the plasma gets so hot that the nuclei, when they smash into each other, they have enough thermal kinetic energy that they overcome the Coulomb barrier, right? That's the natural repulsion from the protons in the nucleus. So helium-3 has twice as many protons as deuterium or tritium, so therefore you need much hotter plasma. You need plasmas that are 4 times the temperature, roughly speaking. And that just pushes everything up by an order of magnitude. So until we've solved deuterium, tritium, helium-3 is mostly an interesting footnote. So yeah, it's a cool story nevertheless. And it would be very cool to have helium-3 fusion. Like the real advantage of helium-3 fusion is you can have small reactors, like on an aircraft or something, that you're not throwing all that radiation into deep space. Or, sorry, into the people crewing it. Deep space doesn't mind being irradiated, it's already full of radiation.
I will just walk to the next question.
Okay, good. Well, we're parked while my wife's picking up some sandwiches. I hope you guys know who Bob Marley is, because that's who we're going to see his kids.
Sorry. Hey, Scott, longtime viewer, first-time caller. It's agreed in space treaties that nobody can own land on, I believe, any planet or any body in outer space, but
no government.
No. Then you partially answered my question. With the cost of access to space coming at an all-time low, and we can imagine that it's inevitable that mining and exploiting resources in outer space will become profitable. And sort of, how do you see that evolving in the commercial and international conflicts and future treaties?
So, I mean, yeah, for anything to be commercially viable, there has to be some sort of profit motive. And the value of space is, or the value of like extracting resources from the moon or whatever, really comes down to the fact that the materials that you can extract from the moon are all boring. We have huge quantities of them on the Earth, aluminium, silicon, oxygen, right? We don't need to bring those back from the moon. But the fact that they sit outside the Earth's gravity well, that is the huge value, and so one concept that came around or was floated around and researched in the 70s was space-based solar power to power America. Giant, multi-kilometer solar power satellites that could beam power down to the US. And part of that research, they said, well, if we could build these using materials launched from the moon, then the cost of the entire process would be something like 3%, which is a massive gain. So if you can come up with a reason for orbital infrastructure and you can figure out a way to extract the aluminium and stuff to use it for construction, that becomes a commercial product that is viable. One example that's actually potentially viable with a low enough launch cost is, of course, data centers in space. And, there is a break-even point where this begins to work. And once you start looking at data centers in space and you start building really large things, then you start to ask, is it going to be cheaper to start building the stuff on the moon, building your solar cells and your structural elements on the moon, and then launching that up? So that is one possible market. There's very little thing. It's very hard to make justification for bringing stuff back. At a certain point, like if the launch costs get low enough, then yes, you can start to think about bringing back precious metals, right? On Earth, gold and platinum and all that, those are valuable because on the Earth, they love to mix with iron, and iron loves to sink to the core because it's heavy. So the crust of the Earth is depleted in these gold, platinum group minerals because they've all sunk to the core. Now, there's asteroids out there that are iron asteroids. That was because they were part of a planet. The planet had a core, the core formed, and it sucked down all the gold and iron, the gold, platinum, and everything in there. So those platinum or iron group asteroids, yeah, they're going to have these precious materials, platinum or gold, iridium and everything. And if the launch costs get low enough, then yes, there might be something there. But long before we get to that stage, the value will come from launching materials from the moon or from asteroids to do like much more boring construction. And, you know, I'll tell you what though, like iron meteorites are exceptionally cool materials. They have this awesome crystal pattern, the Widman-Staten patterns, which can only form when iron crystallizes over millions of years. It has to crystallize so slowly, has to cool so slowly to make this unique thing. So there's like a sort of precious metals in space kind of thing just by the nature. I like to point out that in history, in the Bronze Age, meteoritic iron fell to Earth and people learned how to work it. People learned how to make things with meteoritic iron before they figured out how to make real iron. So King Tutankhamun I believe he had a meteoritic iron dagger. And you got to think about it. This is like magic, right? This is something that fell from the sky and they made a knife which was stronger than anything else they could make. It's like the magic knives and swords and stuff from Dungeons and Dragons. So yeah, a little of a tangent there. But I think that it is really going to focus on the structural materials that are sitting outside the gravity well for things where we have a demand. And I think data centers may well be that thing. Space-based solar power, still a possibility. Yeah.
Thank you. We have time for one more question from the audience. Okay, lucky one.
Hi, Scott. Also a long-time viewer. So recently I saw a lot of hype about Planet X. So I want to know, like, do you think we actually have a pretty high chance of discovering it, like, recently, like, in the near future? And like, if we discover it, like, what's the like, how long will it take some country to actually send a probe to it?
Oh wow! Well, it took the US a long time to send a probe to Pluto, which was the original Planet X. If you look at the Discovery articles that were published around the time, Pluto was actually called Planet X, even though there was Planet 9. I guess the newspaper people didn't understand Roman numerals either, or they counted like Ceres as a planet, which doesn't make sense. I mean, look, here's the thing: we are continually finding large planetary bodies out in the Oort cloud, not in the Oort cloud, sorry, in the Edgeworth Kuiper belt, or the Kuiper belt, as most Americans call it. And the question is, will any of those end up being big enough? Will they actually be a planet that has like something that, you know, it will have an atmosphere, for example? And I honestly don't know. We've got a lot of new tools coming online that might help us. We have obviously Vera Rubin and we have the JWST. Those are two potential tools that might be able to help us find it. But the evidence that I've seen largely comes down to, we know something formed that could have formed that far out. And here's an interesting little dynamic quirk which suggests that these objects on long, highly eccentric orbits are avoiding this region of space, possibly because there's something like messing with their dynamics. But it's entirely possible. It's just we don't have enough information, and we'll start finding more objects with JWST and more likely the Vera Rubin telescope. And these things could just as easily find evidence that disproves the existence of a large Planet X out there. The universe is big. I think the main problem is if you go out to like the Kuiper belt, that large objects. So, you know, in the solar system, we have the terrestrial planets, and they tended to get bigger into Earth. And then we get to Mars, and they get smaller. And the reason is that Jupiter forms just at this point where suddenly water ice becomes a mineral, right? So it can actually collect that. Whereas the Earth and stuff, it didn't really form that much. So it was mostly the rocky materials. Jupiter forms faster. It stirs up the asteroid belt and stops Mars getting very big, stops asteroids forming. And then as you go further out, the densities start to get smaller again. And because the time that it takes for particles to find each other and the planetesimals to accrete starts to get longer and longer and longer. And eventually you get out and simply we don't get large bodies, we get these Kuiper Belt objects, which could be the size of Pluto, but that's not, some people would say that's not really planet-like, and some people would say it's planet-like. So there could well be Pluto-sized objects out there that we don't find, but I'm not sure we're 100% guaranteed to find something the size of Uranus or Neptune, which would be, I think, what they're really looking for a Planet X, because it's a pretty busy region out there in terms of small objects.
Scott, thank you so much for coming and taking the time to answer our students' questions. We know you're very busy, and we are thankful for your wife too for driving you around during this this call. You've inspired a lot of us to be here today, so thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't get here earlier, but yes, strange things happen. I'm really glad I got to do this, and I'm glad for some of these questions. It's good to be thinking on my toes, and it's great when smart people ask me questions. And I look forward to see more of your launch videos, in the coming days, right?
Absolutely, and I hope you got to see the Concordia launch out of Quebec.
I did. I'm going to go and look and do a follow-up on that. I was very excited to see that in the basement a couple of years ago, right? And it's very cool to see something that big fly.
Wonderful. Thank you, and hopefully we'll have you here one day with us at Launch Canada.
I look forward to it now I'm free of my day job.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
Fly safe.
Fly safe. Okay, so that was fun, wasn't it? And thank you for being flexible with the schedule, everyone. We had some changes last minute, so we had to be flexible. And I know there's Miguel here that's about to present, and I know it's also tough to pass after Scott Manley. So I am grateful for your flexibility as well. But it's okay, I'm sure you will be as entertaining as our favorite Scottish YouTuber. So without further ado, we will go to the next step of our schedule for the day. And talking about influencers, I'd like to give a shout out to Mr. Lackman at the back there, who is my favorite, and he's hiding now, but he is my favorite LinkedIn person to follow. If you ever get the chance, he is hilarious. I think his post 2 days ago was my favorite so far. He's from Aerojet Rocketdyne. He is the chief of morale, I think, morale officer. And he has excellent takes on everything from geopolitics to rocket propulsion. So I recommend following him as well. And thank you for being here. So now let's go to the McGill Rocket team. So this is a presentation for the tech dev, the technology development presentation. Yes, right. So it was the presentation that was supposed to be this morning, and we switched it to this afternoon. So this is a presentation for that challenge. And we will be presenting hardware in the loop testing platform for an SRAD flight controller. Sorry. So please welcome to the stage the McGill Rocket team. Thank you.
Yep, sounds good. Will I be able to see my slide on there? Yep. Hello, everyone. My name is James Rogan. I'm with the McGill Rocket team. I'm in avionics, the flight computer hardware lead. And I'd like to present today a hardware in the loop testing platform for SRAD flight controllers. Now, before I begin, I'd like to give all the credit for this to a previous avionics lead. His name is Jasper Young. He implemented this all, had the idea for it, and a lot of the material in this presentation is from his documentation. So yeah, give all the credit to Jasper Young. I hope I do it justice. So I'd like to talk today, first of all, give an introduction to MRT avionics and sort of give a motivation for hardware in the loop tester. Then I'll give and I'll abbreviate that to Hill or Hill tester. And so next I'll give a Hill design overview. So just sort of at a top level, what's going on with this platform. And then I'll get into the details of what's happening. So I'll go over a custom simulation engine. I'll go over reverse sensor drivers and sensor emulation. And then I'll cover a variable load board. And finally, I'll cover an integration test that the team did with this setup this year. So, as an introduction, SRAD flight controllers perform safety critical functions in the MRT's hybrid rockets. And we have implemented more and more SRAD over the years. As you can see, Blanche, our 10K solid from 2018, it's mostly COTS. And then for Thoronder Mark II, hybrid 2025, there's much more SRAD than there is COTS in this system. And so hardware and software integration for a system like this is not trivial, as I'm sure many of you know if you've ever worked with something like this. And so increasingly complex rockets need increasingly reliable avionics systems. And complex systems need integration tests under realistic conditions. Some functions cannot be appropriately tested on the ground, and so they need a flight test. However, some functions are safety critical, and so having a flight test before you actually know if they'll work can be quite dangerous. So the question is, how can we create the best chance of a successful first flight test? And I have that diagram there to show sort of all the moving pieces in our avionics system this year. So it's definitely worthwhile to have everything in the loop for an integration test. And so a good first step for this hardware in the loop platform is our SRAD ejection software. So I'll go back to the question I asked, how can we create the best chance of a successful first flight test, since this is largely new software that we're implementing this year? And so this motivates ejection software tested in flight configuration, and where the microcontroller behaves as it would in flight, responding to signals that it would see in flight. And you can see there just an overview of what's happening in the ejection software. So yeah, and so that's sort of out of scope for this presentation, but that's just sort of what we're testing is the SRAD ejection software. And so what controls this SRAD ejection software is is two sensors that do data acquisition. And so first is the MS5611, which outputs barometric pressure along with temperature, but we use the pressure to convert it to altitude. And also the LSM6 DSR, which outputs digital 3D acceleration and gyroscopic data. And so to give realistic conditions, we want the microcontroller to act as if it's seeing real flight data from these sensors. And so this motivates the hill. So the hill has 4 components. There's a laptop which is running the simulation engine, which is converting, let's say, a simulation into raw data that's usable by our FCs. That is being fed into a field programmable gate array, or FPGA, development board, which is running VHDL code, which converts that raw data into registers that can be sent directly to the flight controllers as they would see them from the sensors. So this is a really important thing, because the SRAD FCs think that they're flying. They do not need to modify their code to use this hill tester. And so you can see there's input to the FCs with that register emulation for these sensors. And then there's output from the FCs using the things on the bottom there, with the red boxes, which are just your signals for your rocket launch, your drogue ejection, and your main ejection. And so the first step in this is what's happening on the laptop. So the Hill simulation engine. This uses OpenRocket to generate the physics and flight data, which I'll refer to as the raw data. And the raw data is then fed through reverse sensor drivers so that it is put into usable data by the FCs. And OpenRocket has a lot of tools which allow users to customize simulations to their needs or what they want to sort of simulate. And so on the Hill, you can implement something called a simulation listener, which OpenRocket supports, and it allows developers to customize their interaction with OpenRocket. So the listener can receive input data at each simulation step, at each iteration of this loop here, and then it can also allow the Hill controller to feed data back into OpenRocket, such as ejection events and main deployment events, to adjust the simulation altitude data that's being fed in. And so the interaction between OpenRocket and the FPGA happens over UART. So data is sent from OpenRocket to the FPGA over UART. The packets are structured, they have a header, and then they have a preamble, and then they have some n amount of data. And so the headers are generic, where it's parsed by a finite state machine, which is shown here. And then the data is parsed by application-specific finite state machines, which are implemented based on the sensor that you're emulating. So we have a finite state machine for the MS5611, and we have one for the LSM6DSR. Now, the advantage of this approach is that with a generic header, you can easily create new application-specific parser finite state machines to parse the data, but just have the generic header. So it's a very flexible and easily built upon framework for this approach. And so once you have the data being fed in a raw format to the FPGA, then you can use reverse sensor drivers and sensor emulation to then communicate that to the FC as if it were the sensor. And so a reverse sensor driver, let's first of all, let's look at an actual sensor. Let's take, for example, the MS5611. So you can see the structure of the data stream. First, you have sort of an actual sensing element, and then you have analog conversion circuitry, then analog to digital converter, and then you have a digital logic interface that then converts it into something that the flight control that the FC can use. And so so the digital logic converting into usable data, and then there's also another step called which is the communication interface. And this sensor, our implementation of it uses I²C. And so reverse sensor drivers, essentially what they do is they sort of get rid of all that analog circuitry, the actual sensing element, the analog circuitry, and the analog to digital converter, and just replace that with a simulation engine. And then we can let the FPGA handle the conversion of the raw data into a format that's able to be seen by the FC as if it were looking at the actual sensor. And so you can see here the flow. Let's say the simulation says that you're at some amount of pressure, 1000 kPa, and then you put it through the reverse driver, and it's giving you a piece of raw data. You can then feed that to the FPGA through UART, and then convert that into I²C as if it were the actual sensor. And then below is like sort of at a lower level, what's happening there is that the FPGA is emulating the actual registers and the actual memories on the MS5611 to then feed into the I²C minion interface that's then fed to the flight computer as the master on the I²C bus. And you can see just at the bottom there, that's the FPGA development board we're using. And so at the end of the day, you have the FCs communicating over I²C buses. So you can see two I²C buses here. These are the FPGA communicating to each FC. They're separate. And yeah, just the data is being sent on top. You can see the addresses of the sensors being emulated, the data of the sensors being emulated. And so this makes the FC actually think that these sensors are talking to it over I²C. Just for context, you would see a very similar bus if you were actually connecting these sensors directly to the FC instead of the hill tester on the I²C bus. And so once you have the data emulation, you have the FC thinking it's flying. And so now there's one last step to put in the loop where after that you can fully integrate the hill tester into the rest of the structure. So that's radios, GUI, and go through a launch sequence and have the FC behave as it would if it were actually flying. And so you can use this variable load emulation board. Yeah, it's used to interface the hill controller with the power connectors of the SRAD electronics. It's configurable in constant resistance or constant current mode. It basically just controls the resistance between the source and the drain of a MOSFET. And when a sense resistor, you pass enough current through it, a comparator output goes low, and that triggers an event on the FPGA, the hill controller, which then we can use. So we can use that information to then trigger some other event. Let's say the load board is acting as the run valve on our rocket. We can trigger the launch event and have the hill controller start the open rocket simulation with real flight data. And so I'll just go over an example test that we did this year to conclude the presentation. So the integrated test, we had the ground station connecting with our ground station user interface over radios to the rocket, which has the avionics bay in it with the SRAD flight controllers and the hill controller. And then going outside, it connects to the propulsion bottom controller, which would connect to the run valve. But here it connects, if you see the bottom there, to the variable load board. And then the comparator output of the variable load board is then fed back into the hill controller to trigger a launch event. And so when over radios, we go over the launch sequence, which I'll show in a video after this, that happening, we go over the launch sequence, then the comparator output of the variable load will tell the hill controller to start acting as if the rocket were flying, and the FCs will think that they are flying. And eventually, the open rocket data will make the FCs trigger the EMATCH for the drogue ejection, and then the linear actuator for the main ejection, as per a regular dual deployment ejection scheme. And so if I could just play this video here. I don't know how to do that. Thank you. So I'm just operating the GUI here. I'm going through like sort of the bare bones of what our launch sequence checklist looks like. And so I'll arm the recovery system, and then I'll turn the propulsion controllers on, and I'll arm the run valve, and then eventually I'll send the launch command. You can see when I step away from the computer, the launch command is sent. See the green pop up on the GUI there, and then the rocket is now flying. And so you'll see the data, the altitude data on the GUI going up. You can't really see it from this distance. And then eventually drogue ejection will trigger because the rocket thinks that it has reached apogee. And so we'll just wait for a little longer for that to happen. There we go. And yeah, so that's the full demonstration of the system as we've implemented it this year. Thank you for your attention.
Great presentation, thank you. And we can definitely see you're technically competent, and remind me why I've never been into electrical engineering. It's just making rocks think. It's very smart. Any questions from the audience for our speaker? I do have one. So, while I don't understand how rocks think, I know that the flight computer is the brain of the rocket, so it's core to a lot of the functions of the vehicle. And so you have to have baked in the hardware and the software many redundancies. Can you tell us a little bit about the redundancies you've developed through your hardware and software combination here?
Yeah, sure. So in our avionics system, we've had 2 SRAD flight controllers for a long time, as long as I've been on the team and longer. They've typically, when I've been on the team, they've been identical in hardware, and they've been running different software. So one of the software that's being run is Megaloop. So it's just this big loop that runs through. It's very reliable, but it's not that performative. And then we also have another software, which is RTOS, and so that runs parallel threads, and it's flashier, it's more performance, and it's also it performs better, and it's also safer, because if one of the thread happens to die, then the others can continue, versus in Megaloop, if the thread dies, it's the only one. And so that's some of our redundancy. And then we have the SRAD flight controllers connect to one set of ejection elements, and the COTS flight controller connect to another set of recovery elements. And so that's sort of our redundancy.
So just to clarify, the Megaloop and the other approach, they're run on parallel threads, and they accomplish the same objective.
So they're run in parallel on different flight controllers. So there are two flight controllers, and one's running one piece of code, and one's running another piece of code.
Okay, brilliant. Also, and they can work independently?
Yep, they can.
Awesome.
They work independently. They don't really know what the other one's thinking, so it's very redundant.
Very cool. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? From the captain? No hands? Well, thank you so much. A warm round of applause for our speaker here. Thank you. So this brings us to an interesting time, because if I look at my schedule, it's all orange, and orange means serious. This was serious, or this was more intelligent than serious, because now we're gonna bring Adam Trumpor up. So, I'm getting redundant, I know. Okay, we're gonna have a PA announcement. Everybody, please. I'm joking. Good. Take your time. We're gonna have a PA announcement.
Hey, you cool captain rocketeers, we're coming up to our last talk of the day. We've got our very own Adam Trumpor talking about the Launch Canada Turbopop project. So be there or be square, which does not fit the font.
So, hardware set up. Hardware is good. Slides are uploaded. Should be. Okay. So I'm getting redundant, I know, but this one I think we can all agree with definitely doesn't need an introduction, but I am being a good boy today, and it's always my pleasure to welcome our president to speak. So Adam Trumpor is a rocket and gas turbine propulsion professional with broad involvement in the industry. He is a turbine engine concept designer at Pratt & Whitney Canada, which we had a representation from earlier, and the founder and president of Launch Canada, the organization that's welcoming you today. Launch Canada was created to support and advance experimental rocketry in Canada. In his spare time, if he has any left, Adam is heavily involved in liquid propellant rocketry activities, mentors students' rocketry teams, and works tirelessly to advance the cause of entrepreneurial space and rocketry in Canada. Today, he will be giving us an update on the Launch Canada Turbopump project. Please welcome our very own Adam Trumpor. Clicker, just point it to the computers.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you, Cyril. Do we have these slides up? There we go. So today we will talk about the other thing that we do at Launch Canada, our collaborative special projects. There we go. So obviously, what Launch Canada is probably best known for is this competition event, but this is really only one of the aspects of the things that we do to train the next generation of Canadian engineering talent. Competition is great, but we also find there is a lot of value to putting on big collaborative projects that allow students from all the different teams to come together and work together directly with more experienced industry folks like myself on projects that might be bigger than any one of the teams could have easily done on their own. But just like everything else we do, this is really all dedicated to giving people the chance to build practical engineering skills that will help them as they enter the industry. At the same time, we know that one of the most valuable things about what all of you students do is that you're able to innovate at the lowest possible cost, because a student team is fundamentally a volunteer-based organization. You can take levels of risk that no company would ever be willing to do, because you're doing it primarily for the opportunity to learn. And so we want to build on that and give you more of those types of opportunities. So our whole special project concept really started with an event that we held back in 2021 as our first big event coming out of the pandemic. The teams at that point were very much in a rebuild mode following a lot of people who had graduated without having ever been to a rocket competition. And so we wanted to give them the chance to build some of these skills back. And I just happened to have a liquid rocket engine and rocket test trailer in my garage, as one does. And so I floated the idea to the teams to see if anybody wanted to help me finish building this trailer. And as it turned out, there was a ton of interest in it. And so over about 4 months in the summer, we went through everything from how to bend tubing to how to handle liquid oxygen, how to write procedures. And all of this culminated with an absolutely flawless 35-second hot fire of a 1,000-pound thrust liquid oxygen kerosene engine. Yeah. There is a video of it, but I'm not going to tempt fate and risk crashing the live stream with this one, but I can point you to it afterwards. The thing we were really trying to do with this project is demonstrate what a more professional approach to rocket engine testing looks like, so that hopefully the participating students would be able to take some of these lessons back to their own teams and carry them with them. And everything worked really, really well. The students got a lot out of it, and they wanted more of it. So when we were thinking about what a sequel to this might look like, for myself as a professional turbo machinery designer who also is a rocket nerd, one of my holy grail projects was always to try to do a rocket turbo pump. And so our multi-year follow-on project is to develop the first rocket turbo pump in Canada and potentially also the smallest rocket turbo pump ever built. This is not just because I'm a turbo machinery and rocket nerd. This is also because the turbo machinery side of rocketry is probably the most complex, most challenging, and most costly part of a large rocket engine. And right now it's the biggest gaping hole in Canada's own propulsion capabilities. So I figured, let's see if we can change that, and let's see if we can do that by applying our student-focused model to it. So we are working to try to do this. We are sizing a pump for the 1,000-pound thrust engine that we fired in 2021 as the shortest path to getting to being able to fire a real rocket engine with a pump. And we're doing this in phases. We are starting with an electric motor-driven kerosene pump. So if you're familiar with Rocket Lab's Rutherford engine, think that, but about 1/6 the size. So you can see here what the fuel pump looks like in the bottom right corner. We've got a cooled motor at the back, largely titanium pump coupled to the front of it. Based on the lessons learned from this kerosene pump, we are following on with the design of an electrically driven liquid oxygen pump. And then the final phase of the project is going to be to integrate that with a gas turbine and gas generator to make a full-up turbo pump. So what exactly is a turbopump? In a nutshell, the turbopump is really the heart of any large liquid propellant rocket engine. So the technical definition is it is a rotor dynamic pump powered by a turbine consisting of rotating parts inside a stationary housing. The more practical definition, which I always prefer, is it's an integrated, compact, highly loaded, cryogenic, cavitating pump coupled to a thermally isolated rotating dynamic disc with multiple blades eating a ball of fire, all contained in a lightweight, leak-proof shell, shaking but not flying apart, going from 0 to 30,000 RPM, 20 to 1200 Kelvin, and 40 to 6,000 PSI in 5 seconds flat, while balancing tons of axial force so the bearings are not crushed. Now, why do we actually want turbopumps? Well, the fundamental challenge of rocket propulsion is rockets are very thirsty. They burn lots of propellants at very high pressures and very high flows. So if you're working with liquid propellants, you need a way to deliver those propellants to your engine. And there are really two ways to do it. The simplest is a pressure-fed system. So this is the beer keg approach to feeding propellants. You pressurize your tanks to a high pressure and allow that to force the propellant into the engine. For those of you who are using nitrous oxide, nitrous does this automatically because it's got a very high vapor pressure. So that's what you're doing. The problem with that is most of a launch vehicle is tanks. And if your tanks need to get heavier so that they can contain high pressure, then you very quickly reach a point where your rocket is going to be too heavy to fly. So the usual solution to that is to keep your propellant stored at very low pressure and then rely on very powerful pumps to kick that pressure up and feed it into the engine. Actually doing this is really, really hard. Turbopumps are basically gas turbine engines whose entire purpose is to pump fuel. They are very complex, very highly engineered systems, and they are a lot less forgiving than thrust chambers themselves. So it is possible to build a hybrid or a liquid thrust chamber that will work well enough, even if it doesn't work great. Whereas a badly designed turbopump will either destroy itself immediately or else it will produce no useful pressure. So that creates a lot of challenges. And in practice, not a lot of student turbopump projects have ever succeeded in producing a real working pump, usually because they either don't have enough time to do all the work that you've got to do to get there, or they don't have the necessary resources to acquire and produce the very complex parts that go into it, or they just don't have the bandwidth to gain enough of an understanding of all of the different corners of engineering that work their way into turbo machinery development. So this project really exists to try to change that. So this is following on the same framework that we established with our original engine test firing, and we really want to use this to give everybody a really in-depth practical learning experience into everything that goes into building rocket turbo machinery, from the high-level systems engineering and management down to the individual components. And turbo machinery is very relevant to more than just rockets. You know, you heard from Pratt & Whitney Canada today. A lot of crossover there. This has applications in power generation, electric vehicles, UAVs, you name it. And this is an area of technology that Canada really needs to build its experience in. So this is really why we're doing it. And we're also trying to deal with the fact that schools usually do not teach this. So this right here is what our first pump looks like. This is our workhorse electric fuel pump. We are in the final manufacturing phase of it now, and we're going to be getting into the really exciting part, the testing, over the next few months. So at the back, you can see we've got a high power motor that is going to be spinning at about 50,000 RPM. It is cooled with a copper cooling jacket. The stuff forward of that is the pump itself, and then the seals and bearings necessary to support it and keep it from leaking. This is made possible by a large group of sponsors, mostly who are providing in-kind tools and services that really make this possible. We've been able to bring some really cutting-edge computational tools to bear on this, including from Softenway, who make a very high-end suite of turbomachinery design and analysis software called ActStream. We've got a company called Flonex that supports us with flow simulation. We've got Onshape as our major CAD platform, and we've got SimScale for high-end multi-core CFD and FEA simulations. We've got a number of companies providing us with various specialty components, seals, bearings, and such. We've got the support of National Instruments and a number of other companies on the testing instrumentation side, and we've got a large number of manufacturing sponsors who are providing us with the necessary manufacturing, thermal processing, and finishing capabilities that are required for doing something like this. So this year is a really exciting point in the project because we've got a lot of things going on in parallel. We are finishing the manufacturing of our electric fuel pump. We've got a few of our 3D printed parts right here, so you can come up after and check those out. We are also starting into the design of our electric liquid oxygen pump. So we're building on what we've done with the fuel pump, but adding in the much greater complexity of dealing with cryogenic fluids and oxidizers that really want to set your hardware on fire. At the same time, we're looking ahead to the design of our turbo pump, and we're starting with some of the high-level system studies to figure out what configuration we're going to use for this turbo pump going forward. We're also working on some really interesting parallel technology developments, looking at unique impeller designs and some cool cutting-edge bearing concepts for the pump as well. So we can take a really quick look at our fuel pump just to give you an idea of what one of these machines actually looks like. So this is a cross-section of the pump. We got the motor in the back. It is coupled to a shaft. The impeller itself is the thing that does the pumping. That is mounted on the shaft. We've got bearings that support it. We've got seals that keep the propellants from leaking out the back. And we've got the casings surrounding it that hold everything together. So here you can see the major components of our pump. We've got several major housings, an inlet adapter at the front, forward housing, volute housing, bearing housing, and motor adapter. Those are the major casings. You can see a couple of those up here. And then internally, we've got the rotor itself with the impeller, inducer, bearings, and seals. So this is the actual part of the pump that spins. You can see it's basically a shaft with bearings, backup labyrinth seal, inducer, and impeller. Most of the rotating parts and the housings for this pump are made out of 3D printed titanium. We've got our shafts and other components that are made out of 15.5 pH stainless steel. This is the core of the pump. This is the inducer. That's that screw-shaped thing on the front, and the impeller itself. So this basically takes in propellant and flings it out at very high speed. The volute surrounding it then takes that high-speed fluid, slows it down, and increases the pressure. So that basically is how a centrifugal pump like this actually works. We've been able to make a number of different configurations of our impeller, so we're going to be testing all of these out. Part of what we're focusing on here is learning about the best way to actually manufacture very small pump impellers like these. So we're getting into a lot of really interesting manufacturing processes to help us do that, and I've actually got one of our impellers right here, which I'll happily show off afterwards as well. So this is what our impeller looks like. So these are actually 3D printed parts, but they were machined afterwards on all of the critical surfaces. So it's coming together really nicely. So then we've got the shaft and the seals. So this is kind of an excerpt of that. One of the things we've been trying to do with our fuel pump is use it to prove out some of the concepts that we're going to be using going forward with our turbo pump. So we actually have a fairly elaborate seal package here because in a turbo pump itself, the seals tend to be one of the most complicated subsystems. And if you've got a fuel and an oxidizer pump together in one package, then any leakage that would allow fuel and oxidizer to meet each other will lead to a really big immediate explosion. So making sure that your seals are working properly is really important. And we wanted to use our pump, our first pump, to try to prove out some of those concepts. So you can see what our shaft looks like here. It is splined on to the end of our very powerful motor. And this is the rotor with the seal assembly here. So shaft on the right and various components of a carbon floating ring seal system. So this is the kind of stuff that you need to do if you're trying to seal rotating high-speed parts like pump shafts. We were able to get a number of specialized internal components, washers, lock washers, things like that, made from some of our sponsors as well. You can see some of those here. And this part here is our clamp nut. This is basically what holds the whole seal package and bearing assembly together. So you can see some of the major housings here. This is our inlet adapter right at the front. This is 3D printed titanium. This is what those parts look like coming out of the printer. So we've been able to get the support of EOS and some major 3D printing companies who have helped us to actually produce some of these components. This is our forward pump housing. We've got a wear ring that is part of the sealing system in the pump. And this is the volute housing. This is what turns our high-speed flow into very high pressure to conduct it out of the pump. And this is what those parts look like being printed. We've got our bearing housing right here, again, fresh out of printing. Our motor adapter and seal housing. And these are our 3D printed copper cooling jackets for the motor. This is what our high-speed pump drive looks like. So this motor is going to be putting out up to about 40 kilowatts of power and spinning at 50,000 RPM. So pretty serious beast of a motor. It'll be pulling about 300 amps of current in order to do this. And we've also been building custom, there we go, custom LiPo battery packs that can actually supply that kind of current to do this. And this is our complete battery assembly. So just the electronics for this get pretty involved when you're trying to deal with this kind of power. We've also been able to use a lot of very high quality instrumentation for our pump because ultimately a test is only as good as the data that you can get out of it. So we got a lot going on in the project for the year ahead. Like I say, we're getting into the assembly and testing of our very first pump, and the lessons that we learn from that are going to get folded into the liquid oxygen pump and then the turbo pump. So we've got a lot going on in parallel and a lot of really cool areas for people to get involved with. In addition to the electric pump, we got the design starting up for the liquid oxygen pump. We are also working on the initial design of the turbo pump itself. So a lot of that is looking at the hot end, the design of the turbine, the gas generator, basically its own little rocket engine that spins the pump. And we're going to be bringing on new students to join the project starting in September and getting everybody up to speed so that you can all get involved and contribute. So if you are interested in learning a little bit more about the design, manufacturing, and testing of rocket turbo machinery, we are always looking for new students who are interested in joining. This is going to be a really fun year. We got some big announcements coming up very soon, so stay tuned. This is really going to give you an opportunity to get in depth in how you actually design professional aerospace turbo machinery. So if this sounds interesting, we would love to have you. We've got a pretty extensive network of partners, sponsors, and industry professionals that you will have the chance to learn from. And if you follow along on our Discord and on email, you'll be hearing a lot more about this very soon. So thanks a lot. If you've got any questions, we can take a couple right now.
Thank you, Adam, for the presentation. Beautiful cross sections of the CAD. I have to say, I broke a sweat when you opened that. That's a lot of detail and a lot of work and a lot of tolerancing. So thank you.
Hey, I was wondering, when you 3D print titanium, what consideration goes into the tempering of the metal, and how does that get incorporated? I'm just curious about the 3D printing more so.
Yeah, so titanium is an interesting one to print. If you're using a laser powder bed process like this, titanium builds up a lot of thermal stresses when you print it. So when we printed some of our larger parts, they actually had to iterate a little bit on that, because the first time they printed three of our big housings in one build, and it actually warped the big, like 1.5-inch thick steel plate that they were printed on. So that's the kind of stress that these can build up. So we had to do a few things to keep that from happening. It is very important to heat treat the parts to stress relieve them before you cut them off the build plate. So that was critical. We also used a process called hot isostatic pressing, which is fairly widely used on high performance castings, but also for additive parts, where basically you heat the parts in an inert atmosphere to about 20,000 psi or more at very high temperature, and that kind of consolidates the material at the same time as it relieves some of the internal stresses. So the thermal processing is actually really important if you're trying to print titanium parts like this. And I've got a few souvenir parts at home where they tried to cut them off the build plate without doing the heat treat, and they cracked.
That's fascinating. Thank you. Just like a follow-up, are you looking more so in these parts for like ductile or brittle materials? Like, are you worried about it cracking more so, or are you worried about it deforming?
Usually in machinery like this, you want something that's relatively ductile. Brittle fracture of pressure vessels is never good. So that's usually a big factor in your material choice. And of course, when you get into the cryogenic pump, a lot of things tend to get more brittle when they get cold. So your material selection gets even more limited when you start doing that. So yeah, that's a big piece of this.
I'm just curious if you could talk about kind of like the pros and cons, why you start with electric before you go to actual turbo pump. I understand, like, if you do electric, then you don't have to deal with the high temperature stuff because there's nothing burning in there. But in terms of designing the electric pump for something practical, like a rocket that's launching, what sort of things do you have to think about in terms of like the mass of the battery and things like that? And where's the line of this becomes kind of impractical as you upscale, and how does like something like Rocket Lab get away with it?
Yeah, so like with most things in real engineering, there is no really clear-cut line, right? The big reason why we started with electric pumps is an electric motor is much easier to control than a turbine. So one of the things that you need to do when you're running a pump is to map it out. So you're going to run it over a series of speeds and a series of flow conditions to understand how it behaves, because pumps don't just operate at one point, right? It's going to be spinning up from 0 to whatever the design speed is. You might want to throttle it up a bit, throttle it down a bit. Inlet conditions are going to vary. So you've got to understand how the pump is going to behave across all of those conditions. And it is much easier to do that if you're using an electric motor that can spin it up to whatever speed you want. So a big part of why we're doing it is you kind of need to do that kind of testing anyway if you're developing a pump impeller and trying to understand how it behaves and try to correlate the real performance of the part with your analytical models. So that was a big part of why we went that route. From an operability standpoint, it's just so much more convenient. And it will help us to design the turbine-driven pump. One of the things that, of course, is going to be a challenge is if we wanted to put that pump in a sounding rocket like the ones we've got here, because you're right, batteries and motors are a fairly heavy way of packaging energy. So almost certainly the turbine version of the pump is going to be lighter than the motor-driven version would be. But we're kind of approaching the electric pump as a stepping stone for this.
Awesome, thank you.
So when you move on to the oxygen pump, how are the materials going to need to be different? I mean, can you still use titanium with locks? Can you still use the same steel with locks?
So right off the bat, titanium is a definite no-no with locks. Titanium is relatively flammable, and even on turbofan engines, if you've got titanium parts that rub at high speed, you can ignite that titanium. So we're using it for the kerosene pump because we can, and because it's quite high strength to weight. But for a liquid oxygen pump, you really need to use something else, like typically Inconel, Monel, the nickel-based alloys are usually preferred for that. The other thing that gets really challenging in a turbo pump is the thermal gradients, because you've got a very, very hot turbine and a very, very cold or cryogenic fluid that are just inches apart. And so the thermal stresses and deformations that can result from that need to be factored in, and your mechanical design and your material choice needs to be done to account for that. So that's a pretty involved design process, and a lot of analysis goes into that as well.
I'm sure I saw a hand up on the left, no? Do you have any other questions for Adam Trumpor? I might put you in a tough spot there, but we're just tricking you. What is the future of this project in the coming years? You mentioned recruitment. You mentioned having more people onboarded. What does it look like in the next year? What are we hoping to achieve, and how is that going to happen?
Yeah, so we're hoping to have our electric fuel pump running this year. We've got a bunch of different concepts that we're going to be trying out with it. So like I say, that's going to be sort of our workhorse pump, and we've designed it to be modular. So we are not so naive as to think that everything is going to work perfectly the first time, because it never does. So we wanted to try to make sure that we've got a lot of ability to swap things out and redesign and test out new ideas. So that's going to be getting started quite soon. We are going to be getting into the detailed design and manufacturing of the liquid oxygen pump within the next year. We are also going to be starting the high-level design of the turbo pump and getting into some of the subsystem level manufacturing and testing for things like the gas generator, the igniter for that as well. We're kind of envisioning the project running until about the end of 2027. So we're aiming to have the full turbine-driven pump running by that point. So basically, 2025 into 2026 is going to be focus on the fuel pump. 2026 is going to be focus on the LOX pump. 2027 is going to be focus on the turbo pump, with a lot of overlap between those years.
And if I'm a student here and I want to get involved with the turbo pump project, is it a formal approval process, an admissions process? How do I reach out to you?
Yeah, so we'll be sending around an email, and we'll be posting on Discord as well. after we've all had a chance to catch up on our sleep after LC week.
Not allowed.
And at that point, anybody who's interested can sign up. We take all levels of experience. There's a lot that goes into turbo machinery, so whatever aspect of this is interesting to you, we want to give you the chance to get involved and learn about it. So you'll be able to let us know, and yeah, we'll be very happy to pull you into it.
Beautiful. Warm round of applause for Adam Chumpor. And I have to say, I've never seen someone whip up such a good presentation in such a short amount of time. I was looking from behind and Adam was making his presentation during the lunch or something. It looked beautiful. Not bad for extreme sleep deprivation indeed. Okay, so this brings us to 4:28, which will round to 4:30. Yes, if you want to come see the hardware that Adam brought, you can come to the front of the stage. You can even see the LR101 if you want for the award. This will bring us to 4:30, which brings us back on schedule for the, oh wow, that's louder. Brings us back on schedule for the range safety info session at 4:30. This is a mandatory session, and we're gonna have a PA announcement about that in a few seconds. Today we're actually on time. Well, we're a minute late, but I'll round that to being on time. A few pointers. We have a really nice flag that I would like to put into a nice frame with students underneath. So at 5:15, when this presentation ends in 45 minutes, if you have time to make your hair and makeup, we'll take a picture right underneath. Bring your rockets, bring everything you can, and we'll make it a nice family and group picture. I can see that we're missing chairs. So that's if you don't have any hair left, wig, cap, I don't know. Good suggestion, but I'm getting there. I'm enjoying it while it lasts. And right now, we will have the last mandatory session of the event, or is there one tomorrow? I should know that, but I'll confirm tomorrow in the morning. I would like to welcome Shane for the range safety info session. It's one thing to launch rockets, and it's another one to do it safely and come back. So I know you guys had a very, very long drive here, and that was a danger in itself. We're going to launch rockets, have a lot of fire and combustion this week. So let's try to have some safe fire and combustion. On that note, welcome Shane to the stage. And Peter.
Hello, everybody. Peter and I welcome you to Launch Canada. So this is basically your overview of safety. We will have a morning safety meeting on site every day. We don't require everyone to be there, just the team captains. We will do advanced safety and solid safety separately. So if you're at advanced, you'll see Peter in the morning. If you're at solids, you'll see me in the morning. Otherwise, we might as well start the slides. Do I push something or? Ooh. All right. I'm going to give you the too long didn't read start. Don't do anything stupid. Like safety very much boils down to don't do anything too stupid. And as I said this morning, take your time, be methodical, don't rush through things. If you're careful, and the other thing that's important is you keep your eye on everyone else. If you see something that you don't think is safe, speak up. If you feel that whatever you've said falls on deaf ears, find us. We will address it. So without further ado, let's take a look at what's in the slides. Okay, so I already mentioned we will be doing a safety briefing every morning. For those of you that are not familiar with the site, the basic setup of the range is we have a pad area where the launch rails are, where the rockets will go. We have a launch control area, which is where the ignition of the rocket is controlled. When a rocket is on the pad and ready to fly, nobody is beyond the launch control area. The range is set up such that there is an area where the rails are pointed. We call that the ballistic zone. So if the rocket launches and no recovery events happen at all, the rocket will come down in a parabolic arc. That area where that would occur is dictated by the angle we set, and it is assumed to be sterile. If there are people out recovering or anything else is going on and people are in that zone, we do not fly. So if you are part of a team that's doing recovery and you know that your rocket is in that area, you don't take your time looking for it. You use the data you've got, you look, you get out. Zachary will control that. You may not even be allowed to go out until late in the day or when nothing else is flying. And it's also possible you'll get out there and you won't be cleared to come back. So if, for example, you get out there, you get through the ballistic zone, you find your rocket, you may be told you have to hole up and hang out in the bush for a couple hours because something's flying. So you want to be prepared for that. We have designated muster points. We have first aid stations. Let's see. Things that you might have to be worried about is certainly if you see a fire or any evidence of the fire, let us know. We will make a plan of action based on that. And obviously, when you're out in the bush, you're in the forest. There will be animals there. We have had reports of bears. We have had reports of cougars. We've had reports of any other animal you can imagine. We saw moose last year. Stay away from animals, be aware of them, be safe. Yeah, and you're going to find bugs, lots of mosquitoes. So be prepared for that. If you happen to be a smoker, you are not doing that in the bush. You are doing that in designated areas only. If you are camping on site, there are designated areas where you can have campfires. You cannot have them anywhere else. Let's see anything on there that I haven't talked about? As far as muster zones go, they'll be clearly designated, especially at the advanced pad because of the way the roads are shaped. I recommend that when you get out there and you park, have your vehicles parked in such a way that if we have to evacuate, you don't have to do a 20-point turn to get out. Have your vehicles pointed on the way out so that everyone has to evacuate. You just hop in and you get the hell out. You don't have to block the road and take your sweet time trying to get out of there. If you've never been out to the site, and especially if you are not somebody that grew up learning to drive on country roads, this is a 20-kilometer gravel road that kind of sucks to drive on. Drive within your limits. Do not tailgate people. Do not drive aggressively. Take your time and be careful. There are lots of spots along this section of gravel road where there are boulders kind of sticking out of the gravel. If you are in a car that sits low, you will lose your oil pan if you're not careful. If you are somebody that did grow up in the country and does know how to drive on gravel roads, be aware that the person in front of you might not be, and treat them with kindness. Don't get all aggressive just because you think you can go faster. You might be tailing a judge that isn't going to appreciate it. If you do find you are uncomfortable, you leave a big dust trail behind you. So try to stay to the edge of the road, because that's the other thing, as Peter rightly suggests. If you're going quite slow and somebody that is comfortable comes up behind you, they may have trouble seeing you. So be aware of that as well. So yeah, and the maps are in the guidebook. It's not too hard, but don't trust Google. If you tell Google, here's the launch site, go there, who knows where it'll take you. Sometimes it'll give you the right route. Sometimes it'll try to be clever. Some of the things that are roads out there barely qualify as quad trails. You will not get your car down them, especially if it's not got a reasonable amount of clearance. Oh, and we've got some lovely pictures coming up, I see. So watch for animals crossing the roads. Day or night, if you're not, again, familiar with driving in the dark, it can be very difficult to spot wildlife in the dark. You'll probably see the eyes before you'll see anything else. Again, just drive within your ability and drive defensively. You might even see elephants crossing. So this is the basic launch site layout. I realize this picture is probably a little hard to see. In the upper right corner of that image is the solids pads. That's where you're going to arrive when you come in. There is road control that will be in place from the solids pad to the other two areas, the tech demo and the advanced area. Gus, do you want to stand up? Gus is in control of our security team. Him and his team are going to make sure people are where they're supposed to be. Everyone has these. Be wearing them at all times. This helps us know who's supposed to be where. If you are not on a team, you are not going to be allowed to go into the area where rockets are being prepped. You're certainly not going to be allowed to go to advanced or to statics without permission being granted. If we find people that are spectators or don't have badges, expect to not be allowed to go. Don't give the security team guff. If push comes to shove and people who are not authorized to be out there ignore us, that becomes a problem for the police, and you don't want to have us have to bring the police out. Yeah, Gus, come on up, because I'm sure you'll think of things I didn't think to say.
Thank you, Shane. I don't know if you'll be clapping after what I have to say, so hold your applause, if any, to the end, because this is serious business. This year is different than previous years because we have a formal agreement with the province of Ontario to have possession of the land that we're operating on. And part of that agreement is that we show due and proper control of the land and using it in a safe and responsible way. So that is why this year site security is different from previous years. Okay, we're all adults here, and the ones who don't think they're adults shouldn't be here. But you should all know, if someone gets seriously hurt here, they are crippled or maimed or killed, we are done. We're done. It doesn't matter that we have insurance. It doesn't matter that we have liability, this and that. The government will shut everything down, and we will not be able to do this. Okay? So this is not a joke. This is not like this is serious business. If you were working at a place that was doing hazardous work, you would be expected to be responsible and acting as adults and agreeing to the terms and conditions of your access. Okay? So let's be crystal clear about this. It can be fun, but no one can die. All right? So think about it. It's funny, yeah, but it's not, because people can. Those guys in the desert in Los Angeles who were doing the rocket testing, and they were very cavalier about their engine tests. I'm forgetting the company. Scaled Composites. Yeah, doing it lots of times. Were playing fast and loose with safety, and then they died. Okay? So don't forget that. All that being said, to the points that Shane made, we have this agreement that gives us powers to enforce the Trespass Act in the province of Ontario. We need this because of previous years with blueberry pickers, with people who are camping in adjacent recreational areas that were in our area of operation. So having this allows us to go to them and say, you're in our area of operation, we have a right from the government to be here, you need to leave. And if they don't leave, I can go to the OPP and say, these people are trespassing, and then they will come and deal with it, okay? Again, to show that we are actually maintaining due proper control of the property, we have to have these security things in place. I will be checking ID, and my marshals will be checking ID to lists of team members. And if you are not on that list, if you have a badge and it's not your badge because you're not on the list, then it's going to get escalated. Okay? This is not some high school bullshit thing. This is like work. And, you know, I'm a happy guy, and you can come to my room and drink my tequila all you want.
And I'm glad to know you all, but I will not, if you're not on the list and you're not supposed to be there and you're trying to game the system, it will not be pretty. And I will be very deadly serious about this because I want this to keep going, and we all do. Okay? Marshals will be wearing orange blaze and orange blaze hats. They work for God because God talks to Shane, Shane talks to us, and we do what Shane says. So we do what God says. Okay? So it goes from God to Shane to us. Okay? And so make my life easy. We're not doing this to be dicks. We're doing this because we need to demonstrate that we have maturity and control, and that the province is not risking when they give us the responsibility to use the space, okay? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure, I'm not going to be, I said what I said there because most 80%, it's going to be fine. The 20% or the 10% that are the outliers, you're not going to be like booted out and thrown in jail or anything. We'll work out why you're not on the list. It's when people who are not associated with the teams, not necessarily students, but other people who maybe came in and grabbed badges and are pretending to be members of a team or pretending that they have the right to be there. We have to intercept that small group. So if you see people without the badge, if you see me without my badge, you can come to me and say, Gus, where's your badge? Why aren't you wearing your badge? It tells all my employees, if you see me not wearing safety shoes, you can tell me. And I'll go, oh, crap, I forgot.
And all of you, you all know who are on your teams.
Yeah.
If you see somebody hanging around your stuff that you know isn't supposed to be there, it's on you to let us know.
Yeah. And
you
just,
don't have to police them, but you have to let us know.
Thank you. That's the last thing I'm going to bring up. If you run into people who live here and use the land, don't be confrontational. Don't say, hey, you're not supposed to be here. You can talk to them. If they start getting angry or whatever, just say, okay, that's cool, and find one of us, and then they'll find me.
Get the nearest staff at the radio.
Yeah, and then they'll contact me and I'll go talk to them, or someone else will. You cannot lay hands on anybody. You can't impede anybody's access. You can't impede anybody's use of their own property, but you can tell us, and then we can document it, and then we can call the OPP and they will deal with it. Okay? I talked to the Timmins Fire Department who were here today, and we talked about that, plus some fire protocol stuff. And they said, yeah, that's the way to handle it. So that's how we're going to do it. Okay? So that's it. Thanks.
Hey, Chris. So this map shows the rough parking area and the restricted areas that we already talked about. I don't think it's a whole lot different than the previous slide. It does indicate roughly where the restriction points are that Gus's team will be. Basically, it's to the north of the site, to the south of the site, and then coming into the site. So this map shows the rough ballistic zone. Now, ballistic is larger than this year. I didn't change this image. But for everyone's understanding, ballistic zone is set basically due west. For the competition pads, it extends a long ways because we have some high altitude flights. So essentially, if you're out recovering anywhere between northwest and southwest of where the pads are, that's where the ballistic zones are, for as long as you're ever going to walk in the forest. So if you're out there, expect that your recovery could be delayed and that we may have to control when you go out and come back. Go for it, Peter.
So some of you might be aware, you might have been tinkering with hybrids or liquids as some developmental project on your team. They all have different fill times and they have different abort times. If you have not come to tech dev or you have not come to advanced launch, and where we've specifically asked you how long does it take to abort your rocket, you need to find that out in your development period. These rockets nominally will abort within about 30 minutes, and in some of the worst cases, an hour. But sometimes that can get stretched out. If that is the scenario where we have live propellant on board rockets and you are past the T in the ballistic zone for our rockets, you will not be allowed to come back. And Zach will tell you to hold fast. If you see on top of our tower that there's a black flag, basically you are waiting until that black flag comes down. I hope not to put that up, but it's there just in case. We had an incident with 2 teams last year where there were extended aborts, and if you were out there, you know. And you're going to wait there until it's clear for us to let you through. And if you're down that road, you're going to wait at that T until I have enough propellant offloaded that I can safely get you by. We try to do it as quickly as possible, but sometimes it takes longer than we expected. And then you go right back to recovery and go about your day. Some of you have waited out to safe your rockets after one of these. Kiara's staring at me because she was stacking rocks last year. But you know, sometimes it gets a little dangerous out there. And as Gus will tell you, someone dying out here is not an option because we all want to come back. But the reality is, if we're not safe about what we do, that can happen. And it has happened, not in college teams, but it has happened in industry. And we don't want that to happen. That's why we have the rules that we do. That's why we have the abort tests that we do. That's why we have the hot fire tests that we do. That's why we do what we do. And, you know, sometimes the best laid plans of mice and men gone off the glade. But our job is to try and safe it and make sure that you can get home. And so we're going to prioritize that over you waiting in the forest for a few hours. Okay.
Thanks, Peter. When you are out on recovery, and I'm sure Zachary will cover this with you all, but you're going to have radios with you. We've got a repeater up on the recovery channel. We have reasonably good coverage out there. You're also going to have satellite trackers. When you're out there, be dressed appropriately. Make sure you have at least water with you. Make sure that you stay together. Do not spread out looking for the rocket. Stay within contact with each other. That forest in places is extremely thick. From where I am to where the first row is, you can lose sight of people. So at least buddy up, but I would prefer that you're always together. Zach will give you all this spiel, exactly what he expects when you go out. But do not get separated. Do not go wandering off. Do not do any of that. And don't leave your radio where you found your rocket. Anyway. And the last point on there, I saw it as I pushed the button. It said no lollygagging, which, fair. Do not take your time out there. Do not stop for a picnic. Unless, you know, we tell you can't come back. Then I guess have a picnic. If something happens, let one of us know immediately. Ideally, the message needs to go to the LCO as fast as possible. If you're in a position where you can't report directly to the LCO, report to any staff or volunteer. The message will go to the LCO and the LCO will act accordingly. Generally speaking, that will mean the LCO and Peter or I, depending on where the incident is, will decide what we're going to do. And Metagami Fire and Rescue will be on site to provide support. So our fire risk, and if any of the fire and rescue guys are here, I'm not sure if they are. If I say something that's not true, please correct me. I think my impression of our site is our fire risk is lower than it's been in previous years. It seems reasonably green and reasonably wet out there. That said, everyone should be careful with fire. We're not pointing blast deflectors at birch piles or anything like that. We're doing our best to make sure that there isn't a fire. If something does happen, of course, report it immediately. Don't assume somebody else saw it. If you see smoke, if you see flame, make sure you speak up. Do not, like I said, assume somebody else saw it and it's under control. If there is fire, do not go upwind of it. You don't want to get caught in it. Just get out of there and we'll deal with it. Yeah, that's basically the meat of it. So I mentioned again that the forest is very thick. We've obviously done a bunch of control. If you've been here before, you'll have seen that there are trees removed in certain areas. Peter's had a grand old time this week making the world's best advanced pad. But when you're out on recovery in particular, and even on site in general, dress for being in the forest. You probably shouldn't be wearing flip-flops. You shouldn't be wearing shorts. You should be dressed for being in the bush. The bugs, especially if you go into the bush or you're bulldozing acres and acres of land, are miserable, and you'll be eaten alive. So be prepared for that. So have bug spray, have mosquito nets if you've got them, that sort of thing. Yeah. I don't know why that slide's blank. We've talked about recovery a bit already. So pictures. So that's generous saying the forest looks like that. The last picture is more accurate. It's thick. The first year we were out here, I went out with one of the teams to recover. It was well over an hour for every kilometer we covered. Like, it is hard going on foot. So be prepared for that. Don't expect that you're just gonna, the rocket's 5 kilometers in, we're gonna take a 20-minute walk and be back. If it's 5 kilometers and you have to walk through the bush to get there, that's hours of work, and it's not easy terrain at all. If your team has people that are familiar with hiking and being in the bush, absolutely take them with you. And don't take 30 people to recover the rocket. I'm sure Zach has limits on what you're supposed to take. My guess is he says 10. So he's more generous with you than I would be. So
one more thing. If you look more like Shane, you probably can go out in the woods. If you look more like me, you probably should stay with the truck. Okay? Like
that, you just brought up something
we don't want you having a heart attack out there. We can't get you out with a helicopter unless somehow you passed out at the advanced pad, and that's really easy. But yeah, so know your limits, and just enjoy the time off from all the people that are going to go hike. It's the same thing if you've ever been out to New Mexico or Texas or Mojave. Okay, you do not need to go wander out into the desert if you have a hard time getting across the pad in the first place. It's not worth it. You're gonna have to walk miles through this stuff. I remember my first competition, I pushed myself to go out into New Mexico and walked 2 miles past our rocket through those crucifixion thorns. Someone else found our rocket, and then I had to walk 3 miles back. That was awful. Don't do that to yourself. Know your limits. Make sure your GPS system works. If it's on the fritz, pull it from the rail. You have 5 days to launch, okay? Use that time to make sure it works so you are not wandering the forest, because you will not have a picnic. You will end up being some other creature's picnic. That's all I have to say.
I'm going to mention it now. I'm pretty sure I've got a slide about this. Peter mentions stay with the truck. That's an important point about being out in the wilderness. I know most of you are used to being in the city. You leave your vehicle, you lock your vehicle, and you go do whatever you're going to do. Don't do that here. If you drive out somewhere and go to recover, your vehicle stays unlocked. The keys stay with the vehicle. You do not put your keys in your pocket and walk out into the bush. You will lose your keys, and then you're stuck. The keys should always be with the vehicle, and the vehicle should always be unlocked. The last thing you need is the person with the key to get hurt or lost and then everyone's stranded or eaten. So, very first point on there, do not wander away with your keys.
You might even want to just keep the radio on, just blaring in case you need to find your way back to your car. It also keeps animals away.
If you expect that you're going to get out there and you're going to be able to make a mark and walk towards it, good luck. You need to use your GPSs. You need to, if you have a compass and you know how to use it, then that's fine. But you can't just mark and walk in a straight line. You will just walk in a big circle. And if you are communicating amongst your team, like I said, do not get separated from each other. But if you have radios, use them. Feel free to use them. But don't use the recovery radio to communicate amongst your team. Use FRSs or something of that nature to communicate amongst each other. I also always go out with a whistle, and so that you can signal. So I would recommend doing that. So I think everyone by now knows who the two of us are. William is around here somewhere. William's over here. He's your, if you're doing sport flights, he's your RSO for that. I'm your RSO for solids. Peter's your RSO for advanced. And Zach is somewhere. Okay, I can't see him, but there he is. Zach's your static range safety. If you have an issue that you can't get solved with anyone else, you come to us, but do not argue with us. I don't want to hear endless discussions of why whatever it is you want to do is okay. I will happily listen to evidence. Those of you that have dealt with me before know that you can actually absolutely change my mind, but not if you're obnoxious about it. And once I decide something, that's the way it is. And there's one last bullet there. If you decide you're flying on Friday, congratulations, you just signed up to help range cleanup on Saturday. So I don't want people to rush, and I've said that over and over. Again, what I said this morning, slow is steady, steady is fast, be methodical, don't rush. But understand that there's a lot of work to be done out there from the organizing perspective. Please don't try and wait till Friday to do everything. Don't expect that you're going to use that half day. Obviously, if you need it, great. We're not trying to discourage you from flying. But if you are going to be using flying to the last minute, it'd sure be great if you could help us clean up. The other thing that I wanted to mention that's not on here is, I said this morning, we all have to go through safety inspections, every rocket. The competition rockets safety has to happen here. Sport flights, the safety has to happen on site. We have been down for solids doing safety inspections all day. We've had, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 6 or 7 teams. Please do not wait until 3:30 tomorrow afternoon or 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to come do your safety. Come down as early as you can tomorrow. We've got a lot of teams left. If you don't go through safety, you're not flying. Have you got through all yours? No.
So for the advanced teams, I've been working my way through the hybrid and liquids. I have 2 left. McGill, you're halfway done. Sorry. And wherever University of British Columbia, Okanagan, there you are. Just stick around after this. We'll get through it as quickly as I can. McGill likes to talk. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's McGill. That's not me, obviously. If you're a 2-stage team, see Shane today. I have a few things to talk to you about in terms of how we do things out at the advanced pad that I don't want to bore the rest of the people here. But I will not be here for safety inspections tomorrow. My team is going to be out advanced. So if you're an advanced team, we are going to be on site at 8. And don't show up before that, please. Some of you have already gone to the site and know where you are. Some of you have already discussed with me where you're going to be. But please don't show up before 8. Have breakfast. Go to Tim Hortons. Are we sponsored by Tim Hortons?
We should be.
Are we? Not yet. Okay, so go to the place that the only place you can get breakfast in Canada that has coffee and donuts and things. You should sponsor us. But yeah, so I need to get your inspections done for advanced done today. Okay, that's a little hard on you, but that's why we call it advanced. But also, don't make it hell on him for tomorrow trying to get your stuff done because you didn't want to do it today.
One thing I will correct from what Peter said, if you, including the 2 stages, don't come and see me today. We're doing the photo after this.
Oh.
Everyone's heard that. And then I'm off to help build motors. So I won't be here to inspect after the photo.
So if you're a 2-stage team, stick around, send a small consortium over to build your motor. I need to talk to you before I head out tomorrow. Okay? We good with that? Awesome.
Okay. Does anyone have questions on what we've talked to, or comments, or? Just listen to instructions. So the question was, if you're part of the public or a spectator, you're in the spectator area, are there any special instructions? Just listen to instructions. Don't go wandering around. Don't interfere with the teams, or like stay in the area that you're at. We will communicate what's going on. If you want to know anything or you don't understand, if you need any information, just ask anyone in a yellow shirt. If they don't know the answer, they'll get somebody in a blue shirt, or they'll get one of the 3 of us to come and talk to you.
And if there is a spectator or someone that's harassing your team, let us know, and we'll sick Gus on them.
Yeah. On a gravel road, you're almost not using your high beams because you won't see anything. So yeah, so anyone caught that? Just be aware of how you're using your lights on the gravel road. Your high beams will not be particularly effective unless if you're the only one, if you're basically the front of the pack, you might be okay. If you're not, you won't be able to see anything with your high beams on. Get out of there before it's dark anyway. I mean, seriously.
Going up to the cover, and you've got a 3-kilometer hike, and it's going to take you 3 hours to get out there, and it's going to take you an hour to save the rocket and distribute it comfortably among the team members. It's going to take you 3 hours to get it back. If you start at noon, you are going to be finishing your hike when the mosquitoes are coming out to eat you. There will be nothing left. Make sure you go out early. Do not underestimate the time it takes to go out and come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And mosquitoes aren't the only thing that comes out when the sun goes down. So, yeah, as he says, be aware of the time, be aware of the situation, and make good decisions. Anyone else? Yep. So Michelle was saying that as the sun goes down, as you get late in the afternoon, the bugs become absolutely awful. So be aware of the time, be aware of how long it's going to take you to get out and get back, and time everything accordingly. If you know that you've got a long hike ahead of you and it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you know that it'll be 8 o'clock at night by the time you get back, think again, come back tomorrow. We've got lots of time. We've got 5 days out there. Be reasonable, like be prepared, and I was talking about clothing you should wear. That's the other thing. My arms are always covered out there. The same reason. Yeah, if you're in the solids area, the advanced area, and you're just flying, you can get away with less covering. But you certainly don't go out in the bush where you're not fully protected. The bugs are, if you haven't been out there, you can't imagine how unbelievably obnoxious the mosquitoes can be. And then you make stupid decisions, then you twist your ankle, then you can't get out, then the bears find you. It's just not good. Go ahead, Gus.
You can be out there and no one can see you. Okay? You can go 10 feet in and no one will see you. Search and rescue stuff that I've been a part of and talked with those people, they run into that all the time. So don't be going off to hike for fun by yourself. Always bring someone with you. I didn't hear any of that mentioned, so I wanted to bring that up.
Even if you're picking blueberries.
Yeah. Bring a friend. You can pick more that way. But in all seriousness, like this is not a provincial park at all, and you can get disoriented really quickly, and you will be very difficult to find, just like if you were out in the middle of the ocean. So don't be going off by yourself, okay?
So another thing about the blueberries and raspberries, they are very delicious. They're very sweet this year. So enjoy, bring a friend, but I will warn you, bears have about the same preferential palate, and you add meat to their diet. Another thing, if for some reason you don't know how much daylight is left in the valley that you're recovering in, most of you have taken a physics class. We have a physics professor here from UBC as an advisor. He'll always sneak in a little thing about a small angle approximation where sine theta is roughly theta. So the old timers long ago, they have a little trick for navigation and telling time. You take your 4 fingers at arm's length. You point them right under the sun. Each finger is about 15 minutes of daylight left. So when the sun starts to get low, that's your clock. So if you're in a valley, you might only have an hour of light in that valley. On top, you might have more. Just keep that in mind. And seriously, 30% beat or 25 if you can't find the 30. It's quite bad out there. As for Michelle saying that they don't have a sense of justice, if they did and you're at advanced, then they're still coming for you.
So Zachary is recovery lead. So
Hello, everyone. It's me, Zachary Tepper. I will be overseeing the recovery operations. We'll talk a bit more about it on the site, but there is one very important point that I want to make right now, which is that the sunset time in Timmins is at 8:37 p.m. That is why we have a hard limit at 7:30 p.m. That's 1 hour before sunset. What that means is that if you are doing recovery on any given day, you and your team and all your equipment and your hardware and all your people and all your vehicles must absolutely be off the range and accounted for, and tell me or the other people on the recovery team about it before 7:30. The reason for that is because if the time is past 7:30 and there are people on the range that are not accounted for, we will send out the search and rescue team to go and find you. And that will not be fun for anyone. So keep an eye on your watch and on your clock, because 7:30 is the absolute last time that you and your team have to be back off the range. It's 1 hour before it gets dark. And the reason for that is because once it does start getting dark, it's very hard to find people and it gets cold. You really should not be in the woods when it gets dark. So keep an eye on the clock. The hard limit is 7:30, and I do mean it. And yeah, please have fun and find your rocket safely. We'll discuss more on Monday.
all right, I think that about does it. So do I file everyone over, or do you want to talk to them? So yeah, everyone, we're gonna set up for the big group photo.